कैसे हंसते खुश होके और कैसे कोई सोचते everything's gonna be okay. सोच जरा जाने जा तुझको हम कितना जाते हैं, रोते हैं हम भी अगर तेरी आंखों में आंसू आते हैं, गाना तो आता नहीं है मगर नहीं तो बस थोड़ा 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 मुस्कुरा, हे अदिति हंसते 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 तू जरा, नहीं तो बस थोड़ा 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 मुस्कुरा, हे अदिति हंसते 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 तू जरा, नहीं तो बस थोड़ा 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 मुस्कुरा. शिकायत है आँखों को तेरी आदत है, तू दिखे ना तो इन्हें शिकायत है. बिच्छू बिच्छू लिए तूने मुझको दिए प्यार के ये तरह जाने आ, ये जो हो रहा है कुछ अजब हो रहा है, क्या यही प्यार का एहसास. सो आसमानों को और दो जहानों को छोड़ सच्चा जब हो रहा, क्या यही प्यार का एहसास? सौ आसमानों को और दो जहानों को छोड़ के आए तेरे पास। सौ आसमानों को और दो जहानों को छोड़ के आए तेरे पास। सौ आसमानों को और दो जहानों को छोड़ के आए तेरे पास। Thank you.
तालियों की आवाज जोरदार सुनाई दे for the one and only After Hours. Huge round of applause for setting up the perfect mood.
Connect 2026, India's largest cleanest energy summit.
हर्षा, don't you think it's ironic, मतलब मजे की बात है कि ये वो शहर है which is the perfect city to host HEV Capital Connect Summit 2026 because Indore is the cleanest city in India. हमारा इंदौर, एक बार इंदौर के लिए everyone जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं। और मैं चाहूंगा हम सब एक साथ बार बार वो बात बोले जिसकी वजह से इंदौर ने पूरी दुनिया में रोशनी की जो अलग जगाई है वो सब दूर पहुंचे, जैसा हम इंदौरी में कहते हैं ना, सब दूर। सो मैं कहूंगा इंदौर रहेगा, और आपको क्या कहना है? एनीवन? इंदौर रहेगा? यस, मेरे साथ ऑन द काउंट ऑफ 3, 2, 1, इंदौर रहेगा। पीछे से भी आवाज आए। अच्छा ब्रेकफास्ट किया आपने, पोहे जलेबी की ताकत दिखाओ। इंदौर रहेगा। Thank you so much. Indore rahega number 1. Harsha, what do you believe?
Yes, can we get a huge round of applause for Humans of EV for bringing this wonderful summit and thinking not just about Indore, but India's sustainability and green revolution.
Okay, so all those just soch rahe hain, Humans of EV. Let me tell you, Humans of EV is a platform dedicated to accelerating the electric vehicle revolution through authentic storytelling, knowledge sharing, and meaningful collaboration, right?
And their mission is to inspire change, educate about the latest developments, and drive innovation with the EV ecosystem by showing the triumphs shaping those of the future of the sustainable mobility.
True. So HEV Capital Connect was brought together to inspire the entrepreneurs of today to think about green future. It brings all the essential pillars of the community all together in one room. The industry leaders, the policymakers, the investors, startups, and students to push the future of EV in the right direction. So, एक बार जोरदार तालियां for HEV Capital Connect Summit 2026, all of you.
And lastly, let's not forget, and we would like to thank our sponsors, all our sponsors who made this event possible and have chosen to be a part of Indore's legacy.
And on that note, वो कहते हैं कि किसी भी शुभ काम की शुरुआत भगवान का नाम लेकर के होती है। सो मेरे साथ सारे लोग। गणपति बप्पा मंगल मूर्ति वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्व कार्येषु सर्वदा। हम बुलाना चाहेंगे लैंप लाइटिंग के लिए आज के इस इवेंट के ऑर्गेनाइजर्स को।
So I'd like to invite all the organizers of the event to please come near the stage and start this beautiful morning.
HEV कैपिटल कनेक्ट समिट 2026 ने ये जो रोशनी जलाई है क्लीन, ग्रीन और सस्टेनेबल एनर्जी की, ये रोशनी पूरी दुनिया तक पहुंचे, लोगों को रास्ता दिखाए फॉर अ बेटर एनवायरनमेंट।
We all know Indore has won the crown for the India's cleanest city 7 times in a row. But what we are building in this room today is how we take Indore from the cleanest city in India to the India's greenest hub. With this, I'd like to invite Dr. Abha Singh, Director of Humans of EV and Associate Director of Telio EV for the welcome note.
With huge round of applause, we have Dr. Abha Singh. आपकी तालियों की आवाज सुनाई देते रहे। मैम वेलकम।
Good morning, everybody. मैं आभा सिंह, डायरेक्टर ऑफ ह्यूमंस ऑफ ईवी, आप सभी का HEV कैपिटल कनेक्ट में दिल से स्वागत करती हूँ। आज यहाँ पधारे सभी माननीय अतिथियों, इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स, इन्वेस्टर्स, कॉर्पोरेट मेंबर्स, स्टार्टअप फाउंडर्स, मीडिया फ्रेंड्स, पार्टनर्स और हमारे सभी स्पेशल गेस्ट का HEV की ओर से बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। सबसे पहले मैं आप सभी का दिल से धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ कि आपने अपना कीमती समय निकालकर HEV कैपिटल कनेक्ट का हिस्सा बनने का निर्णय लिया है। आज आपकी उपस्थिति ना इस इवेंट को और भी खास बना दिया है। इंदौर में जब भी कोई भी आयोजन होता है उसमें एक अलग ही अपनापन महसूस होता है। यह शहर सिर्फ अपने स्वच्छता के लिए ही नहीं बल्कि अपनी गर्मजोशी, अपने लोगों और अपनी पॉजिटिव सोच के लिए भी जाना जाता है। इंदौर ने बार बार यह साबित किया है कि जब शहर, लोग, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन एंड इंडस्ट्री साथ आते हैं तो एक बड़े बदलाव संभव हो जाते हैं। आज HEV कैपिटल कनेक्ट भी इसी सोच के साथ आयोजित किया जाता है। यह सिर्फ एक कॉन्फ्रेंस ही नहीं बल्कि एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है जहां आइडियाज़, इन्वेस्टमेंट, टेक्नोलॉजी और अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ एक साथ आ रहे हैं। यहाँ स्टार्टअप्स को इन्वेस्टर से मिलने का अवसर मिलेगा, इन्वेस्टर्स के लिए नए और स्ट्रॉन्ग बिजनेस आइडियाज़ देखने को मिलेंगे और कॉरपोरेट को फ्यूचर रेडी सॉल्यूशन समझने का मौका मिलेगा। भारत में ईवी इंडस्ट्री बहुत तेज़ी से आगे बढ़ रही है। आज ईवी सिर्फ इलेक्ट्रिक कार या इलेक्ट्रिक स्कूटर तक सीमित नहीं है। इसके साथ बैटरी, चार्जिंग स्टेशन, एनर्जी स्टोरेज, लॉजिस्टिक्स, फिनेंस, सॉफ्टवेयर, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, जॉब्स और सिटी प्लानिंग जैसी बड़े क्षेत्र से जुड़े हुए हैं। आने वाले समय में यह सेक्टर हमारे शहरों को क्लीन बनाने, ट्रांसपोर्ट को बेटर बनाने, फ्यूल डिपेंडेंसी को कम करने और नए रोजगार बनाने को बहुत बड़ी भूमिका निभाएगा। इसलिए इस सेक्टर को सही दिशा, सही सपोर्ट और सही कनेक्शन की ज़रूरत है। एचईवी का उद्देश्य भी यही है, ईवी और क्लीन मोबिलिटी, क्लीन सेक्टर से जुड़े लोगों को एक साथ लाना। हमारा प्रयास है कि फाउंडर्स, इन्वेस्टर्स, कॉरपोरेट्स, एक्सपर्ट्स एंड पॉलिसी से जुड़े लोग एक जगह मिलें, बातचीत करें, एक दूसरे को समझें, आगे बढ़ने के रास्ते बनाएं। हम चाहते हैं कि अच्छे आइडियाज़ केवल आइडियाज़ बनकर ही ना रह जाएं, बल्कि उन्हें सही गाइडेंस, सही विजिबिलिटी और सही इन्वेस्टमेंट मिले। हमें खुशी है कि एचईवी कैपिटल कनेक्ट को देश भर में बहुत अच्छा रिस्पांस मिला है। बड़ी संख्या से स्टार्टअप्स ने रुचि दिखाई है और उनमें से चुने हुए स्टार्टअप्स आज इन्वेस्टर्स के सामने अपना सॉल्यूशन प्रेजेंट करेंगे। यह दिखाता है कि ईवी और क्लीन मोबिलिटी का सेगमेंट अब बहुत सीरियस ग्रोथ स्टेज पे है। इंदौर में इस इवेंट का होना भी अपने आप में बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है। इंदौर पहले ही देश की स्वच्छता में रास्ता दिखा चुका है। अब यही शहर क्लीन ट्रांसपोर्ट, ग्रीन एनर्जी और फ्यूचर मोबिलिटी की दिशा में भी एक स्ट्रॉन्ग मैसेज दे रहा है। इंदौर म्यूनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन के सपोर्ट और सिटी होस्ट पार्टनरशिप से यह आयोजन और भी मीनिंगफुल बन गया है। आज यहाँ मौजूद हर व्यक्ति इस जर्नी का इम्पॉर्टेंट हिस्सा है, चाहे आप इन्वेस्टर्स हों, स्टार्टअप फाउंडर्स हों, कॉरपोरेट लीडर्स हों, स्पीकर हों, मीडिया हों या पार्टनर हों। आप सभी मिलकर इस सेक्टर को आगे बढ़ाने में भूमिका निभाते हैं। हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि आज का दिन सिर्फ स्पीचेस और सेशन तक सीमित नहीं रहेगा। आज यहाँ से नए कनेक्शंस बनेंगे, नए आइडियाज़ आगे बढ़ेंगे और शायद कई नई पार्टनरशिप की शुरुआत भी होगी। एचईवी कैपिटल कनेक्ट में आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत है। थैंक यू, धन्यवाद।
आभा मैम, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर योर वर्ड्स ऑफ ब्लेसिंग्स। बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट वेलकम नोट बाय Dr. Abha Singh ma'am, who's the Director of Humans of EV and Associate Director at Telio EV.
It has become increasingly important that Tier 2 cities have these conversations like we're going to have today. Like, let's take Delhi for example. Unfortunately, it's reached an AQI that's unbearable. Through this summit and a vision of becoming the greenest hub, we have already taken the first step in educating ourselves on how we can be better, do better, and escape such a fate.
Okay. To set the vision for today, spark our curiosity and deliver the opening thoughts for our event, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, put your hands together and give a resounding welcome for Mr. Rajat Pandey.
Mr. Rajat Pandey is the Director of the Technology Innovation Hubs and IIT Patna, co-founder of the Indo-Danish Business Council, holding a PhD in biological sciences and a career spanning research, technology, business development. He brings the scientific depth and strategic business knowledge to create a major impact on this industry.
One more time, aapki zordar taaliyan for one and only Mr. Rajat Pandey, sir. Sir, welcome on the stage.
Good morning. How are you feeling? Startups, make some noise. This room is for you. And let me ask you something. What was the most important room in history? Some of you will say Constituent Assembly. Some of you will say War Room of 1971. Some of you will say the boardroom where Infosys got its first dollar of funding. Every era has a room. A room where future gets decided, where ideas become policy, where capital becomes change, where people say, yes, we back this. And I believe with complete conviction that rooms like this one, on days like today, are the rooms that will define India's next chapter. Not a parliament, not a stock exchange, but this room. A room where founder who has bet everything on clean future meets an investor who has the conviction to back them. And this is what we built today. And I want you to understand, this is just the beginning. HEV Capital Connect was born from one obsession. India is at an inflection point. The EV transition is not coming, it is here. Climate tech is not a buzzword, it is a mandate. Green transition is not an option, it is the only option. And yet, the capital ecosystem has not kept up. The founders solving the hardest problems in battery intelligence, last mile technology, clean energy infrastructure, they were not getting into the right rooms. They were pitching to generalist investors who did not understand the technology. They were spending months chasing conversations that went nowhere. And we said, enough. HEV stands for Humans of EV. But what it really stands for is this: humans who believe the future is electric. It's clean and it's worth funding. Now, I would like to introduce you to the eminent investors of today who are going to listen to the pitches, who are going to decide whether you are fundable or not. First, I would like to invite, and before I go deeper into this, I would like to tell you that some of our investors are not here yet because their flights got delayed. They are still on the way, but they will be listening to you, watching you through YouTube Live. I would like to invite first on the stage Mr. Addison Appu from Thinkuvate Capital. I would like to invite Karan Mittal from Carrot Capital. I would like to invite Mr. Agam Gupta from Sea Fund. Mr. Harshvardhan from Valley Next Ventures. Please come on the stage. I will continue with those names who are not here present, but you will be seeing them in approximately 1.5 or 1 hour. Then we have Transition VC, represented by Bhumika. She is on the way. Then we have Special Invest. We have Fluid Ventures. We have Amity Capital Ventures. And these people are yet to come. I would like to invite my co-organizer, Mr. Lalit Singh, on the stage to facilitate the investors.
Along with that, we would like to invite Mr. Vikram Chauhan and Dr. Lalit Singh to felicitate our today's investors with a huge round of applause. Everyone, ladies and gentlemen, आपकी तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट सुनाई देती रहे.
look around this room. The people I just named, they're here. They are not on a Zoom call, not sending an associate. Here, in person, ready to listen. And these guys are the decision makers. And this is not an accident. This is curation. This is trust. And this is what we, HEV, has built. The capital deployed with conviction in the right sectors, backing the right people, changes everything. HEV is building that conviction into an institution, and we are just getting started. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to HEV Capital Connect 2026, and let's make some history. I now declare the HEV Startup Pitch Arena 1 to be officially open. Thank you very much. And now, I would like to let you know very quick do's and don'ts. I have already briefed to my startups who are going to pitch here, but I think it's a good idea for all of us to understand how the day is going to look like. Startups will come and pitch here on the stage. The investors who are present here in person, they will listen to them. Otherwise, who are not able to join, they will continue to watch them on YouTube Live. Pitching will go on for 7 minutes. At certain point of time, the startups will get to know that their time is going to be up. After the 7 minutes of pitching, there will be a Q&A spanning nearly around 3 to 4 minutes. And that's it. So that was it from my side. I thank you very much to everyone who showed up here, who came here, who placed their trust in us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was Mr. Rajat Pandey. आपकी जोरदार तालियां इस माहौल की गर्मजोशी के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है. So now it is officially open. The startup pitch round 1. What do you say, Harsha?
I'd like to say that कहते हैं जोड़ियाँ ऊपर वाला बनाता है, पर आज स्टार्टअप और इन्वेस्टर की जोड़ियाँ HEV ही बनाएगा. With over 50 investors present here today and active funding of over 50 crores in total, let's start the pitches. I'd like, with a big round of applause, I'd like to ask all the 4 startups to start preparing. And I'd like to invite the founder of our first startup, Mr. Bharat Krishna Rao, Tech in Universe Envire Group.
आपकी तालियों की आवाज सुनाई देते रहे फॉर मिस्टर भारत कृष्ण राव, Envire Group, Tech Inverse. Along with TechVerse in an asset-light sustainable solutions company under the Envire Group, spread-headed by co-founder and CEO Bharat Krishna Rao Potluri. The firm is based in Bangalore, Karnataka, and focuses on helping businesses implement electric vehicle, fleet solutions, and emission reduction strategies.
Yes, please. Come. Can we have a huge round?
Can we have a huge round of applause, everyone?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jupp Schmidt. I'm German, father of 2. I'm coming from investment banking in London. And now I'm co-founder and CEO of Tech Inverse. And I don't know where my presentation is, but maybe can we just show that, please? Okay, I hope the time doesn't count because I would like to show also what we present. Do we have a presentation? Yeah, I just wanted to present also, yes? You told me second one. I was like, oh,
No, don't worry. We are not going to count it against the time.
thank you. 5 minutes more. Oh, good, oh, good.
Meanwhile, I would like to request our rest 3 investors to come up here and stay with us backstage. The next one is Green Drive Mobility. The founder is Mr. Ala Harikrishna. इनके लिए भी एक बार तालियां हो जाएं. Green Drive Mobility, founded by Ala Harikrishna in 2020, is a full-stack electric vehicle as a service EV was and zero emission logistics platform based in Bangalore, India. Third one is, next is EV Zip Mobility, and the founder is Mr. Sridhar Sivalenka. To come up and join us backstage. Last but not the least, Zero EV, Anantashri Vehicles, and the founder is Mr. Bharat Pritmani. So please come and join us here.
Sorry, the presentation was heavy. It took time to load it. All the best.
All right. Thank you very much. I got a moment to catch myself even. Okay, let me start again. So my name is Jupp Schmidt. I'm German, father of 2. I come from investment banking, and now I'm CEO and co-founder of Techinverse. And also, I'm a model, as you can see. So Techinverse, in a nutshell, is a vertically integrated leasing and financing platform. Why vertically integrated? We are part of a company consortium where we make the EVs in e-mobi, mainly 2-wheelers right now. We assemble batteries and make our own IoTs, and we also deploy our own fleet. We are fully tech-enabled through our own dashboard and in-house made app. App is consumer-facing. Dashboard gives us all the analytics. We do payments, everything through the tech, and we've all made this ourselves. And maybe to the next slide. Our customers are gig riders. They're an estimated 5 million plus minus out there, and all of them have to be sitting on an electric bike by 2030. Now that's another 3 and a bit years. So Zomato and Rapido won't provide them with a bike. They see themselves as a platform. And they're barely bankable because most of them don't have a credit history. So it's very hard for them to finance bikes. So they have 2 options. Either they lease a bike or they try to buy a very cheap bike. Now that has been happening. There has been a lot of cheap imported bikes that seem cheap in the beginning, but if you see them over a lifetime of 5 years, actually the total cost of ownership is relatively high. Yeah, this is where we come in. Now you might ask, what is different from us to any other NBFC, let's say. They also do leasing, they do asset financing. And the main thing is that we are very involved throughout the lifetime of the asset. So it starts with the production. We are partnering with Imobi, who right now exclusively produces for us. They're very flexible on the variants. We have fixed battery, swappable battery, low speed, mid speed, high speed. Everything is available based on the demand that we see. Then ActiVolt is making our IoTs, which gives us a vast range of data, and they also give us the batteries. Now, batteries, of course, go into the EVs, but also we want to do the BaaS, which is battery as a service, which I'll come to later. And then lastly, we have Move Now, which is our fleet operator, which gives us a lot of decision on the deployment strategies and a lot of analytics about the riders and the markets we're in. Now, not talking about the numbers too much, but just give you a bit of background. We are around since 24, operationally with the first bikes in April 24. So we have around 2 and a bit years now that we've operated in. Our bikes are fully tooled up now, fully homologated, so production capacity, we are like fully ready to go. And now we've been fully bootstrapped until just now. Just last week, we got the first sanction letter from the first Indian bank. And now actually on this slide, I would like to focus a bit more on the industry challenges, because that is something that I'm getting a lot of questions on, because there's been a lot of headwinds earlier. Asset visibility is one of the big things. We've been speaking to a lot of TPL players, and some of them have no clue on how many bikes they've actually deployed. Some of them actually just know 1.5 months later from their accountants on how many bikes we're actually earning for them. This is what we do differently. We monitor from day one every day. We know exactly how many bikes are there, how many are earning. And the second thing, what I spoke about, is the poor asset quality. There's been a lot of imported, very cheap bikes. That's a problem. If you finance something for 3 years and your asset only lasts for 1 year, then of course there's a problem. That is obvious. And then connected to this, you have weak residual value. So right now, for example, we have 25 Chinese bikes, and after 1.5 years, I can't even sell them for 5,000 rupees. So you see there's a big problem, which is something that we tackle with the refurbishment that we do through Imobi and the battery repurposement that we do through ActiVolt.
Last 2 minutes.
So right now, our business model is mainly focused around vehicle as a service, operating leases. That works really well. You must have seen it on the previous slides. We are profitable in that. But that is not the end game for us. Battery as a service is something that we're already negotiating with other partners. We see a lot of demand in the 3-wheeler space, and ActiVolt will enable the batteries for this. The lease-to-own business is something we are already trying to do, or rather have started with some pilots. It's a very high IRR business, which we would like to build out a bit more. And then lastly, as I said, the refurbishment and repurposement of the bikes gives you either a longer lifetime or additional revenue stream if you sell the asset at the end. Now, what are we asking for? We're asking for around 20 to 30 CR in growth funding.
Last 1 minute.
Mainly, we would prefer like equity or structured equity, maybe in form of CCDs. That is mainly because we are now able to raise debt. So our plan is to scale to 7,000 EVs and 2,000 batteries in the next 24 months. So that would be around 60 CR. So with 20 CR of equity, you can leverage this up to 60. And that is what we are planning so far. I hope you enjoyed the presentation, and thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, can we have, thank you so much. And can we have the Q&A with the investors?
Forgot about a Q&A, yeah.
Good morning, Jack. This is Addison.
Good morning.
Good presentation. One quick question. These are three separate businesses, the way we look at it. Leasing business is a separate business, battery business is a separate business, fleet operation will overlap with maybe the first one. And it will require a lot of effort and energy and resources for doing all the three together.
Correct.
So, and I also see that Mr. Bharat Rao and Aruni Mahapatra, they are the two owners of two different companies. So, what is the strategic shareholding structure like in terms of who is responsible for which part of the business? Is it like segregated and then you are looking at the overall operation?
Yeah, so we are all connected entities. We have common shareholders in each of them. And in fact, actually, I'm in the leasing entity, but I'm still partly managing other parts of the other businesses as well. So we are all integrated together. And the thing is, since Immobi is exclusively producing for us right now, I have a lot of influence on the production as well, and then of course on the fleet deployment as well. So Bharat and Aruni, for example, are also common shareholders in the other entities and in Tech Inverse as well.
Follow-up question. Hi, this is Karan here. Follow-up question. Are they full-time on this?
We are all full-time on this. Yeah,
including Bharat and Aruni?
Yes, yes. Actually, Bharat wanted to be here today, but he had other commitments. But we are all full-time on this, yes.
Understood, understood. So my question is more related to how are you managing the uptime of the vehicles? So what is it that you develop internally that can be like your USP or IP that allows for uptime or you know, manage the operations and fleet utilization?
So our uptime is relatively high, I think, compared to other players. So we have more than, I think, 92% deployment rate right now. How we achieve this is mainly through the tech. Everything is advanced payments, automated. We have auto immobilization. So that means if someone is rolling over their rentals, so the lease, the operating lease, for example, is a 1 week rental. If you are 2 days over, automatically the bikes get immobilized. With the lease to own, it's 1 month and then 7 days automatically immobilized. So these things make this very efficient. We had 0 defaults right now. And if there's a problem with the bike, we have Immobi in the back that really quickly fixes the bike and you know, does anything on the servicing level. So because of this vertical integration, we're actually much more efficient than some other players who are only focusing on either the deployments or the manufacturing or the servicing.
One follow-up question on the leasing part. Have you seen any delinquency so far in terms of, so you have about 1,000 riders and 450 vehicles. The collection system will be online, but have you seen any non-payment of EMIs or any delinquency?
Yeah, so by the business is structured in a way that this can't work, right? So what I said is this auto mobilization feature that we have enables us to always have the bikes deployed. So if you're a rider now, you take it firstly in advance, so it's an advance payment. Now next week you have to make the next payment. If you don't make the payment within 2 days, it gets auto immobilized. So now either you pay or the team gets and retrieves the bikes. We had 0 losses of bikes and 0 defaults so far. We had like 2 bikes where people just left the bike somewhere, which we retrieved within 1 or 2 days.
So last question.
Hi, this is Agam. One quick question. You mentioned that you have all these partnerships with Immobi, ActiveVolt and all. This is a fairly crowded space. I'm sure you know better than I do, right? So are these exclusive partnerships that you guys have with these folks, and or there are other partnerships that these manufacturing folks can have with other NBFCs or leasing providers?
No, so we try to be agnostic, but we have our preferred partners. So Immobi is right now the best bike that we have in the market, price, quality-wise. So they right now exclusively produce for us, but they can also produce for others. But equally also we are agnostic, we can also get other bikes. So right now, for example, we are in talks with a Japanese bike maker because there's a good deal. So we can also take other bikes as well.
Got it. So you guys consider your key advantage to be that of a great ability to do great underwriting or better underwriting than those out in the market?
I think the underwriting quality is much better through the tech. And then the managing of the asset throughout its lifetime is better because of the integration with the other companies. So those two components I would see as the main strengths.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Huge round of applause
Thank you very much.
for Mr. Bharat Krishna Rao. And next is Mr. Hari Krishna and Mr. Kamal Kant. आपकी तालियों की आवाज सुनाई देते रहे. The founder of Green Drive Mobility to come up and show their pitch.
Good morning, everyone. So this is Kamal this side and Mr. Hari Krishnan, our founder and CEO. So what is Green Drive? Green Drive is a multi-stack EV company. We operate two-wheeler, three-wheeler, four-wheeler, buses and cabs. And we are doing our theses on the trucks also. Because most of the clients of us are IKEA, DHL, Blue Dart, Compass, Euler. These are all European companies which have ESG compliances. So we are working with them for a very long time. We have been in this industry for 5 years. We give our rental for two-wheelers, and we do our 3PL businesses through our B2B, B2C clients. And mostly into all segments. We are not only talking about e-commerce, we are into cloud kitchens, we are into furnitures, we are into multiple segments that we are doing. What is Green Drive solved? We have solved the problems from end to end, like, moving completely from the fixed batteries to the swappable solutions. And 80% of our clients, we do our charging at the client's places. We don't depend on the charging infrastructures. We do our SLAs in such a way with the clients that they also get the benefit, and they see the vehicle, and the vehicle is charged overnight in the campuses and the warehouses of the clients. Why do we do it? Because we want to do the vehicles on a slow charge to the max, because that gives the prolonged longevity of the vehicles and the battery also. And we have built a tech which helps the drivers to understand what has to be done to the vehicle. Was it yesterday done a fast charge, or it is completed 2 fast charge and 1 slow charge has to be done? And they can see their wallets, they do their punching, they have a geo limit, and they know where to find the charging. So we have integrated multiple IoTs, like Switch has a different IoT, Tata has a different IoT, Eka has a different IoT. So we are paying subscription, and we have integrated so that our drivers are hassle-free working and ensure that what role has been assigned to them are being done. And what is the problem that we are solving? See, there is a big gap between the first mile and the last mile. So these are all broken, and we have to find out a solution for that. And for example, I don't know how many people know that there is an app called Railway Parcel. Earlier, what used to happen is you need to go and put the parcel in the railway station. It is not like that today. Out of the 3 companies which got selected, we were one among them. Since we are multi-city, we operate out of 10 cities and 10 states. We are a complete EV, so we got selected. And again, we had to be a multi-city operational, so we got selected for that. So today you can download the app and click. You can send any kind of a material from any part of country. The testing has been done, and till date we have delivered around 500 parcels for Indian Railways, and we have also signed up with ONDCs also. And market is expanding, the volumes are surging, and the workforce is also building up. And from 100 vehicles to 9,000 vehicles is what we have built till date. And this year we are going to touch around 18,000 vehicles in total. So what we have built is, we have built a multi-model, and we also have the charging infrastructure in the client's place, and we have solved the problem for the gig riders. Out of our 10 hubs, every hub has a charging infrastructure for the gig riders. Whenever they feel free, they can drop in. It is again free for them if they work with us under the 3PL model for Blinkit, Zepto, or Blick Basket, whatever it is, or ONDC. And we have a proprietary tech which solves all the problems for them. They can see the wallet, and they can even transfer the money back to their account. and well-trained, managed, and retained drivers. So drivers have been with us for a very long time. There are almost 150 drivers who have been regularly working with us. Coming to the software solutions, we have two IoTs. One is the battery IoT and the vehicle IoT. We have built around 4 apps for the drivers, cabs, and the rental options, because the rider comes in, puts his KYC, sees which vehicle he wants, and he takes the delivery of that. And we have a complete dashboard which we give it to our B2B client. They know that how many vehicles are under insurance, there are accidents or whatever it is, they can see from that. And the complete data flows to them and for us also. Even IKEA uses our dashboard to ensure that what is happening and how many vehicles are under maintenance, everything. What are the form factors that we have built in? See, why 2-wheeler, why 3-wheeler, why 4-wheeler? Yes, Blue Dart delivers an envelope to you. It even delivers a 50 kg package to you. It even delivers the bigger cargoes. So we have from 1 ton to 3.5 ton as of now, and we have started doing our thesis on the 55 tonner vehicles also.
Last 2 minutes.
So where the material comes into it. I'm just skipping the screens. So our revenue has been steadily growing from 17 crores to 25 crores. And last year we had our seeding round. From 25 to 47 is the growth they have done. And we are already heading towards the 100 crore revenue this year. We are all 3 years positive and EBITDA positive. And these are the clients which we are working with. And you can see that, we are not only sitting, working with e-commerce, we are working with multi-segments from the food industry to the bakery industry, the chain of bakeries, Swiggy, Zomato. We know everybody, that Swiggy and Zomato does a food delivery. It does not do that. It does the hyper deliveries for the hotels in the morning, early mornings. We are doing for that also with them.
Last 1 minute.
And our ask is around 5 million as of now, and this deployment is going to be on the fleet, working capital, and the city launches. Currently, we are in 10 cities. We want to get into 25 cities as of now, because we are not in Gujarat, we are not in Madhya Pradesh or in most of the UP parts. And mostly these funds would be used for vehicle procurement and infrastructure operations and the tech, because we need to build the servers at each and every cities. And our goal is to achieve 18,000 vehicles, launch premium EV, because we currently operate around 20 BYDs for Bangalore, Hyderabad airports. And this year we have almost deployed 75 cargo refrigerated vehicles for more retail, because Amazon now is going to come as a competitor for Blinkit and Zepto. So we have already started working with them in 5 cities, and deployment is already there for 300. We have completed around 75.
Thank you so much, Team Green Drive Mobility. We'll open up the investor questions now.
One quick question. You said so many things. Who is your ICP? Like, who is your ideal customer, and what is he buying from you? Are you a 3PL service provider, like a logistic provider, which gives all the EV vehicles to different people who are doing their own businesses, or you're managing the vehicles on their behalf?
We give vehicles with the drivers for the first mile, mid mile, and last mile. Like companies like IKEA, DHL, Blue Dart. Again, under DHL, you can see multiple companies working in Metro, HP, Dell, everybody's working under them. So we do the last mile delivery for them. And there's a part of a business called rental business, where we give it to Shadowfax and other clients like Visi and all. They who take vehicles from us, we maintain the vehicles for them, and we do the servicing, we do the recovery, we do the roadside assistance for them.
So you are saying you sell the vehicles also, or you do capex as opex also?
We just give the vehicles to them on rental.
Capex as opex, basically. You buy the vehicles and then put it on rental.
We take it on lease and give it to them on rental.
Okay. And this is mostly rental revenue that you're talking about?
The two-wheeler side is that. Other than that, a 3PL business is also there, where the vehicle and the driver belongs to me.
So if you see, we have 4-wheelers, almost 300 plus vehicles, where we do basically for B2Bs, where end-to-end solution from the vehicle plus driver, charging and deliveries.
And what is your valuation expectation for the 5 million and what will you do with it? I didn't see a team slide, so I'm assuming both of you are co-founders and you have a big team around it, right? Where are you
Yes,
headquartered?
we have a team of around 140 employees, admin staffs across 10 cities, and including drivers, it would be around 350 plus.
Understood. Where are you headquartered?
Bangalore.
Bangalore. And the question was, what is your valuation expectation for the $5 million?
See, it is expectation of 200 CR.
Currently, we valid at 200 CR.
Okay.
Have you raised any capital before?
We have done a seeding round where we have raised around 3.5 crores of capital and 2 crore of debt in last March 2025.
From?
NDU Investment, which is a group of HNIs.
Okay. Can you help me understand what is your fleet size overall?
9,000 as of today. 8,500 would be two-wheelers. 300 would be four-wheelers, cargos. We don't do passenger cargos on that segment. Yes, cabs for the airports with BYDs, which is around 20, and 8 buses are running between Vijayawada and Vizag for Flixbus.
Can you run me through your unit economics?
Currently, I've not added this because the pitch was 7 thing. Yeah. Like our margins on two-wheeler would be around CM1 and CM2 would be around 30 and 15, and for buses it would be around 20. For the cabs, it would be around 22%.
We'll just take the last question now.
Yes, so it's focused as a traditional EV fleet business. I just wanted to understand your valuation and your ROI would proportionally increase, in the ratio of the funds that you raise, because most of it would go towards buying in fleet and then renting it out as such. What are those 1 or 2 things which would give a disproportionate return to the investor? Otherwise, your valuation would always keep on increasing in a linear.
See, as on date, we are mostly taking the vehicles on lease. If I own the vehicles, almost 55 to 60% of my revenue, be it a rental or a 3PL business, goes towards the leasing company. So if I have a combination of capital and do a bargaining with the banks, today now we have started going with the banks at 9%. So leasing is at 18%. So there also I get a 10% margin. So my profit will obviously start increasing. And this year we will be closing our 3-year completion of our existing lease. So the profitability of next year would be around 7 to 8%, whereas now it is around 2%.
Let me rephrase it in this thing. Besides financial efficiency in your model, what is it that you can bring in terms of operational efficiency or any of the others which can give in disproportionate returns?
So the vehicle utilization is the major core which we have improves our profits. So basically if you utilize the vehicle and do proper service and maintain the service level with the customer, that may increase our profitability. And we have the tech which is monitor everywhere, the charging pattern of the vehicle, and also how the driver is behaving with the vehicle, and also the proper maintenance, periodic maintenance. So the downtime will not be there. If the utilization is very high, so automatically the margins will increase.
Can we have last question from Sudhir sir, please?
I just want to understand that seeing the Blue Smart experience where they were very it was asset high, not asset light. And that's an experience which was not a pleasant experience for the EV ecosystem. What is your corporate structure like? How you will ensure that with so much of heavy duty deployment of capital, corporate constitution of your company will be a role model for the investors to invest in?
See, Blue Smart, what did they go on a market where presuming the things, right? But we have fixed contracts, and this war in the Middle East has created a buzz that the prices of the fuel are going high. We have an order of 70 vehicles for DHL. We have 300 vehicles for Amazon now, and these are all fixed contracts. these are all 3-year contracts or 5-year contracts that we are working on, and it is not on per parcel or per day revenue, it's monthly fixed rental. You know, if it's a 1-ton vehicle, they have to pay 58,000 rupees. If there's a 2-ton, it's be 85,000. And it's a refrigerated vehicle, it's 1,15,000. So these are all properly structured agreements. It is not like you're not working on a notional thing like that.
Okay.
Of a cap.
And also it is not like depend on one client. We are in different segments and different categories of clients, like e-commerce, we are in food delivery, we are in courier, we are in dairy industry. So any industry got affected also, we have the other segments to mitigate the risk actually.
And if it's a black client, we immediately move the vehicle into the different clients. Because the requirement is huge and EV prices have been stagnant currently and the diesel costs are going high. I think everybody is feeling the heat, and that's the reason we have been sitting on a 300 to 400 vehicles order now actually.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I would like all the students, so please stay here. We all have a dream of building a business and presenting it in front of investors and actually getting real feedback. So students at the back, I would like you to note that it takes a lot of strength and a lot of courage to come up on stage and talk about your business, talk about what you've been building for years. So can we have a huge round of applause for Green Drive Mobility? With that, I'd like to make a quick announcement. We are still waiting for Zero EV, Mr. Bharat Pritmani, to come backstage and set up for the next one. In the meantime, I would like to invite our next startup, EV Zip Mobility, with Mr. Sridhar Shivlekha and co-founder Sitaram. I would like to cue the AV, please.
Good morning, everybody. Sridhar Shivlekha here. I'm the founder and CEO of EV Zip Mobility. I have my partner here, Sitaram Cherkupalli here. We will just run you through a small video which will give the insight of the entire company, and then I'll come into the presentation. Please.
Every day, our city streets are choked with traffic, pollution, and unpredictable commute options. For thousands of daily commuters, the biggest challenge is not always the long journey. It is the first and last mile. The distance from home to the metro station, from the office to public transport, from underserved residential areas to the city's main mobility network. Many commuters still depend on crowded shared autos, irregular local transport, expensive cab rides, or personal vehicles that add to traffic, parking stress, and pollution. But what if we could make this everyday commute cleaner, safer, and more dependable? That is where EV Zip comes in. EV Zip is a 100% electric mobility platform built to solve first and last mile connectivity for urban India. With our eco-friendly electric cabs and two-wheelers, we connect metro stations, offices, airports, residential clusters, and underserved areas through reliable, affordable, and comfortable rides. EV Zip offers multiple mobility services, including ride-hailing, hourly rentals, airport transfers, outstation trips, subscriptions, employee transportation services, and shuttle operations. Every ride is supported by trained and verified pilots, real-time GPS tracking, clean and hygienic vehicles, geo-fenced routes, and active monitoring from our central command center. To support efficient operations, EV Zip is building a strong technology backbone through Bolt, our internal operations platform. Bolt helps us manage vehicle deployments, trip operations, live dashboards, quick reports, real-time analytics, and fleet-level visibility across hubs and routes. Our operations are further strengthened through EV Zip's own charging and parking hubs, giving us better control over fleet availability, vehicle readiness, and service reliability. At EV Zip, we are not just offering rides. We are building a cleaner, safer, and smarter urban mobility ecosystem. EV Zip, connecting the first mile, completing the last mile.
So that was a small video about our company, sir, which actually gives the brief of the entire activities, what we do. So, presentation. So as our video also shows, we actually want to focus the first and last mile connectivity between the underserved areas. That was the concept. You know, most of the places today, if you take the tier 2 cities, the challenge what we have is the newly developed areas in the last 10 to 12 years. If you take, most of these guys, Uber or Ola or your Rapido doesn't serve. Or even if they serve, there are a lot of cancellations, there are a lot of issues. You know, at least 3 or 4 times you cancel a trip and then only you get it. And to provide a affordable commute between these particular underserved areas and the public transportation hubs, typically your metros which are developing in most of the cities, tier 2 cities if you take, these are all underserved. So this is the concept with which we have actually incorporated this company. And then we actually wanted to do it at a very low cost commute, bringing in you know, 2-wheelers and 3-wheelers into this, but a lot of compliance issues or transport department issues in most of the states actually have restricted us to go for those particulars. But we still went ahead and started the concept with electric cars, and we slowly scaled it up. So why it matters, you know, most of the people actually use their personal commute because these are not actually served. These areas are not served and they don't get proper commute on the right time. So this is where actually, you know, it matters because, you know, they don't get parking places in these. So we would like to connect these particular areas with low cost commute as well as shuttles or your cars or whatever, addressing different class of communities. What we have, it's all electric cabs, your seamless connectivity. I'm talking of enhanced safety, AI-based optimized operations, and women-centric mobility. We have been, you know, we have signed an agreement with L&T Hyderabad Metro Rail last year, and we are their official EV partner, and we were the first official EV partner actually connecting their first and last miles between these particular metro stations. And this is the diverse fleet what we have. Depending on the class of the commuter, we have vehicles deployed as of now. We are slowly bringing in shuttles. We are waiting for actually the mini buses which are into the electric segment. These are yet to be launched. I think only a couple of operators came in, but manufacturers came in, but still those vehicles are not on road. So they are still in the homologation stage. We are waiting for those. We have actually huge demand for those particular sector also, connecting that particular last mile to the offices in the cyber cities or in your high-tech cities, what have come up in most of the major cities today. So we actually have our technology inbuilt. We have you know, booking as well as the driver apps, and we have come up with our own asset management as well as the hub management softwares built in, which has also the interface of the live dashboards. I can also see the revenues being earned on real time vehicle-wise, rather vehicle-wise, trip-wise also. So these are the parking and charging hubs we have actually developed in the areas where we are operating. So typically your electric vehicles require every week one AC charging. So I cannot run around for that particular chargings, and I should have those particular hubs at the nearby vicinities and those geographies where we operate. So we are actually building these, and for this we have actually got subsidy from the government on the power tariff, and it's not the commercial rate what we pay for charging. So our offerings, you know, initially when we have started actually to mitigate the risk, we have also signed up with corporates, and we have deployed some vehicles. That's on 24/7 basis for their first and last mile connectivity of the employees. We also have some vehicles deployed, so ETS is one thing. As we said, shuttle services, we have tried it on a pilot with our 4-wheelers between certain SEZs and metro hubs, which had been a success, but we'll have to bring in vehicles which can actually optimize that particular ride with more people being transported at a time. So
thank you so much, sir. Your time is up. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'll just take you through. Yeah, I'm ready to take questions, please.
Investors, can we have any questions for the team?
How many vehicles do you have plying on the road and which cities today?
120, sir. We have 120 in Hyderabad and Vijayawada. Vijayawada, we have only 11. We just started on a pilot 3 months back. But Hyderabad, we have 110.
Blue Smart folding up has created a space. The space is there. But VinFast has started operations multi-cities. They
Yes.
have their own vehicles. So how are you leasing the vehicles? You have multiple. I saw Kia, I saw different OEMs. So
Right.
what is your leasing policy and what is your IRR on the lease? Because
So effectively, if we take Blue Smart as a model, they have done an excellent job. Let me endorse that. They have built the entire ecosystem and they have scaled it up to 8,000. It is that governance issue which actually has brought them down. It was not the model. And today, the transition from this particular ICE vehicles to EV is very important, and also government is also pushing it hard. And today, corporates also actually have to fall in line to transport their people, and they are actually shifting it to electric vehicles now. And then the second part, what you said on the asset-heavy model, as I rightly understand, if I can take it, we have initially started with our own funds and then bank support, and slowly actually leasing companies today look at anything above 100 fleet to actually come and lease. So we are getting the traction now. We have just signed up with a couple of companies and taken that 4 Kias or whatever, and about 10 vehicles we have taken it on lease, and now it goes on. Now people are ready to actually give it on lease, and we have that RSV model where after 4 years asset comes back on our books. Here I can actually defer that particular depreciation loss which comes onto the books, and it shows, it gets into that particular, maths. The next step actually, when you see in the RSV, when I get back those particular assets after 4 years, then obviously my book is very healthy.
the reason I asked you is because if you go B2C, your demand will outstrip your supply. And if you can't provide, that will have a negative impact on your publicity. That is one. Second is, what will you do with the 10 crores and what is the valuation expectation you have?
Yes, sir. So you rightly pointed out, sir, when we have actually launched the app and done community-based marketing, we actually launched only in North Hyderabad, and we were very clear that we cannot service that particular demand. And we operated only those areas and build that loyal base, customer base, either it's on the subscription model they want to take or airports rides from that particular localities. They actually understand, and we also have a offline booking model where they pre-book also. So that's how we actually scaled up slowly and then build those revenues. On the second component, what you have asked, we are asking for 10 crores for increasing the fleet to 250. And today, the valuation, what we are asking is 70 crores.
We'll just take the last question.
Yes. Would like to know, it's mentioned in your deal book that you have raised previous rounds. Can you shed some light on what rounds you have raised earlier?
So the very first round, what we have raised was in the family and friends, which is 2.8 crores. We diluted an equity of 20% because it was in the first 4 months of operation we got the traction, with which actually we could take it up to 100. And later, at 30 crore valuation, we actually raised a rights issue only, and that was 2 crores. And this was again endorsed by a debt from a NBFC, where we, as promoters, we have pledged our share and then got debt of 1.8 crores at 30 crore valuation.
So we don't have any institutional investor as of now?
The first lot, as I said, was supported by banks. So I have Canara Bank as my banker. Today, SBI is also ready to give it on the. But we are actually wanting to get into that particular leasing model and then take that forward. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we have a huge round of applause?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
I absolutely love that the investors are asking so many questions. That means we're really drumming up some good interest here. With that, I'd like to call our next startup, Zero EV, the founder, Mr. Bharat Pritmani and Manish Kachawa.
Hello. Hello. Good morning, everyone. I am Bharat Pitwani. I'm co-founder Anantri Vehicles Private Limited.
Hi, myself Manish Kachawa.
So Manish is also co-founder of Anantri Vehicles Private Limited, and our brand name is Zero. Our domain is last mile mobility domain, and we are a startup who has won the award as best innovative startup of MP for 2026. And this award was given to us by Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh in the month of January. So we are into last mile mobility domain, and our brand name is Zero, and our brand name Zero directs us on 5 aspects. The first aspect is zero pollution. That means every decision and direction we take should help reduce pollution. The second is zero noise. The third is zero compromise. The fourth is zero breakdown maintenance. So these are key elements of our brand, and I'll just share our presentation. So with brand Zero, what we are looking forward for is deployment of 20,000 vehicles by the year 2030. Our vision is to be among the top 3 brands operating in this domain, and we will be continuously driving on our mission to improvise and work on this domain so as to improve on the 3 problems which we are solving. The 3 problems or the 3 challenges which we are addressing is obviously the increasing pollution from the last mile mobility, because the demand is up, the population is continuously increasing, and hence the contribution to the pollution is moving upwards. The second challenge is the safety challenge, because most of the players, the workers in this domain are operating with products which are actually developed and designed for B2C application. I repeat, for B2C application. Whereas the requirement is B2B application product. The third and final problem statement which we are addressing is the safety challenge, and which is, the profitability challenge. The profitability is a big challenge in last mile mobility today, because the vehicles being deployed today demand a lot of maintenance, and these are definitely designed and developed for B2C, not B2B application. So these are the key challenges which we are addressing with our brand Zero. These are the 2 platforms which we have developed to address this last mile mobility challenges. We have developed 2 platforms. One is M series platform, which is Bing series platform, and B series platform, which is Bolt series platform. Both these platforms we have tested vigorously. As far as M series platform is concerned, we have validated this product on field since last 2.5 years. M series product, Bing series product is 2-wheeler agile product which is designed, developed for B2B duty cycle on last mile mobility. M series is heavy duty product which can be extended to 3-wheeler as well. We have also developed our own IoT and an app so that we can have these vehicles run connectively, and at the same time the app ensures that we are able to operate these vehicles effectively and efficiently. So the management through this app becomes very easy when it comes to Zero. Like I mentioned about M series Bing, we have deployed more than 1,000 vehicles, and these vehicles are running in 8 cities in different geographies, different type of geographies and topographies since last maybe 2 years or so. These vehicles have covered almost 50 million kilometers way back. And so what we want to say now is that M series Bing product, which is a hero product for last mile mobility, is ready to get scale up. What makes us unique and our product unique is our frugal engineering. That means with very less efforts, we are able to develop and design our product. We have a very unique NPD process which helps us to get the right product for the right market on a very fast track manner. We have in-house manufacturing where we are able to do fabrication as well as assembly in-house, and that helps us to keep our design in a very secret way. We have also secured patent for both the designs, for both the platforms, the B platform and the M platform. So the patent was secured almost 1.5 years back. As far as opportunity is concerned, this is opportunity with the sales of EV 2-wheelers by 2020, which is around $21.5 billion. But if you look at the gap today, like somebody was talking about, that it's like 10 millions of gig workers operating today, and hardly there is population of 1 lakh electric vehicles being acquired by them. So there's a huge population, and at the same time, there's a huge opportunity which is waiting for this last mile mobility electric vehicles, which are agile, which are less maintenance, which are defying the concept of end of life.
Last 2 minutes, please.
Our revenue stream is focusing on the rental revenue, and obviously in past we have been deploying piloting the vehicles. Our past revenue has been in terms of selling the pilot lot vehicles, and we are also looking forward to some allied businesses like green credits, sales and advertisement, and various collaborations so that we can enhance our bottom line. Our last year turnover was 185 lakhs, and this year with rental, and this 184 lakhs came from sales of our pilot lot vehicles. This year we are gunning down at 5 crores revenue target, and next year somewhere in the mid we are looking at touching 20 crore revenue. This will purely come from rental business and deployment of the vehicles which are targeted. We have already started now. This is our team, which is very seasoned team, which has decades of experience in almost each and every domain. I myself have an experience of 28 years. With 24 years, I worked with Volvo Asia, and my last designation was head of sales, head of marketing and product strategy for Volvo Asia.
Last 1 minute.
This is our ask. We are looking forward for an investment of 9.14 crores. Major chunk of this investment would go into the fleet deployment, and this chunk, this 9.14 crores, is required in next 3 quarters so as for deployment of 1,500 vehicles. So, like I said, Zero is just not just a brand; it's a revolution. Revolutions to ensure that the last mile mobility is less polluting. Revolution so that we are able to make last mile mobility a profitable business, and revolution in a sense that we want to give a very safe environment to our gig operators who are the heroes of the last mile mobility. Thank you so much.
My question is to understand whether you want to be an OEM or do you want to become a operator, leasing operator?
Yes, so we want to drive our revenue purely from fleet. We are an OEM and we want to be captive producer of vehicles. That means we'll produce vehicles for our own business. Because we have got a product which is hero, which defies the concept of end of life. It is actually a zero breakdown product. So we have established it well, and so we want to produce product for our own
So
use.
you don't want to sell this product in the market, you just want to...
Yeah, we will
you want to be a leasing operator or an operator of vehicles with an OEM at the back end.
So we are OEM for ours, but yes, as far as we will remain a sort of OEM for certain captive businesses. But our primary business would be rental business, where we will be operating our own fleet for rental business. So that's the key with us.
And I'd like to understand the vehicle a little better. Where are you getting the battery from, the powertrain and IoT? Is it all developed in-house or external parties? And is there any other IP apart from design?
So we have designed our product, we manufacture it in-house, so it's purely patented for design. Our vehicle is quite flexible because we know adoption of EV is taking time, and we have got tier 2, tier 3 cities which are yet to catch up. So our vehicle is quite modular. It can adapt to any sort of battery, any chemistry. You talk of LFP, NMC, LTO, any sort of battery, up to 3 kilowatt of batteries, our vehicle can adapt. So it's quite flexible. At the same time, it's pure steel with very less of plastic, and that plastic is also manufactured in-house in our own premise. So that way, we have complete control on our product. Our entire suppliers are indigenous, that means from India. And a major component is like motor component, like from EMF or from Shakti Pump, it is indigenized beyond 90%. So it's completely indigenous sort of product, and we have complete control on the production and supply of this product.
Hi, can you talk a little bit about benchmarks against like other EV providers that are in the market, other vehicles that are there in the market? What do you compare on and how do you fare?
So if you look at our competitors, like we look at competitors like which are represented into last mile mobility, and we find that most of the players have restricted locklet with respect to the battery range. So we offer a battery range up to 160 kilometers. So you can operate with 70, 80 kilometers battery range. You can operate with 160 kilometers battery range itself. You can work with swappable battery. You can work with fixed batteries. So that's the modularity we have. The vehicle is robust. It's completely steel. Very rare to have a breakdown maintenance sort of. So that's very rare in the industry because we know industry is suffering from a lot of maintenance issues because there are a lot of colored vehicles moving in the market with plastics, which are eating up a lot of revenue which are earned by the fleet owners. Not only the plastic, we have records that there are failures in terms of the chassis failures, in terms of various aggregate failures. So we have got that data, and we have benchmarked all those things. And these vehicles practically have covered 15 crore kilometers. We have mentioned here 5 crore kilometers, 50 million kilometers, but practically our vehicles have covered 15 crore kilometers, and they are still running. And I can tell you, I can vouch that very rarely people will tell in last mile mobility who are competing us that there is no end of life for the vehicle. We are challenging to everybody in the ecosystem that our product is meant for life. If you maintain it well, it's for lifetime.
When you say 160 kilometers, as opposed to other competitors, what enables you to get that extended range?
So we have got battery box capacity which is quite flexible. So last improvement was that we made it a bit larger so that we can accommodate even upcoming technologies as well. So our battery box is quite flexible in terms of like accommodating the batteries. So you can accommodate a small EMO battery which is 2 kilowatt.
What is your ask for the 9.14 crores? What is the pre-money valuation expectation?
So we are looking forward at a valuation of 50 crores. So 2 years back when we got a seed fund from our incubation center, at that time valuation was 27.76 crores. And today what we are looking forward at a valuation of 50 crores.
And you said that, so in percentage terms, this is completely made in India, 70% made in India, 80% made in India, 100% made in India?
So we don't have any, we have zero import as of moment.
Okay.
Our motor supplier has less than 4% import.
Okay.
So like EMF has all indigenized. If you look at Shaktipam, even they have got their own aluminum. They've got their sintering plant there. They've got their own aluminum. So I feel beyond, I can challenge that we are making India.
So how many vehicles are today on the road, and what is your production capacity in your current facility?
So we have got 1,000 plus vehicles on road, more than 1,100 vehicles on road running. And our production capacity as of moment is 500 vehicles a month. And we can ramp it. We can ramp up at any point of time because it's a factor of manpower which needs to be added.
So you will be completely rental, or you will also want to sell some of the units?
So there are captive businesses which are dealing with us. Certain cloud kitchens dealing with us for captive businesses. So those will be there because they will not be competing us, they will be complementing us. So we will be focused to remain a rental player, but however there is a demand from captive players which will be serving. So part of our capacity will be utilized in selling those vehicles to those captive customers.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I love that there's a lot of interest, but in the interest of time, we'll keep moving ahead. Can we have a huge round of applause for Team Zero EV?
Thank you so much.
So we'll have the rest of our pitches एक छोटे से break के बाद. But in the meantime, I'd like to invite Mr. Rajat Pandey to invite the rest of our investors to stage. And I'd also like to invite Dr. Abha Singh and Divya Thakkar to do the felicitation.
Now we have the full house. Earlier, we had Addison, Karan, Agam, and Harshvardhan. Now we have the full house, and I would like to invite Ojasvi Babbar for MED Capital Ventures. Please come on stage. Anup Mohan, Blue Hill. Sunil Kavale. Aditya Joshi, partner at Venture Garage. Amit Singhal, partner at Indiacon Angels. Bhumika Jain, Transition VC. And I would also like to call upon Addison, Agam, Karan. Please come on stage. I would like to have the full house. A picture is very much needed at this moment. And Harshvardhan, where are you? Do we already have Harshvardhan?
There is a lot of net worth right here on this stage, everybody. Can we have a huge round of applause for our investors? So as you can imagine, this is a very unique opportunity for everybody where we have so many investors right here on stage. So let's flip the script for a second. Can I please ask all the investors to stay on stage for just 2 minutes?
It is the time when everyone was saying और हम सुन रहे थे. But as you said, Harsha, perfectly said, a lot of net worth on the stage. Sir, can you spread a little more? We will only take 2 questions from any one of you, only 2 questions. It's a golden opportunity. Pitch नहीं करना है आपको, ज़्यादा presentation नहीं देनी है. आपको कुछ पूछना हो तो हमारे साथ investors हैं. You can ask anything, especially from the students.
This is a very
future
rare
perfect.
opportunity to ask something directly to investors.
Raise your hands and I'll come to you. The future of India, the future perfect tense of India. Anyone? Yes, please come quickly. I'm not sure about the mic range, but yes, please come quickly. Anyone else? Yes, you also. 2 से 3 हो गए. Okay, say your good name.
My name is Sanyog. So hi investors, I am Sanyog, founder and CEO of EV Urja. Just wanted to know what are the key metrics that investor look to invest on startup. Like it can be a financial model as well as what would be in terms of scalability and tech stack that investor look. Thank you.
Anyone?
First and foremost, we look at the founder because the money is given to the founder and his execution capabilities. That's the first and foremost thing. And how the founder can take feedback. It is very important that you will have hard days. So the maneuvering aspect, how you can quickly pivot, change, and quickly adapt to the current situation, that is the first thing that is judged. Second thing is how big the market you want to play in. And third is how far you can get. This is the initial assessment that we need to do to judge whether we want to invest or not. Maybe my colleagues will be able to add a few more points.
So we can say next time we can see a startup founder soon. Okay, next questions we can take. Your name and your question.
Hello, I'm Dhruvi and I'm a business analyst. My question is, what are the 4 factors that any startup we should look at if we are just seeing the pitch and that should be important.
Please share the mic.
Hi. So the first thing that we look at is the size of the opportunity that you're building for. So if you have a very large opportunity, a great founder in a very small market is not as good as a mediocre founder in a very large market. So I would say the size of the opportunity. Second, as my colleague Addison has already mentioned, the expertise of the founder in the field that you're building towards. Like if you have already built in the space, you understand the space, if you are familiar with the space, I think that's a big plus. And third, and probably the final factor is, what is your clarity of thought? What is your adaptability? That's definitely something that we look for as investors.
And you can possibly add on to that the moat. I think it's very important to showcase along with the founders and the market size, the moat, the defensibility that you have, that why is it this problem can only be solved by these founders and not by anybody else, and what is it that defends you against any of the other competitors, or what makes you better than anybody else?
Thank you so much, sir. Wonderful, superb. तालियां जो इनको reply. I hope you are satisfied. हमने दो सोचे थे, 4 questions हो गए हैं, and we have one of the organizers, Mr. Akshay, is going to ask.
Hi, thank you everyone for being here. I think I've been bothering you from last 1 or 2 days. Pardon me for that. Akshay here from Crenovate and the Pitara company. Very simple question which I have asked 7-8 years back also. Again I'm asking. If anyone is coming up with a company, now what is the criteria? Of course you have explained, but every time we are seeing there's a cash burn which is happening, loss-making companies and the maximum funding that they are getting. So what's the wise decision? Should we burn cash, go for losses, turnover बढ़ता है, and then we get funding, or what way one should follow? Because still if you'll take anything, Zepto, Blinkit, they all are loss-making, burning cash, but still the valuation 1, 2 billion, 4 billion, $10 billion.
So sir, So, sir, it is purely depending upon the startup idea, how you want to build the companies. Definitely, as per basic rule of accounting or the finance, whenever you start, you will have to burn that. There is no harm in that. But you will have to always create a balance between the growth and the profitability as well. It should not be like that, that you don't have enough cash in bank, but you are still burning. In case you have a balance available and you are sure that there will be a break-even point. I keep using this word, and this is very important for all the students, that what is the break-even point in your company. So once we reach that, then it means you are at a no profit, no loss situation. But definitely every business has a gestation period. So during that period, they will have to burn. Loss is extremely important for the company as well in case you are looking for a private equity. Sometimes people ask, in case I have a profitable company, so then you don't require the external funding in that case. You can work with the loans and your own capital itself, because there are such business which requires the behavioral change of the consumer, and you need to acquire the customer as well. So if I will take an example of D2C company, direct to consumer company, you will have to acquire the customer and you will have to spend the money. But the lifetime value of the customer is very high. In case you can create a balance between the customer acquisition cost and the lifetime value of the customer, definitely burn is okay. But if you are burning unnecessarily and there is no path to profitability, profitability is not so important, but path to profitability should be there, then there is no harm, and you can create a company with a loss-making company.
Sir, questions are flooding, but we are going to take the last one.
No, thank you very much. I think that's it.
Thank
we are
you
running
so
on
much.
a very tight schedule. Thanks a lot, investors. Thanks a lot, guys. Friends, please.
आपकी तालियों की आवाज सुनाई देते रहे for wonderful question and answer session.
Thank you all for being a good sport. We will continue with the day. Moving on, we have our first industry address, Commercial Mobility Outlook 2026. Delivering our industry address is a former Air Force officer and an automotive veteran with over 30 years experience of global scaling transformative mobility solutions. Mr. Rajat Gupta, as the head of the commercial mobility business at TVS Motor Company, is pioneering the shift towards sustainable, tech-driven transport. He also launched India's first Bluetooth-connected electric three-wheeler. Please welcome a purpose-driven leader whose operational excellence is actively redefining the clean mobility. A huge round of applause.
Thank you so much, sir, and welcome onto the stage.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It is a privilege to be here among founders, investors, policymakers, OEM, financiers, technology providers, and ecosystem builders who are shaping the future of mobility in India. You know, it is very interesting. Few years ago, when I was on my trip to Pune, one small fleet owner asked me, like most operator, his focus was very simple: maximize uptime, control crisis, and improve earning. And as we reviewed his monthly expense, he pointed to his fuel bill and asked me a question: what will be the electric mobility in future, and when will it become something that makes business sense for me? The question has stayed with me then, because ultimately the future of commercial mobility will not be decided by technology alone, it will be decided by economics. And today, for the first time, we are seeing economies, technology, policy, and market demand coverage at scale. India is at inflection point. Definitely, India EV journey is no longer about proving ability. It is now about scaling adoption. Just to tell you, India has crossed 5.5 million EVs on the road, with annual EV sales exceeding 2.3 million units, accounting for nearly 8% of the total new vehicle getting registered. This includes end-to-end EV, two-wheeler, three-wheeler, all put together. Now, the commercial EV market alone is expected to grow from approximately $5 billion today to nearly $40 billion in 2023. These numbers tells us something very important. The debate is no longer whether EV will succeed. The debate is how quickly we can build the ecosystem required to support that success. And now, nowhere is that more relevant today in the commercial mobility. I would like to say, being the commercial mobility expert, commercial mobility matters. These are the backbone of Indian economy. Nearly 70% of India moves by road, supported by a fleet of over 12 million trucks. Road transport contributes close to 90% of the transport-related emissions, while medium and heavy commercial vehicle, which represent only a small fraction of vehicle on the road, contribute a disproportionately large share of emission and fuel consumption. But this is not just a sustainability challenge. It is an economic opportunity. Every liter of diesel saved improves operating margins. Every reduction in logistic cost improves national competitiveness. Every improvement in fleet productivity strengthens the economy. That is why I believe the transition to commercial EV is not simply an environmentally imperative, it is an economic imperative. The strongest evidence comes from India's three-wheeler segment. India is today the world's largest electric three-wheeler market, and almost 60% of the market, including L3 and L5, is on electric vehicle. Wherein you have seen the growth in L5 segment, it is now almost 40% of the total market. Because why this? The question comes why? The economic works. Commercial customers do not buy a vehicle, they invest in earning assets. When lower operating costs, reduced maintenance expenses, and improved profitability become visible, adoption follows naturally. The success of electric three-wheeler provides a blueprint for the next phase of electrification across cargo mobility, urban logistics, buses, and eventually larger commercial landscape. Another structural trend accelerating this transition is the growth of India's digital economy. India's e-commerce market is expected to exceed $300 billion by 2030. Every online order creates a transportation requirement. Every same-day delivery creates a mobility opportunity, whether it is last mile delivery, urban cargo movement, grocery fulfillment, or hyperlocal logistics. What we are witnessing is the convergence of two powerful trends: the rise of digital commerce, and the rise of electrical mobility. Together, they will fundamentally reshape how goods moves across the cities and towns. While technology has advanced rapidly, I believe the biggest challenge, there is no longer engineering, the biggest challenge will be financing and the charging infrastructure. Over the past few years, 5 years, India has invested approximately 2.23 lakh crore into the EV ecosystem through manufacturing, charging infrastructure and policy support. Yet studies suggest this represents only about 18% of the capital required to achieve India's broader EV ambition by 2030. And no bigger platform than HEV has brought today to engage with the investor as well as the startups which are trying to build this ecosystem. The next breakthrough in EV adoption may come from financing innovation as much as from battery innovation. This brings me to another important trend. The future customer may not necessarily want to own every component of the vehicle. Battery as a service is already demonstrating the potential. When battery accounts to nearly 40 to 50% of the vehicle acquisition cost, separating battery ownership from vehicle ownership, this can significantly improve the affordability. Battery swapping networks are expanding, flexible leasing models are emerging, vehicle as a service and subscription models are gaining traction. The future customer may increasingly pay for kilometers, uptime, productivity, rather than the ownership alone. This shift has the potential to dramatically expand the electric mobility. And of course, the data will become the new infrastructure because every connected commercial EV generates intelligence, be it battery health, be it vehicle utilization, route efficiency, driver behavior, predictive maintenance, fleet telematics. In the future, data will do more than operation. It will improve financing, it will help determine residual value, it will reduce landing risk, it will improve insurance model, and in many ways, data will become the invisible infrastructure powering the next phase of commercial mobility. So, the next growth engine, the next chapter of India EV story will not be written only in Delhi, Bangalore, Mumbai or Chennai. It will be increasingly written in cities like Surat, Coimbatore, Indore, Kochi, Lucknow, Patna, and hundreds of other emerging markets. As logistic networks deepen and entrepreneurship expand, Tier 2 and Tier 3 market will become the largest engine of commercial EV growth. To unlock the opportunity, charging infrastructure, financing access, service network, and digital ecosystem must expand beyond metropolitan city. A little bit about TVS. At TVS, our vision is to transform the quality of life of people through mobility solutions that are exciting, responsible, sustainable, and safe. Our mission goes beyond building vehicles. We aspire to build sustainable commercial mobility ecosystem to create value for the customer, channel partner, business, and in whole the society. Because no single organization can build this future alone. OEM need financier need data, fleet operator need charging network need energy provider, and the entire ecosystem benefit from that supporting policy and innovation. Now, what do we look ahead in 2030? As we are looking ahead, I believe 5 shifts will define commercial mobility in India. Electric mobility will become the default choice across several vehicle categories. Financing innovation will accelerate the adoption. Flexible ownership model will become the mainstream. Connected vehicle will evolve into intelligence business assets. Ecosystem partnership will become the most important driver of growth. The opportunity before us is not simply to electrify vehicle, it is to redefine how mobility is financed, power, connected, and delivered. India has the market, India has the talent, India has the manufacturing capability and the entrepreneurial energy. Now we must build this ecosystem. Because the future of commercial mobility will not be won by the company that builds the best vehicle alone, it will be won by the ecosystem that creates the most value of the customer. With this, I end my 2 cents. Thanks a lot for listening. All the best. Thank you.
Sir, Rajat sir, we would like to invite again you on the stage. And now I would like to invite Dr. Abha Singh and Divya Thakkar to felicitate Mr. Rajat Gupta. आपकी तालियों की आवाज सुनाई देते रहे for our keynote speaker, Mr. Rajat Gupta. Thank you so much, sir, for having you here. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Divya. And next, another prominent keynote speaker, Mrs. Kaushalya Nandkumar, who's the Chief Business Officer, Emerging Mobility Business Unit, Hero Motor Corp. I would like to invite her to come up on stage and share a few words. Please, आपकी तालियों की आवाज सुनाई देती रहे to encourage and keep the warmth up here. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Namaskar, especially to my young friends at the back of the room. It's amazing energy to see so many young people having so many brilliant ideas in the world of EV. But of course, good afternoon to all my friends, colleagues, peers, and of course, co-creators of this amazing electric transition. It's an amazing privilege to stand here before all of you to talk about one of the most exciting transformations that Bharat has had a chance to lead. Bas 5 saal pehle, I don't think a forum like this itself would have been possible. To have so many people invested in the EV transition for the country and the world, it's almost incredible to see. When we talk about adoption, India has always kind of bucked the trend and they've gone above and beyond. Digital transformation, we were amazing in terms of how we adopted digital payments. EV में भी ऐसा लग रहा है कि India is going to not just do good, they're going to lead the world in this transition. I have some very cool statistics that my team always helps me pull up. Since 2020, EV sales in India has grown 11-fold. Last year, 2.5 million vehicles were registered in the country. And we have low-speed vehicles which do not get registered almost to the same number. That's 5 million vehicles that are plying on the road just in 1 year. ये बहुत बड़ा number है, 50 lakh गाड़ियाँ. And it's not a small thing that a forum like this today is gathered to felicitate some of the reasons that that's happened. This growth in India has been very unique, because it's been led by 2- and 3-wheelers. My friend and colleague Rajat talked a little bit about how commercial vehicles are leading this transition, but India mein 2- and 3-wheelers are actually showing the way in terms of what EV penetration can do. और हम बैठे हैं आज मध्य प्रदेश में. Is Madhya Pradesh far ahead, you think, of the transition, just at the transition, or just below? Again, to pull up some statistics, in just 2.5 months of this financial year, Madhya Pradesh has crossed 10% EV penetration in 2-wheelers, making a point that now this transition for MP is here to stay. MP will remain one of the top performing states, we believe, in terms of national leadership. Hitting double-digit growth means पीछे मुड़ के अभी नहीं देख पाएगा मध्य प्रदेश. EVs are here to stay. So then I asked ourselves the question, are we gathered here today to just talk about an ambition in domestic, or truly are we going to be able to embody the vision that the country saw, make in India for the world? And that's when HEV, when they talked about the 3 pillars of scale, of trust, it was very, very kind of, good resounding with me. Let's talk about scale. In terms of participation from government, regulatory bodies, OEMs, and ecosystem, all the three have worked well together. FAME subsidy, the production-linked incentives for automobile and advanced cell chemistry, PME drive, have all supported in very good ways to get the scale element in. Policy truly created an opportunity, and OEMs were not far behind, as were startups and CPOs. We led with supply chain innovation, battery manufacturing, software, technology, electronics, advanced manufacturing, and world-class quality systems. Again, making in India for the world. In VIDA, which is powered by Hero MotoCorp, we see this responsibility existing even beyond just providing world-class electric scooters. We've leveraged our manufacturing excellence, engineering capabilities, supplier relations to build a truly world-class EV offering for our friends in India and abroad. The commitment of the industry for investment is also not far behind. We have heard multiple commitments across the country to invest in EV infrastructure. We too have talked about investing close to 1,400 crores in our two-wheeler segment. A large part of it is going into the EV space. So I do believe India is no longer thinking domestic. India is thinking global. The second pillar is trust. This industry has seen a fair number of ups and downs in the early stage. Many of us who are part of that industry have seen that. But today, trust is something that's become almost implicit in the industry. New technology has always only succeeded when trust has been built around it. Consumers are very clear. They need a vehicle, they need a mode of transport that's safe, reliable, durable, and supported through its life cycle. It was great to see some of the startups talk about how much they've invested in the quality of the product. Government too has played a fantastic role here, enabling robust safety regulation, battery quality standards, charging protocols, even recycling guidelines and testing frameworks. Again, as OEMs, one of the things that we realize is trust is something that you have to earn every single day with every single customer. We have to continue to build safe products, build transparent battery performances that customers can rely on, warranty systems that are dependable, after sales, spare parts, which are again dependable, connected diagnostics, and an overall excellent ownership experience. Trust is actually something which is the most difficult to earn and the easiest to lose. So as an ecosystem, and most of the key players are here today, we have to continue to build trust on electric mobility. And last but not least, HEV talked about accessibility, and it means so many things to so many people. It's not just measured by whether we have products that everyone can purchase at a lower price point. It's also about how easy is it to own an EV. So investment in charging infrastructure. In VIDA, we've invested in removable batteries because we do believe Indians need flexibility on charging. So I think for us, the real world examples actually came from the EV revolution that is now happening not just in the metros and tier 1s, which is what we had thought earlier, but from tier 2, tier 3 cities which are embracing electrification like nothing before. आप ही के स्टेट में एक ऐसा शहर है ग्वालियर जिसके बारे में मैं बात करना चाहती हूँ. In Gwalior, 51% of all new two-wheelers registered are EV. So that is the revolution that this state is bringing in. My view is, as this tipping point comes, there is very little that the electric transition industry will ever look back on. And the last is the continued investment and focus on charging. Again, some of our young startups talked a little bit about it and how important it is to elevate charging anxiety. And that's something at VIDA, again, we are very committed to, both by investing in a public charging network, which is accessible to all, but also to giving removable battery. I want to close today by saying my heart is very filled with pride as I see this room filled with both the young energy of people who want to come into this industry and players like us who've been here and are taking the change transition by the horns. So thank you so much. I wish all of you a great day, and may the EV transition continue. Thank you.
Ma'am, we will request you to stay on the stage, and that is why it is said that leadership is not about predicting the future, it is about creating it. And thank you for the deep insights and your words. Now I would like to invite Mr. Vikram Chauhan to come up on stage and felicitate Kaushalya ma'am. Vikram Chauhan, sir. तालियों की आवाज सुनाई देती रहे. For such a lovely personality, Kaushalya Anand Kumar, Chief Business Officer, Emerging Mobility Business Unit, Hero Motocorp. So all of you here must be having some fun. Make some noise. So now, for the next segment, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have a milestone moment coming up for India's clean mobility ecosystem. We all know that in the EV space, capital is critical, right, Harsha? But capital always follows validation.
Absolutely. You can have a groundbreaking next generation product, but it still needs to be tested, certified, and proven safe before it launches.
So Humans of EV is officially joining forces with ARAI AMTIF, India's premier authority on mobility incubation and R&D. This partnership creates a direct bridge between startups and ARAI AMTIF's world's class testing prototyping facilities.
To formalize this transformative partnership, please welcome to the stage the leadership of ARAI AMTIF, Mr. Sudeep Ambare, Executive Director and CEO ARAI AMTIF, along with Dr. Lalit Singh, CEO of HEV, Mrs. Divya Thakkar, Editor of HEV, for the official MOU signing.
Sir and ma'am, please, to come up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, you are witnessing for the first time an MOU. आपकी तालियां इस MOU को और ज़्यादा encouragement और warmth देगी.
For all the startups present here, this is a huge partnership in the right direction to make everything much easier and much more accessible for the startups and the founders.
And we have Sandeep sir to say something on this.
Hello. First of all, a huge round of applause and thanks to Divya, Lalitji and the team for making this happen. So when we talk about investments, the biggest term that we are hearing today is valuation, right? And as the gentleman said, valuation is very, very important, but one step ahead of the curve, we need to be with validation. Validation is not just on technology, it is on investments, but more importantly, the entire lifespan of the product, of the service that you're creating. So my humble request to every innovator here, to every investor here, and more importantly, every person here, let us break India from the common term of jugaad and connect jugaad with innovation and investments as a holistic idea. Unless we do that, we'll not be able to raise capital. Unless we do that, we're not going to put India on the global map. So let's validate and more importantly, integrate these two together for creating a bigger value chain, and that's what we are here today to sign up with Divya and the team. We'll be supporting innovators with investments, but validation support across the mobility sector. So looking forward to support you all in the validation journey with ARA Amtiv. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sandeep sir. Now, I would like to request Divya ma'am to felicitate Sandeep sir. Thank you so much, sir.
I would also like to acknowledge that we have someone very, very special with us today. We have Mr. Satyendra Singh Lohia, the country's prestigious Padma Shri Award winner, the Tenzing Norgay National Adventure Award, and the highest state-level honor, the Vikram Award. Please put your hands together for a true sporting icon and an absolute inspiration, Mr. Satyendra Singh Lohia.
ये स्टेट लेवल अवार्ड नहीं, हमारे मध्य प्रदेश के पद्मश्री अवार्डी हैं सत्येंद्र जी लोहिया, एंड ही इज अ पैरा स्विमर. इंग्लिश चैनल पार किया, अभी न्यूजीलैंड पार किया.
मैं चाहूंगा स्टैंडिंग ओवेशन विद ऑल ऑफ यू, फ्रॉम ऑल ऑफ यू, to welcome iconic and inspirational personality, Mr. Satyendra Singh Lohia, who is here on the stage. आपकी तालियों की आवाज इन्होंने जो हमें फख्र महसूस करवाया है उसके लिए बहुत जरूरी है और आज हमारे बीच यहां पर हैं. सत्येंद्र जी वेलकम है. आपके बारे में जितनी बातें की जाए कम है. थैंक यू सो मच. एक बार जोरदार तालियां सत्येंद्र जी के लिए, पद्मश्री सत्येंद्र जी. एक स्टोरी जो आप सबके साथ शेयर करता हूं, वो बात जो दिल को छू जाती है, इंस्पिरेशनल, मैं चाहूंगा बिल्कुल आप यहां पे शेयर करें. हेलो.
तो सत्येंद्र भाई मेरे परम मित्र भी हैं और इनसे जब जब मेरी मुलाकात होती है तो इनसे हर बार मुझे कुछ नया ही सीखने को मिला है. जब मैंने इनके बारे में पहले सुना कि इन्होंने इंग्लिश चैनल पार किया, फिर मैं इनसे मिलने गया जहाँ से मेरी इनकी पहली मुलाकात हुई. उस दिन ये न्यूजीलैंड में, उसका नाम क्या है चैनल का, कुक स्ट्रीट, उसकी तैयारी कर रहे थे. मज़ेदार बात ये है, ये अपनी कहानी में तो बताएंगे, बट जो मुझे बड़ी रोचक लगी इनकी कहानी, ये बड़े मध्यम से कम मध्यम वर्गीय परिवार से आते, पैरा स्विमर हैं. मैंने इनसे पूछा ये हिम्मत आई कहाँ से कि ये एक जज्बा कि जिसके दो पैर नहीं चल रहे अच्छे से, और वो इस तरह का जज्बा आता कहाँ से है आप लोगों में कि आप भारत तो छोड़ो, आप सीधा इंग्लिश चैनल पार करने की सोच लें. तो उनने बताया, एक दिन मुझे बड़ा अच्छा समझाया और मैं उसको स्टार्टअप वर्ल्ड में भी बड़ा लेके चलता हूँ कि यार एक तो हिम्मत करने से डरना नहीं. यही कह रहे थे ना पार्क जब हम बैठे थे, बोले हिम्मत करने से डरना नहीं, और जैसे जैसे आप आगे बढ़ते जाओगे आपका रास्ता खुद ब खुद बनता जाएगा और कारवां बनता जाएगा। फिर इन्होंने मुझे कहानी बताई कि जब ये इंग्लिश चैनल के लिए पहली बार गए तो इनको फंड भी नहीं मिल रहा था कि वहां तक पहुंचने की क्षमता नहीं थी। फिर लगातार ये अपना प्रयास जारी रखे, फिर इनकी बातें गवर्नमेंट तक पहुंची, फिर गवर्नमेंट फंडिंग हुई, फिर टाटा ने इनको फंड किया। और ये सबसे बड़ी चीज है कि ये पहले प्रयास में वहां पहुंचे और वहां की ठंड देख के घबरा गए। वो पानी में उतरे, इनको अंदाजा ही नहीं था कि पानी कितना ठंडा होगा, और वो असफल होके वापस आए। बट असफलता को उन्होंने अपने दिल में नहीं रखा, उस असफलता से उन्होंने फिर सीख ली, बोले इस बार मैं और प्रयास करूंगा और अपने को कस्टम करूंगा कि वहां की परिस्थितियों के हिसाब से। और इस बार वो इंग्लिश चैनल जाते हैं और हमारे प्रदेश का और हमारे देश का पूरे सबको गौरवान्वित करते हैं। ऐसे हैं हमारे सत्येंद्र भाई। आर वी रेडी विद द AV? या सत्येंद्र भाई ऑल।
हेलो, थैंक यू सो मच। आपने तालियों से स्वागत किया, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और आज यहाँ इस कार्यक्रम में एक भविष्य के सुनहरे गढ़ने के जो सुनहरा भविष्य ईवी में उस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित हुए सभी सम्मानित महान भावों को मेरा सादर नमस्कार। सच में मैं अपने आप को पहले तो खेलों के कार्यक्रम में मैं उपस्थित, यहाँ पर बहुत से कार्यक्रम में मैं गया, खेल का जो भी कार्यक्रम मोटिवेशन होता है, बट जो ईवी के आज सुनहरे भविष्य के कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित होकर मैं अपने आप को श्योरली बहुत ही प्राउड फील कर रहा हूँ। एक मोटिवेशन है कि जिंदगी में नया इनोवेशन, ये थिंक, क्योंकि आने वाला भविष्य जिस तरीके से खिलाड़ी के जीवन में नया अपडेट होता रहता है, उसी तरीके से हमारी जो जनरेशन है उसके हिसाब से हमें अपडेट रहना चाहिए। हम एंड्रॉयड चीज़ें तो अपडेट करते हैं, मगर जो डेली का रूटीन का जो चीज़ें हम यूज करते हैं, अगर हम उनको अपडेट करेंगे तो मैं कहता हूँ देश के सुनहरे भविष्य के लिए बहुत बड़ा ये थिंक होगा। ईवी केवल इलेक्ट्रॉनिक व्हीकल नहीं है। मैं क्योंकि मेरा बोलना है, मेरे को बहुत अच्छा विषय ये लगा। एक स्वच्छ पर्यावरण के साथ साथ आने वाली एक सुनहरा पर्यावरण के साथ साथ स्वच्छ जो इन्वायरमेंट जो हमारा चेंज हो रहा है, उसके साथ साथ एक बहुत बड़ा ये कार्य है ईवी के साथ। जरूर मैं आने वाले भविष्य में यहाँ पर जो भी उपस्थित हैं, जो भी चर्चा कर रहे हैं, उन सभी को शुभकामनाएं और धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ कि स्वच्छ भारत अभियान के जो इंदौर के सबसे बड़ा शहर है उसमें आपने कार्यक्रम में आए। साथ में अपने बारे में भी मैं बताना चाहूँगा, जरूर आपको प्रोत्साहन मिलेगा। आप जैसा कि आदरणीय भाई ललित जी ने बताया, मैं दिव्यांगता हूँ, ये मेरी दिव्यांगता जरूर है, बट मैंने कभी ये अपने आप को कभी फील नहीं किया दैट इज नॉट माई प्रॉब्लम, दैट इज ए सुपर पावर हैव ए मेक टू माई लाइफ। अपने आप को कभी भी किसी से कमजोर नहीं समझा। हमेशा मैंने ये सोचा किसी भी कार्य करने के लिए शरीर की ताकत नहीं, मन और सोच और विश्वास और दृढ़ संकल्प होता है। तो मैं कहता हूं हर व्यक्ति कहीं से भी किसी भी पोजीशन पे हो, वो भी अपने देश का नाम अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर गौरवान्वित कर पाता है। जैसा कि मैं यहाँ पर 10 साल से हूँ इंदौर में, मैं भिंड से, चंबल से बिलोंग करता हूँ, जिसे डाकुओं के नाम से पहचाना जाता है। मैंने उसको बदलने का प्रयास किया, मैंने कहा स्पोर्ट के नाम से जाना जाएगा। और ये जैसा कि आपने अभी पद्मश्री का पुरस्कार का वीडियो देखा है, ये मेरे को ही सम्मानित नहीं किया, एक सोच को ये सम्मानित किया कि जो लोग दिव्यांग व्यक्तियों पर विश्वास नहीं करते, उन पर ट्रस्ट नहीं करते, इससे ये साबित होता है कि दिव्यांग व्यक्ति किसी कार्य करने में कमी नहीं है, बशर्ते उन्हें सहानुभूति नहीं, उन्हें सम्मान चाहिए, प्रोत्साहन चाहिए। तो व्यक्ति दिव्यांग हो, किसी भी कार्य करने के लिए दिव्यांग हो, शारीरिक रूप से स्वस्थ हो, दोनों सही रूप से कार्य कर सकते हैं, बशर्ते समाज को और हम और आपको एक आगे बढ़ाने की, उनको सहयोग करने की जरूरत है। ये पद्मश्री एक जुनून को दिया गया, एक सम्मान को दिया गया, और साथ में जो आज मेरे को भी यहाँ पर बुलाया गया, आपने साबित कर दिया, एक सोच को भी सम्मानित किया है। अगर दिव्यांग व्यक्ति भी आगे बढ़ता है तो उसको भी सम्मानित किया जाता है। जिस तरीके से मैंने कभी भी जीवन में अपने आप को रोना नहीं रोया, मैं कहता हूं जो चला गया वो सोचा नहीं करते, जो मिल गया खोया नहीं करते, होती सफलता उन्हें ही है, वक्त और हालात पर कभी रोया नहीं करते। यहाँ पर बहुत से लोग बैठे हैं, अपने आप को कभी कमजोर न समझें। अगर मैं पद्मश्री तक, अर्जुन अवार्ड, तेंजिंग नोरगे अवार्ड तक पहुंच सकता हूं, तो हर व्यक्ति पद्मश्री हकदार होता है, बशर्ते सही डायरेक्शन के साथ व्यक्ति कार्य करेगा। चलते रहोगे तो राह मिली जाएगी, चलते रहोगे तो राहें मिली जाएंगी। गुमराह तो वो हैं जो घर से निकलते ही नहीं हैं। मैंने अपनी दिव्यांगता के आधार पर इंग्लिश चैनल 36 किलोमीटर जो 12 घंटे 23 मिनट में उसको पार किया। अभी फरवरी में मैंने न्यूजीलैंड में कुक स्टेट, नॉर्थ आइलैंड टू साउथ आइलैंड 9 घंटे 42 मिनट में उसको क्रॉस किया। अमेरिका में कैटलीना चैनल को क्रॉस किया, तब जाकर भारत सरकार ने तेंजिंग नोरगे अवार्ड से सम्मानित किया। मैं इसके वजह से ये भी कह रहा हूँ, भिंड का लड़का अगर बीएसएफ ऑफिस में पासपोर्ट लेकर एयरपोर्ट पर पहुंच जाए लंदन अमेरिका में, हारे या जीते मैटर नहीं करता, पासपोर्ट लेकर पहुंच जाए यही मैटर करता है। That time I can't speak the single word, but I have tried to. Many people is the now English is the defined to knowledge, not a defined when will be going out of India. How can communicate of the thoughts and the culture? That is the impact. हमारे को जो हम जीवन में नहीं कर पाए वो मैटर नहीं करता है, मैटर हम पर जो नहीं है, हम क्या कर सकते हैं जीवन में। व्हील चेयर पर बैठकर भी मैं दुनिया के हर सपने को पूरा कर सकता हूं। इसी आशा उम्मीद के साथ आपने मेरे को यहाँ पर सम्मानित किया। आप सभी से कहना चाहता हूं, सपने देखिए, सपने देखने का हर किसी को अधिकार होता है, मगर सपने कभी पूरे नहीं होते हैं तो निराशा के कारण बन जाते हैं। मगर आपके साथ मेरे जीवन में मैंने खुद अपने जीवन में प्रयोग किया है, मगर करने का इरादा होता है। कुछ करना चाहते हो तो कहता हूं, कुछ करना चाहता हूं तो पूरी कायनात आपका साथ देती है। आपके सपने को पूरा करने के लिए हर व्यक्ति सहयोग करेगा। सत्य को बढ़ने के लिए किसी शपथ की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती, नदी को बहने के लिए किसी पद की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती। व्यक्ति बढ़ता है बुलंद हौसले से, आगे बढ़ने के लिए उसे किसी रथ की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती। इसी आशा उम्मीद के साथ आपने मेरे को सम्मानित किया और ध्यान बुलाने के लिए मेरे को इस मंच पर सम्मानित के लिए बुलाया, और साथ में आपने सभी ध्यान पूर्वक सुना। इसी आशा उम्मीद के साथ आप सभी को यहाँ पर जो सबमिट किया है, ये जरूरी इंदौर में एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में बड़ा परिवर्तन लेकर आएगी। आने वाले भविष्य में एक नींव का पत्थर साबित होगी ये मीट। इसी आशा उम्मीद के साथ आप सभी को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू सो मच।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। 2 लाइन आपके लिए कहना चाहूंगा, और फरमाइएगा कि मंजिल उन्हीं को मिलती है जिनके सपनों में जान होती है। मंजिल उन्हीं को मिलती है जिनके सपनों में जान होती है। पंख से कुछ नहीं होता, हौसलों से उड़ान होती है। ऑन दैट नोट आई वुड लाइक टू इनवाइट रजत गुप्ता जी, मोहन राजू एंड संदीप बांगिया मंच पर आएं और पद्मश्री मध्य प्रदेश के गौरव सत्येंद्र लोहिया जी का सम्मान करें, फेलिसिटेट करें। एक बार फिर से जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं। आपकी तालियों की आवाज सुनाई देते रहे। For one and only Mr. Satyendra Lohia. ओके, सो इससे पहले कुछ और बात हो, एक चीज जो हम मिस कर गए, हम स्टेज पे काफी देर से मौजूद हैं, मैं और मेरे साथ मेरी को होस्ट हर्षा मेहता के लिए जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं। वाओ, क्या बात है। थैंक यू सो मच हर्षा, शी इज वंडरफुल। एंड दिस इज आरजे वेणु, जिसको आपने पहले कभी रेडियो पे सुना होगा, आज आप लोगों के बीच है। लेकिन बहुत देर से हम बात कर रहे हैं, अब इट्स टाइम फॉर सम फन थिंग्स। मैं चाहूंगा जो लोग मेरे साथ कुछ गेम्स खेलना चाहते हैं, दो लोग, फर्स्ट two people, any two people, raise your hands and come up here so that हम सबको दिखा सकें on stage और near to the stage। एक छोटा सा ब्रांड गेम्स खेलेंगे। हाँ, raise your hands and come up quickly, any two। हाँ, आ जाओ, आंसर नहीं देना, हाथ उठाया। Any other? तुम किसी को बुला सकते हो, नाम बता दो, मैं बोल दूंगा। नहीं, इतना डरना नहीं है, मैं दिखता डरावना हूं। एनीवन एल्स जो इनके साथ गेम खेलना चाहे, बहुत मजा आने वाला है। यस यस प्लीज कम क्विकली, दौड़ के। यंग बॉय इन ब्लेजर, ओके, लेट मी कम डाउन। आप ऊपर आ जाओ, बेस्ट रहेगा। व्हाट्स योर नेम ब्रदर?
Hi, myself Rishish Jain.
Rishish, and your name? Harsh. So आप इस तरफ खड़े हो जाओ, facing this side, और आप इस तरफ खड़े हो जाओ, ठीक है? Okay, तो we are going to play a game. मैं एक इमेज दिखाऊंगा, इमेज इनके सर के ऊपर होगी, इनके सर के ऊपर मेरे फोन में, ठीक है? और आपको सिर्फ इशारा करके, without lip sync, without words, you have to tell what is that brand name, and that too within 60 seconds. Can we check on timer? ठीक है, स्टार्ट करें? ओके, 3, 2, 1। देख लिया है? हाँ, अरे भाई कहना क्या चाहते हो? पाताल में? पानी पर
FMCG ब्रांड है, ठीक है। कोल्ड ड्रिंक ब्रांड है, हाँ। बॉटलर्स है, एक बार एक्सप्रेशन और क्लियर देना। खा के पीना, पानी पूरी का ब्रांड कोई।
60 seconds ओवर। चलो, मैं कैमरे पे दिखाऊं, फोकस। ये एक फेमस पॉलिटिशियन पर्सनालिटी का फेवरेट बिस्किट है, एंड द नेम इज गुड डे। तालियां हो जाए दोनों के लिए। एनीवन एल्स? आई हैव फ्यू मोर टू क्रैक। या मैं आप लोगों के बीच आ जाऊं, सो ज्यादा बेटर होगा। चलिए, वहीं आया जाए तो बेटर होगा। यहां पर स्टेज में कुछ सेटअप होना है, सो मैं आता हूं, एंड वी हैव टू प्ले दिस गेम। एनी टू अदर? क्या बात, इनको तो मैंने पहले भी कहीं देखा है। आइए, और इनके साथ कौन? सचिन साबू जी। ओके सर, स्टैंड दिस साइड। आपको इनको बताना है, जो इमेज मैं दिखाऊंगा, इनएक्ट करके, एक्ट करके, लिप सिंक नहीं करना है और बताना नहीं है कुछ भी बोल के, ठीक है? योर टाइम स्टार्ट्स नाउ।
इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल ब्रांड है? It is related to electrical. It's Ola, or it's a brand, vehicle, EV vehicle, car, you brand, Hyundai, Honda, no. Toyota, vehicle, Mahindra, TVS, Mahindra, no. Okay. Sorry. Tesla? No?
So that's, what is that?
It's a Tata.
सर आप मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा था, कार चलाना बता रहे हैं या बोल रहे हैं कि ऐसे दूध निकलता है सुबह सुबह. सचिन सर, वंडरफुल, थैंक यू सो मच. तालियां हो जाए दोनों के लिए एक बार. अब मुझे लग रहा है स्टूडेंट्स बहुत देर से बैठे हैं, मुझे उनके बीच पहुंचना पड़ेगा. ठीक है मैम, आप स्माइल कर रहे हो, आपसे कर लें बात. यू वांट टू पार्टिसिपेट? नो नो. एनीवन? स्टूडेंट्स? ओह वाओ, आ जाइए आ जाइए, थोड़ा बीच में आ जाइए, इधर स्पेस है. Your name? Okay. Stand एक दूसरे के अपोजिट. Okay. You are going to connect? कर लोगे? ठीक है. मैं थोड़ा इजी करूं या टफ करूं? इजी? पक्का? तो फिर आपने इजी बोला, मुझे टफ सुनाई दे रहा है. Just a second. 3, 2, 1, start. अरे बोलना नहीं है.
Up.
वाओ,
Close up.
क्या बात है. 10 सेकेंड्स के अंदर क्रैक किया. छात्राओं ने मारी बाजी. थैंक यू सो मच. और कोई पार्टिसिपेट करना चाहे जो? देखो इससे जल्दी अगर आप कर लिए तो सीरियसली प्राइस तो नहीं है, बट हाँ तालियां बहुत सारी हैं. एनीवन एल्स? आई जस्ट वांट टू सी सम हैंड्स. मुझे कुछ आवाज आई. हाँ, मैं आ जाऊं तुम्हारे पास? अरे आई एम टॉकिंग टू यू. तुम्हारा खुद का कोई व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप चल रहा है? यू वांट टू पार्टिसिपेट? दोनों? हाँ आ जाओ आ जाओ. चल, एक दूसरे के अपोजिट खड़े होना है. ठीक है. 3, 2, 1, स्टार्ट. कुछ बोलना नहीं है. हाँ.
एल्बो, पेस्ट,
कहाँ लगाता है कोई एल्बो में?
पेन, मामा अर्थ, बाम, झंडू बाम.
क्या बात है. हमारे छोरे छोरियों से कम है के? नहीं है, नहीं है, बिल्कुल नहीं है. ओके, लास्ट वन, बिकॉज वी हैव द सेटअप. ओके, वाह क्या बात. वॉलंटियर्स आर रेडी. कम हियर, दिस साइड. What's your name?
Munira. Khushi Rathod.
Munira and Khushi Rathod, we have
Coffee. Sip. Circle. Tea. Swim, wave, circle, tea. ब्रांड नेम है बिस्किट ट्वेंटी 2020
वो क्लास की छुट्टी हो गई, लंच टाइम हो गया। डांट रही है वो सबके सामने, लेस तो बता नहीं सकती थी। थैंक यू सो मच खुशी एंड मुनीरा, और आपकी तालियां हर्षा और निकले हो तो हमें बड़ी खुशी होगी। यस हर्षा।
To all the distinguished dignitaries, investors, startups, I would like to take a moment for you to take a look at your left. Say hi to the person on your left. Say hi to the person on your right. Now, those are two new people that you've added to your network, and that's what today's summit is about. To have these conversations that we can have before everyone else and decide our future. To talk more about scaling India's EV ecosystem, opportunities, challenges, and the roadmap ahead, we are now going to invite our leadership panel. First off, I'd like to invite Dr. Uday Narang, the founder of Omega Seki Mobility, who is actively revolutionizing the electrical vehicle industry. As the founder of Omega Seki Mobility for over 7 years and the chairman of the Anglian Omega Group, Mr. Uday Narang is building sustainable, customer-centric solutions that create massive value across the ecosystem. Let's hear from a true trailblazer. Next on the panel will be Mr. Mohan Raju, the Vice President and the Vertical Head at IoT Geo. He is all about results, profitability, performance, and high-impact business. At Geo, he spearheads market growth and innovation in the IoT domain and developing interconnected, sustainable, smart mobility systems across India. He also serves as the Honorary Chair for the Mobility Special Interest Group at the Indus Entrepreneurs Forum. Our third panelist will be someone we've heard from before, but Mr. Rajat Gupta, formerly in the Air Force and an automotive industry veteran. He currently serves as the business head at the Commercial Mobility TVS Motor Company. And lastly, our very special editor of the Humans of EV, Divya Thakkar. For over 2 years, she has been leading editorial conversations with some of the biggest names across the India's EV and clean mobility ecosystems, helping build one of the country's most influential industry platforms as the editor. We'll have the panel on the stage shortly. Can we please have Divya ma'am on stage?
Is it working? Okay.
Can we have a huge round of applause to welcome our panel today? Not loud enough, guys. Not loud enough.
Hello.
Come
Hi.
on.
Good
One more
afternoon,
try. A
everyone.
huge round of applause for our panel.
A warm welcome, Mr. Rajat, Mr. Uday Narang, and Mr. Mohan Raju. Thank you for joining us here on this panel. So I'll just dive right in. So a few years ago, the question before India, sorry, yeah, they're coming on the way. Okay. So a few years ago, the question before India was remarkably simple, that will electric mobility work? But today, that question has largely been answered. We've seen adoption. It is no longer an experiment or a niche conversation. It has become an important pillar of India's manufacturing ambitions, energy transition, and economic growth as well. We have seen commercial fleets electrifying more than ever, Last mile mobility is evolving. Digital technologies are transforming how vehicles operate. Investors are looking beyond products and evaluating ecosystems, and policymakers are increasingly viewing mobility as an important component of India's clean energy and industrial strategy. But when we move on to the next chapter, it's not just adoption, it will be about scale. Can we build resilient supply chains? Can we build world-class infrastructure? Can policy evolve fast enough to encourage innovation while reducing dependency on global supply chains? And perhaps the most important question, that can India not just build an EV market, but a whole EV ecosystem? By the end of this decade, India is supposed to be a multi-billion-dollar electric mobility market, and the opportunity is huge. Right, so which brings me to my first question to you, Mr. Uday Narang, that, for long EVs have been about proving that it could work, but today it's different, like we're talking about, we have crossed the adoption phase and entered scale. If the next decade is going to be defined by scale, what is it that will determine success in your opinion?
First of all, really great to be here. And to see, I don't come to Indore often, but to see one of the cleanest cities in our country, and to have such an event here. It's probably the first major EV event. I want to really thank you and your team for putting such a massive, effort and such class. Really, a lot of credit goes to you, the team, for putting such a great event. And this is what I want to see. It's not only about Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai. It's about Indore. It is about tier 2, 3, 4 cities. I want to say something that, the Honorable Prime Minister just talked about, India first. And if we're going to put India first, energy independence has to be first. And if energy independence has to be first, then we've got to make sure that we, the EV story to me today is not here today. जब हम ये गेम में पड़े थे तो हमने सोचा था हम भारतवर्ष को चेंज करेंगे. बीच में भारतवर्ष ने हम ही लोगों को काफी लोगों को चेंज कर दिया. Because obviously the TCO model didn't work and the infrastructure wasn't there. But today, it's great to see a BYD parked outside in Indore. And it's not about just these. What it is the two-wheelers, the three-wheelers, the one-ton trucks that are now rolling across the country. And for me, I cannot just depend on the government. Modi ji said the other day, hum log kya kar rahe hain? And if we're going to depend on the government or if we're going to depend on the subsidies, I don't think it's ever going to work. But today, the demand for two-wheelers, three-wheelers, one-ton electric trucks, it's there. It's there not because, unfortunately, people care about the environment. It's there because the ecosystem is getting there. The charging infrastructure has to be there. And we've got to be able to get scale. And for me, I think there's never been a better time. And what I'm also excited about, that it's all the big boys in the game and all the big girls in the game are, you've seen Bajaj, TVS, Mahindra. Everybody's here now. When we started 8 to 10 years ago, बहुत सारे बड़े लोग भी पीछे थे. अब उनको रनवे बना दिया है, तो प्लेन उड़ाने के लिए सब आ गए. Which is good, because that's where the country, whether it's in the buses, whether it's in the trucks, and I think, we are on the cusp now. We have to work as a team. We have to work, I'm into fitness and we do a lot of running. The Kenyans run together the first 20 kilometers. The last 6 kilometers, everybody can win for themselves. I think we've got a long way to run together. We've got to build the ecosystem. We've got to be able to work together. And I think we've got to put India first. And if we don't put India first, and I'll be honest to say, I'm not against, these biryani startups and these, gig worker startups. उससे कुछ नहीं होगा इस देश का. I'm sorry to say, 20-30 हजार रुपए की नौकरियां देके अगर हम बोल रहे हैं, we're going to make this. So energy independence, putting India first and putting more and more vehicles. There's better service, where there's better quality, where there are better parts, and working together, making it with alliances in India, but absolutely getting. हमारे देश का सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा energy independence है, and to focus on R&D. अगर R&D पे focus नहीं करेंगे, तो फिर बस भाषणबाजी करते रहेंगे, कुछ नहीं होगा. And I think it's time, 4-5 months of the war put our economy from the possibly third largest to the 7th largest. So we've got to think through this, and we've got to be able to put EVs, not just EVs, hydrogen, alternate energy, and we've got to be able to build the infrastructure. Charging is very important, and putting it in tier 2, 3, 4 cities is the biggest agenda. And I'm glad to see things are moving in the right direction, but I wish we move it a little bit more faster.
So my next question would be to you, Mr. Rajat. Like how we have seen that commercial mobility has been accelerating right from metros to tier 2 cities. But when we talk about the product, what is the customer telling you today about the adoption? Where is it that they are ahead in commercial mobility that the passenger segment market is still lacking today?
First of all, thanks a lot for inviting me to this discussion. Very interesting discussion. Uday sir is my old friend, and we've been working together, try to address. Now coming to commercial mobility, the question you asked is, what will be the driver for adoption? What is that customer willing? See, one thing is very clear for customer, he wants the total cost of operation and the benefit he looks at. If you look back, let's say 4 years down the line, the 4-wheel I'm talking about, 3-wheel I'll come later. 4-wheel when I talk about, the gap between the ICE vehicle, the diesel vehicle, or the EV, because of the battery cost, etc., was huge. So when it comes to overall profitability, it was lacking. It was only that people jumped into it when they saw that e-commerce wanted adoption because of the green mile, etc. So that is where the revolution started, and everyone wanted to jump into this bandwagon. But ultimately they realized, I do agree with the Narangji that he's saying supply chain is definitely an issue, because although battery cost has come down and people have started giving product which are at lower price, so the overall TCO is improving. This is one of the major driver for adoption in LCV segment. But when it comes to trucks, it is yet to prove. Buses, yes, because of the government requirement, government push, they are converting this into EV. But when it comes to 3-wheeler, there is no need to prove further, because it is already proved that EV is more profitable. They call it per mile earning.
Yes.
So per mile earning is much more than any ICE vehicle. And especially in the states like UP, Northeast, some of the other states where EV adoption is faster, is driven purely by government. Now Delhi is also bringing some policy. So there are multiple factors to it. And during my speech, I told very clearly that this is a huge opportunity. Now next challenge would not only be this EV in the EV adoption would be financing. So, and circularity. So you are yet to see the life cycle. You are yet to see one cycle, complete cycle.
Life.
So after that, what happens? Battery circularity, what happens? Replacement, what happens? These are some of the questions which needs to be answered. But then, yes, adoption by 2030 will be huge in commercial segment.
So like you just mentioned that commercial mobility and 3-wheelers have seen a lot of numbers. Do you think that the broader mobility ecosystem can learn something from this adoption, whereas the other segment lacking?
See, my view is that home charging is one which has given more push to 3-wheeler and all. I think if you bring commonization in charging solution, the cost of installing charging solution will be easier, and that will bring that is something to learn from each other. That will bring more semblance to this, and adoption will be faster.
Great. So, Mr. Mohan Raju, moving on to how vehicles are becoming intelligent, smarter, more connected, which is where you have been, heading. So, could you tell us about, I like to call it the digital gold, the data that kind of, gives you insights that were never possible before. So, what is it that you see these connected information, data, and everything has brought to the table, which wasn't there earlier?
No, sure. I'm happy to cover the digital side of it along with the vehicle OEMs themselves. So obviously today everything we do is largely shifting, or rather already shifted to a digital arena, right? Everything we as citizens and people do is centered around the phone, and so on. So vehicles are no different, right? Vehicles at one point in time, people used to say this is a connected car, so it was a feature. That's history now. Every vehicle, especially if we talk of EV, everything is connected right day one, right? But yes, this has given rise to platforms, digital platforms as we call it as. Now, digital platforms are crucial to enable the ecosystem and accelerate the ecosystem as a whole, the vehicle and the ecosystem that the vehicles move in. Also to interconnect these ecosystems. The point Rajatji mentioned, today charging infrastructure is not connected, it's not ubiquitous. I have to bother. Hey, if I charge there, it's 18 rupees, if I charge here, it's 10 rupees, so I'll have to figure out. So, the platforms enable interconnectivity, right? Thereby accelerating the ecosystem. Now, obviously, we have been doing a lot of work as Jio. We have been building platforms of scale in multiple facets that touch our lives on a daily basis. Talking specifically of mobility, obviously, there are 3-4 layers to it, right? One is, obviously the charging infrastructure platforms, cloud platforms, battery management platforms, fleet platforms, which give you access to all the data real time, the control, parameters and so on. So we are investing heavily in, these platforms at a scale so that any of the ecosystem player can adopt it easily without having to bother about building them from scratch, investing capital in them. You just pick, plug and play, right? So that's how we help you to go asset light while you maintain your IPs and everything, data, fully with you, right? That's on the cloud side. We are also building a very strong hardware stack, which is again, the Make in India, made for the world vision that our country has. Now talking about the hardware portfolio, obviously in the EV world, the chargers themselves, the public charging infrastructure, right from a 3 kilowatt home charging, slow charging to a 180 kilowatt fast charger, public charger. Those are the charging platforms, the charging guns, right? The battery management systems, the telematics around it. So that's the hardware layer of it. So cloud platforms, the hardware platforms, all ready to enable your EV ecosystem. Plus the application layer around it, right? We as Jio have access to almost 525 million phones in the country now, 20 million set-top boxes, right? These are, things that touch us every day as a citizen or a vehicle owner or a vehicle rider. So how can we bring that value which touches our life on this platform, right? That's what we are doing on mobility as a platform. Plus, we are taking it to a next level where we have been building platforms like, a voice recognition, a home ecosystem centered around the set-top box. How do I, when I'm watching my news at home and say, hey, say, Hero, what's the state of charge on my vehicle? The state of charge should come right on the TV, right? So your vehicle has a cloud. We as Jio have a home cloud. If we interconnect these two, we elevate the experience level to a next level, right? So it's just a small parameter, but the amount of experience that takes to a customer is very exponential. Similarly, how do we monetize? We have been monetizing platforms around, Jio ads, things like IPL. How do we get that to vehicle monetization, right? So these are some examples, Divya. Digital platforms in the future, what that will bring from Jio stack, especially to mobility. That's a quick overview to start with.
So now that we know that connectivity and the vehicle being intelligent is more of a standard than an option today.
Absolutely.
So do you think the real competitive advantage for the vehicles that we see in future would come more from the software side than the hardware alone?
Yes, obviously yes, a very valid question, and India has a disproportionate advantage there. I'll tell you a fact. Today we in India consume, about 42 GB of data per person per day, per month. Now that's the highest in the world, beyond China. And you know what think about it, where do we spend most of the time on today? Either in the home or the car or in the office. You know, office and home have a disproportionate contribution to that 42 GB. The vehicle today is very less, right? And that's the opportunity that exists, right? So yes, it's at a nascent stage. Today people are consuming, vehicles are also showing growth, but there is more room. So obviously more user-friendly software, good UI, UX, applications integrations like voice-enabled vehicle interactions and so on. So this share will go up, no doubt about it. And of course, the software-defined mobility itself is evolving very fast, especially from an investor point of view. I'm mentioning this because this is an Investor Connect forum. Just like, you know, any other domain, there are multiple domains where investors are getting good IRRs. Software-defined mobility is one of the fastest growing investment arena today in the mobility
agreed.
space, you know. So yeah, that's a bit of...
Yeah. Okay, so one thing is very clear after having this round, that we know that the opportunity is very, very real, right? But every industry faces a defining moment, the point where the growth starts exposing its weaknesses, which brings us to the next chapter, that what are the challenges that we face today. So Mr. Udayanarang, let's imagine that India doubles EV adoption over the next few years. What breaks first? Infrastructure, supply chains, grid readiness, financing, localization, or something the industry just isn't discussing enough?
First of all, I'd say again, my good friend Rajat San said it, it's financing. Financing is the most other important agenda. And the problem with financing, देखिए demand की problem नहीं है, supply की problem है. अब demand की issue नहीं है. जब game शुरू करी थी तो बहुत different था. अब जो भी गाड़ी बना रहा है सब निकल रहा है, सब कुछ निकल रहा है. So my point is, financing की problem क्यों है? Financing की problem ये है, resale value नहीं है.
Exactly.
आज आप EV खरीद रहे हैं. Sorry, I keep working on my Hindi in these things so I can get better at it. But what I want to say,
You're good at it by
the way. अब भाषण वाषण देना शुरू कर दिए तो करना ही पड़ता है इस देश में. So the point is that हमको फाइनेंसिंग को सॉर्ट आउट करना पड़ेगा. फाइनेंसिंग इसलिए नहीं है कि सारे फाइनेंसर डरते हैं मैं गाड़ी फाइनेंस कर रहा हूं, अगर मुझे वापस मिल गई तो इसकी रीसेल, बजाज, महिंद्रा, टीवीएस कुछ भी आज ले जाओ आइस में, उसकी 10 साल के बाद भी रीसेल वैल्यू है. अब रीसेल वैल्यू कैसे आएगी? रीसेल वाली आएगी either the buyback from the OEMs or a secondary market that gets developed. Today I said I'm going to give lifetime battery on 3-wheelers. Warranty, lifetime. We've got to start doing, we have to as OEMs, as suppliers, as partners, got to give that comfort to the financiers. So the financiers are able to finance these vehicles. The TCO works, the infrastructure will get up. Agar finance, in economics we say demand without purchasing power is not demand. So I think from my point of view, financing is one of the biggest issues. बाकी सब कुछ हो जाएगा. But government की policy भी मत, ठीक है, दिल्ली ने बोला है कि हम लोग 2027 में 3-wheelers and 2028 में 2-wheelers करेंगे, वो अच्छा है, ठीक है. जब पॉलिसी आएगी सेट होगी अच्छा है, लिंक्डइन और उसमें बहुत अच्छा लगता है, रियलिटी ग्राउंड में जब आएगी तब देखेंगे, राइट. डिफरेंट पॉलिटिकल एजेंडाज हैं, बट मेरा पॉइंट ये है वी आर मूविंग टुवर्ड्स ईवी, राइट. बट फाइनेंसिंग को सॉर्ट करना सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट एजेंडा है. उस मुद्दे में all the OEMs, all the suppliers, whether they're battery, powertrain, vehicle owners, have to work together, whether it's with software that we give better data, because data is going to be able to give that financer and the OEMs and the customer. So for me, there are solutions. There are no problems in my life. There's always solutions, and the solutions are there. And I think in financing, if we were to give longer term warranties, we were looking to give buybacks, and we were willing to share the risk with financing. I think, I would hope there the government would put some more effort that the banks, the nationalized banks, the private banks, put a little bit more effort and get some security so that we put this policy on the agenda. don't give us any, I would say, PLI scheme or any of that. Because उसमें बड़ा confusion आ जाता है नहीं है, payment हो रही है, नहीं हो रही, payment कब आ रही है, ना? It's too confusing in this country. I think if we can support this, I think scale, मुझे चाहिए scale. हर village, हर tier 3-4 city में charging infra, and if financing मिलेगी कहीं भी जाके, I think you'll see a lot more push. ये अब एक environment है कि next 5 to 7 years, and I just don't want Delhi and a few other states. This has to be a national effort, and I think that infrastructure के लिए पैसे डलेंगे, गाड़ियां बनेंगी, OEMs आएंगे, supply chain में supply chain में काम हो रहा है, because अगर scale आएगा तो supply chain भी better हो जाएगी, क्योंकि उनका ROI आ जाएगा. So this is something, in my view, very important.
So what you just mentioned, that the second life is the problem, and which is why the financing is being hampered. And you mentioned as a solution that, OEM buyback could be one of the solutions.
Or a warranty, a lifetime warranty on vehicles, a long-term warranty, providing that comfort. See, secondary market तभी होगी ना जब ये सब का comfort आएगा. Why would you buy? Okay, so if I buy that BYD today, what's the secondary market for that? We don't know, right? So people are concerned about that. I have that concern. So has BYD given up a buyback, or has Volvo given that, or has Mahindra given that? That's what is needed right now. Then only will a secondary market come.
That confidence comes from the OEMs. Agreed. So, sure. So how do we, there's obviously, whenever we are scaling, whenever we are preparing for something that is about to become huge, no industry, no factories, nothing can scale without the right talent. So, collectively, I would want to know from you people that, isn't it that, India is supporting education, getting prepared for probably the workforce that it would need for the industry over the time, or we are just risking scaling up or, demanding too much before we are encouraging capabilities?
So, specifically you spoke about industry-ready man-force. Or I would say, when you're going to dealer network, when you're going for sales network, I think with the partnership of OEs, we are doing some work. I am not sure youngster will tell better whether in their syllabus these kind of things are incorporated, because we have studied mechanical engineering. We have never studied EV. We have only learned during the course of action, and now it is a need of the hour. But to create the industry-ready manpower, I am saying that, like as TVS Motor, we have partnered. We are giving courses. We have collaborated with many ITIs so that these proper workforce will be ready to serve on the EV requirements. But looking at the future, 4 years back, it is very interesting. 4-5 years back, biggies like Bosch and other ICE bigger, they have stopped investing in ICE engine. Suddenly, there was a thought that entire world will change to EV. But then again, it is coming back. What my view is that ICE and EV will coexist always. But yet, EV compared to ICE, the ready people are little limited. They have to be yet created. So, again, OE partnerships are available, and we can always collaborate to take this forward. So this is what my take on this.
So do you think that, please.
Just adding to that, I think very interesting, because see, no doubt when I look around the world, right, India definitely has one of the best talent pools, ample of talent pool, right? But I think, today morning, Asutosh, who's volunteering in this event, came to pick me up at the airport, and, he comes from Aurobindo Institute of Technology here. So I was having a very interesting conversation of 40 minutes while driving here. So, I asked him, he's doing his computer science engineering, and, I asked him, what are the projects that you did? Amazingly, he said, I built this product and so on. So it's good when we go across the academia, there's definitely, a product mindset coming up, a kind of problem-solving approach, deep tech thought process is coming up. It was not there 15 years back. Why 15 years? I'm saying 10 years back. even in IIT Bombay, when I used to visit for their tech days and all, 10 years back, it was very different. Okay, करने के लिए कुछ कर रहे हैं, but can we take it to life? The confidence has come up. So I was asking Asutosh that, so why don't you do your startup? You're in 4th year, you should be ready to going. Then he says that, okay, घर में, बोलते हैं कि job खोजना ज़रूरी है, right? So I think we have to take those small steps.
Yes.
Look, the industry is ready. The academia is also getting ready. Of course, they have a long way to cover. I'm not comparing them to the Ivy Leagues or anything, but where we were to now, they are also evolving at a good pace. We as citizens also have to, kind of take that one small step. कि करने दो, कुछ नहीं होता है, So I think we have to break those smaller barriers. Yeah, that's a small example I thought I'd add in Indore specifically. So thanks.
Okay. So do you think this is a gap from an OEM's point of view? How difficult is it to find the right people, the right technology, the right innovation? And is the talent pool getting ready for what's to come?
Look, I think you have to, listen, talent is always going to be, and I don't think it's just India, it's global. If Meta finds, if Zuckerberg finds somebody good in India, he or she will lift him out of here. I think we have to create an opportunity for young men and women. I mean, we've got one of the youngest, population. We've got some of the smartest young women working. 48% of our country is women. I think that it's the universities. It just doesn't have to be IIT. There are a lot of universities. I mean, I'm sure with TVS, you're working with a whole large group of universities and all of you. But I think the talent pool needs to work on where there is emphasis just not on bookish knowledge. There's actually real, experience, internships. People want to be excited to be working in EV, working in quantum technologies, in robotics, AI. इसी से बनेगा. मैं तब पहले बता रहा था, ये gig workers से काम नहीं बनेगा. So हमें क्या करना है? We as a community at large, और मैं फिर बोल रहा हूँ, मोदी जी इस कंट्री को क्लीन नहीं करेंगे, हमें क्लीन करना पड़ेगा. वो एक बार झाड़ू लेके मार देंगे, उसका मतलब वो सारा दिन झाड़ू तो मारते नहीं है, हमें ही मारना पड़ेगा झाड़ू. Right? So the point is that in the same way, in terms of people, human resources, talent, working with universities, working with building that talent pool, exciting that talent pool, right? The new generation doesn't work like us. They don't think, मतलब मैं कई कंपनियों में देखता हूँ लोग 11 बजे आते हैं, हमें बहुत चुभता है कि ये 11 बजे क्यों, क्योंकि वो रात के 10 बजे तक काम करना चाहते हैं. The way they work, the environment that they want, the thinking that they have. But I think we've got to work with universities. We've also got to be able to give the incentive so that the Sundar Pichais and the Satya Nadellas are not going to US and building companies. That's what's so great about California and other parts in Austin. They are giving that environment. They are giving that sort of food for thought to young men and women to build technology companies. That's what and this is not going to be done. मैं फिर बोल रहा हूँ, this is not going to be done in 2 days. This has to be फिर मैं आता हूँ. How much money are we spending on R&D? On R&D, we spend one of the least amount of money in terms, yes, we are spending in certain companies, TVS might do it, Hero might do it, Bajaj, but as a bigger scale, we are not investing in R&D. And unless we invest in R&D, काम नहीं बनेगा. And I think to put India first, I'm going to keep coming back. India first, हम सबको रखना पड़ेगा. Again, this cannot just be a political रात गई बात गई वाली बात.
So
या speech दिया. This is how, and you have to include all the young men and women, all the universities, and everybody doesn't need to go to college. Somebody can go. There has to be people that are going, like if you look in Deutschland, they have high level of people that are not going to college, but technical skills. They are learning those. That's important.
So what you're saying is, while we build the capabilities, the retention of the talent is also important. Great. So coming back to the digital data gold, Mr. Mohan, every connected vehicle generates information, so does every fleet movement. But much of that data stands fragmented. How important will connected ecosystems become? And could this data eventually help us optimize charging, fleet operations, maintenance, insurance, second life, and even city planning?
Yeah, sure. So I think that's too broad a spectrum to cover, but let me take it from where we are today. Right?
Maybe
And
let's just hit on the second life, which
Ah,
kind of seems to be a bottleneck. How can data
that's-
help there?
Data, of course, Second Life is a complicated topic and two experts are sitting right next to me to comment on that. But yes, obviously there's a lot of data through the entire vehicle life cycle, right, which can help evaluate, how good or bad the vehicle is, and so on. So these algorithms are anyway available, not that this is new. And obviously these, data points would get more powerful because of the AI emergence. They can tell you a lot of forecasts on a particular parameter that you define for a vehicle, longevity, and so on. But the issue on the resale value is not related that much to data. Honestly, resale value is about, because battery life is, 50% of the vehicle.
A significant.
So yeah, battery khatam hone ke baad kya karna hai? And nobody is willing today, especially this is India, more sensitive, because in India whatever you do is you have to deliver very strong value.
Agreed.
हम गाड़ी खरीदते हैं तो resale value का सोचते हैं.
Not
दोबारा
just
नहीं-
value, but resale value is what stands important to the Indian people.
Exactly. And today somewhere that is absent. Like Udayji mentioned about OEMs doing the bid, but there are a lot of caveats. I talk from my experience here rather than OEM. The new generation thinks electric. My daughter is 10 and I said, let's buy a new car. She's very clear where to get an EV. And we got an EV. I bought a 35 lakh EV. But the question is, what will this fetch me if I want to sell after 7-8 years, which I've been doing for all my cars? I had no questions. So I said, okay, look, I don't have an answer. In commercial, we have cracked it. Today, commercial, we can write off an asset because we use that an asset and that generated income. So commercial, no problem. That's why we're scaling. But on the personal side, passenger vehicle, electric mobility, still that resale is a very big question. So you have to be ready. Like I've taken a call 1 year back. Forget it. 35 lakhs, we spent it and I don't get a penny out of it. So be it, right? But that's a complicated debate.
That's not a decision every other household would be able to make.
Exactly, right? How many people will take that call?
That's
right?
true.
It's not practical, right? But yeah, that's on the resale side. But to your question very specifically, now the power of data points, comes very powerful. Let me give you an example. Today we all move in cars, right? We drive from say Indore to Bhopal or wherever. Now all my cars are connected, right? I have a data point as a data platform provider, and say, your car is logged onto your personal Facebook profile, and there you're like McDonald's. Along the way, McDonald's comes. Now today platforms exist. Like if in Geo ecosystem, I have a connected vehicle platform which connects, good number of OEMs. I have a Geo Ads platform where McDonald's is a subscriber because he's already subscribed for my IPL. Everybody's onboarded onto that platform. Now when you're going from say Indore to Bhopal as an example, and 500 meters ahead the car dashboard pops up. Hey, by the way, Divya, there's a McDonald's ahead and your favorite, one of your favorite outlets, would you like to go? If you say yes, that outlet then and there knows that Divya is coming, and I would like to pass on a coupon. Today, how do you get your coupons? Maybe on your phone or emails? And
That's
when you
true.
actually go to the outlet, do you use it? At least 90% of the people don't bother to
Forget,
check, what the
yeah.
discount is. But this is the power of a data point. The same data, the vehicle location, interconnected across ecosystems, delivers value. And even how do we, the same platform, I'm trying to bring it to mobility, right? The same GeoAds IPL platform. Now, if you go and buy a burger, say in that McDonald's, whatever revenue you generate, there is revenue split. Now that we are giving back to the drivers. So the question of, this was a forced, jugaad. I call it as jugaad from my team, because everybody says connectivity ka paisa kaun dega. I go to a OEM, they say yaar connectivity ka paisa customer renew nahi kar raha hai. I said, boss, renew karne ki zarurat nahi hai. The connectivity is paying for itself. And the revenue cut that you get, I'm ready as a platform to share with the end customer. Today some OEMs are doing it, they're keeping to themselves, couple of them, but yeah, that will change soon. So I'm saying we're living in an ecosystem of data points which can fund the value chain. We
Agreed.
have to change the thought process. When OEMs say, with due respect to them, all top brands, yeah, this is an expense, customers don't renew. That's a problem with your mindset. The data points exist. The power of data point you're not realizing.
It's just about how you have to utilize it. That's the crack.
Exactly. And if OEM नहीं सोचेगा तो और कौन सोचेगा? मैं as a customer सोचूं, चलो मैं तो सोच भी लूँगा, but not everybody will think. But that's the underlying power. As an example, I'm trying to highlight. And some of these use cases will be on the road in life by early 2027 with some of the leading OEMs. But yeah, I plan to do this more often, and maybe soon with two-wheeler and three-wheelers as well. As a heads up, yeah. But that's the power of data point that we have to answer your.
So like we just spoke, you've highlighted a very important point that intelligence must ultimately translate to business value, because that's ultimately what everyone is working towards. And because unless the economics work, the scale would never happen. Yeah. So, Mr. Rajat, what do you believe will define the next phase of commercial mobility? Better products, smarter financing, improved infrastructure, or stronger ecosystem collaboration?
See, product, huge innovation is going on. R&D, a lot of spent by big OEs and new entrants. So product, I think it's sorted. Financing is the one which is need of the hour.
Yeah.
And you just spoke about data. I think data will make it easier because you have every parameter available for risk assessment for financing.
To make sure how much
And third
warranty or guarantee you have to give, all the data points will.
What are
point
the
towards
early
it.
warning signs also? What are the early warning signs also? That all that has to be seen, and of course the ecosystem has to be created for sure. Commonality has to bring.
Okay. All right. So I would like one sentence from each one of you. Doesn't have to be a very safe answer. Actually, I would want it to be unsafe. So the most uncomfortable truth about India's mobility transition.
Sorry?
The most uncomfortable truth about India's mobility transition. What is it in your opinion?
The creation of ecosystem but not maintaining it.
Okay, great.
That is the most.
So,
For me, it's about working together. We all say we want to work together, but we don't work together. It is not competition. We're all complementary. And I'm going to come back to again. If you want to put India first, we've got to work together. We always have to.
okay. So quickly from you as well.
So for me, the uncomfortable truth is end user experience and value in a nutshell. That means a lot many things in between. But yes, the truth is, the most uncomfortable truth, as you asked, is the end user experience and value. Today it's broken, it's not that value, but I'm very confident it'll get solved faster than we are worried about, honestly. Optimistically looking at it. Yeah.
So, Mr. Uday, one word. What is it, if you had a chance to change one policy tomorrow morning, what would it be? I'm assuming it will be an interesting answer from you.
I think I don't need to change any policy. I'll only say one thing. जो भी policy बनाओ, उसको stable तो रखो. हर रोज change मत करो. हमारी problem ये है, हम policy बना के consistency नहीं रखते. कोई भी policy. हर रोज हम पलटी मारते. ठीक है, election में और political पार्टियों में बहुत चल रहा है आज. हर पार्टी बदल रही है. लेकिन consistent तो रहो.
Agreed. All right. So with this, I would like to wrap up the session and leave everyone with one thought. As we've seen, the story of mobility is no longer about vehicles. It is about ecosystem, collaboration replacing competition, software standing alongside hardware, research moving beyond labs, manufacturing moving beyond assembly, and talent becoming our greatest competitive advantage, which we have to retain. So the opportunities are extraordinary. The question is no longer about India's participation in the future of mobility. It is, will India help define it? Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for participating in the panel. I hope you have fun. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank
So
you,
much.
sir.
That was a very,
Just
very insightful
wait.
panel. I'd request you all to please stay on
Yes,
stage.
please.
We'll get Dr. Abha Singh, Divya Thakkar ma'am, and Rajneesh Jaiswal sir, if he's around, to do the felicitation for our panel. Dr. Abha Singh, Rajneesh Jaiswal sir. Thank you for the person who clapped. Can I ask everyone to give a huge round of applause? They gave us a very deep insight into what the EV market is and how we can take it ahead, and all the important factors to consider in this industry.
A small token of sustainability from us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Divya, and thank you, esteemed panelists. Till the time, मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा उन सभी लोगों से, यहाँ पर बहुत ही अमेजिंग टू व्हीलर एंड थ्री व्हीलर्स हैं, ईवी टू व्हीलर्स एंड थ्री व्हीलर्स हैं, बहुत सारे जेंसीज एंड देयर आर सो मेनी यंग पीपल चेकिंग देम आउट. यू कैन गो एंड चेक देम आउट हियर, राइट? आज के इस दिन को और खूबसूरत बनाने के लिए हमारे पास अभी फिलहाल बहुत कुछ है. वी हैव सम एस्टीम्ड गेस्ट कमिंग अप राइट वे. स्टेज पे सजती ये कुर्सियां कह रही हैं कि आज कोई बहुत ही खास मेहमान हमारे बीच बस थोड़े ही देर में हम सब के बीच होने वाले हैं, जिनको हम सभी जानते हैं. आपकी जोरदार तालियों के बीच मैं चाहूंगा स्वागत करें नगरीय प्रशासन मंत्री माननीय श्री कैलाश विजयवर्गीय जी का. आपकी जोरदार तालियों के साथ हमारे बीच हैं. एवरीवन, ह्यूज राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज. Once again, Shri Kailash Vijayvargiya ji, Cabinet Minister, Madhya Pradesh Government for Urban Development and Housing, along with Dr. Lalit Singh, who is the founder and CEO, Humans of EV, to accompany our dignitaries towards the lamp lighting. साथ में हैं सीनियर एडवोकेट फॉर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ऑफ इंडिया मिस्टर श्रीधर पोट्टराजू एंड अलॉन्ग विथ मिस्टर स्वप्निल बंसल। मैं चाहूंगा एक बार पुनः दीप प्रज्वलन करके कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत करें। एक बहुत जरूरी बात जो अभी अभी आई हमारे बीच कि सीनियर एडवोकेट फॉर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ऑफ इंडिया श्रीधर पोट्टराजू जो हमारे बीच मौजूद हैं, ये वही शख्सियत है जिन्होंने रामलला केस सुप्रीम कोर्ट में रिप्रेजेंट किया था। तो आपकी तालियां उनके लिए भी मैं चाहूंगा। और इस बात पे कहना बनता है जय जय श्री राम। आपकी तालियों की आवाज सुनाई देती रहे।
As the dignitaries take their seats, we have a very special message from the perfect man to speak at this summit. While his demanding schedule, he could not join us in person today, but he deeply wanted to address this specific room of clean tech pioneers and climate change positive founders. Widely recognized as the highwayman of India, Mr. Nitin Gadkari serves as the Union Minister for Road Transport and Highways. He is celebrated not just for his unprecedented infrastructure development and revolutionizing our highways, but also being India's most relentless champion of sustainable zero-emission mobility. From driving the aggressive adoption of alternative green fuels to laying the groundwork for clean energy, decarbonized transport ecosystem, his vision is the exact blueprint for the future we are building here today. Please direct your attention to the screens as we play his message.
Can we have the EV?
Warm greetings to
Please
all
put down
the
the light.
entrepreneurs, investors, policymakers, researchers, startup founders, industry leaders, and distinguished guests participating in HEV Capital Connect 2026. I congratulate team for organizing this important platform that brings together some of the brightest minds working towards a cleaner, greener, and more sustainable future. We need to protect ecology and environment. The ethics and economy is very, very important, but ecology and environment is equally important, more important. And this is the time that Indian society, this is to be our highest priority for developing the new green scenario, which is going to help to protect our ecology and environment. India has immense potential to become a global leader in clean energy technologies and sustainable mobility solutions. We possess the talent, the market to achieve this goal, and which is required to continuous collaborations between the government, industry, academia, and investors. I am confident that the discussion and partnerships and ideas emerging from this summit will contribute significantly to India's clean energy mission and accelerate our journey towards a greener and more self-reliant future. I extend my best wishes to all participants. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
एक बार जोरदार तालियां देश के हाईवे मैन कहे जाने वाले श्री नितिन गडकरी जी के लिए। आपकी तालियों की आवाज सुनाई देती रहे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। HEV कैपिटल कनेक्ट समिट 2026 में अपने आशीर्वचन देने के लिए नितिन गडकरी जी के हम आभारी हैं। लेकिन अब मैं बुलाना चाहूंगा उनको जिन्होंने इस पूरी भूमिका को बांधा, एक प्लेटफॉर्म क्रिएट किया है और किसी को पता नहीं था एक डिनर टेबल कॉन्वर्सेशन यहां तक पहुंच जाएगी जिसमें आज आप हम सहभागी हैं, आप हम विटनेस कर रहे हैं। सो ऑन द काउंट ऑफ, आपकी तालियों के साथ, ऑन द काउंट ऑफ 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 मैं बुलाना चाहूंगा डॉक्टर ललित सिंह, हु इज द फाउंडर एंड CEO Humans of EV, to come up on stage and address all of us for a few minutes.
Can we get the AV, please?
Disruption scales fast. What started as a singular voice on LinkedIn has expanded into a dominant multi-platform ecosystem. We didn't just build an audience, we engineered an omnipresent media engine. For our partners, this means unmatched visibility and absolute industry authority. Our intellectual properties are powerful market drivers, from the definitive insights of HEV magazine to the cinematic brilliance of Safanama and pioneering AI narratives. We create the content that commands attention. To capture the modern digital consumer, we are pioneering the production of high-impact microdramas. Now we are taking this industry to the masses, bridging the gap between deep tech and the digital consumer universe. We don't just report the news, we create the influence that moves markets. HEV Capital Connect is the financial engine of India's green transition, uniting top-tier capital with aggressive innovation to help reshape national policy. Don't just watch the revolution happen. Align your vision with the network that powers it. HEV is the future, and the future begins today.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the cleanest city of India. स्वच्छतम भारत के स्वच्छतम शहर इंदौर में HEV कैपिटल कनेक्ट पूरे इंदौर वासी आप सबका स्वागत करते हैं। Before I begin, I would express my heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Shri Nitin Gadkari ji for his inspiring message and warm wishes. Thank you, sir, for believing in this movement. My sincere thanks to Shri Kailash Vijayvargiya ji and Honorable Pushyamitra Bhargav ji. He is not here. Indore Municipal Corporation and all sponsors, partners, investors, OEM founders, speakers. Special thanks to Shivang Bhai and the Blue Tick team and my entire Humans of EV family. सफर मुश्किल था, रास्ते नए थे। सफर मुश्किल था, रास्ते नए थे, लोग कम थे, सवाल कई थे। आज मंजिल नहीं एक नया मोड़ नजर आता है, आज मंजिल नहीं एक नया मोड़ नजर आता है, जहां सपने भी साथ हैं और पूरा इकोसिस्टम भी साथ आता है। नमस्कार। आज इस हॉल में इतने सारे फाउंडर्स, इन्वेस्टर्स, OEM, पॉलिसी मेकर्स, इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स और क्लीन एनर्जी चैंपियंस को एक साथ देखकर एक अलग ही प्राउड फीलिंग आ रही है, क्योंकि आज जो कारवां आप देख रहे हैं इसकी शुरुआत किसी कॉरपोरेट बोर्ड रूम फंडिंग राउंड या ग्रैंड स्ट्रैटेजी में नहीं हुई थी। ह्यूमंस ऑफ EV की मैं कई बार जब भी मेरा पॉडकास्ट होता है मैं लोगों को बताता हूँ, ह्यूमंस ऑफ EV की जो नींव रखी गई थी वो बड़ी अलग तरीके से रखी गई थी। जब ईवी को सिस्टम, आज से 3-4 साल पहले की बात है कि जब ईवी को सिस्टम इवॉल्व हो रहा था, एडॉप्शन ईवी का बहुत कम था, तो एक दिन ऐसे ही हमारी सहभागिनी अर्धांगिनी आभा, मेरे बड़े भाई, हम लोग आपस में बैठ के चर्चा कर रहे थे कि यार ये ईवी एडॉप्शन को बढ़ाया कैसे जाए, कैसे क्या किया जाए। तो एक चीज़ समझ में आई, ईवी या क्लीन एनर्जी को अवेयरनेस नहीं है, एजुकेशन नहीं था। तो वी डिसाइडेड कि लेट्स कम अप विद अ सब्जेक्ट कि जहाँ पे, या एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म लेकर आया जाए जहाँ पे हम अपनी भी बात रखें, लोग अपनी बात रखें और वहाँ पे एक अच्छा संवाद स्थापित हो, और इस तरह से ह्यूमंस ऑफ ईवी का जन्म होता है। सो अगर इंडिया को इलेक्ट्रिक बनाना है तो सिर्फ व्हीकल्स नहीं, माइंडसेट भी इलेक्ट्रीफाई करना होगा। सिर्फ प्रोडक्ट लॉन्च करने से इंडस्ट्री नहीं बनेगी, ट्रस्ट बिल्ड करना पड़ता है, कन्वर्सेशन क्रिएट करने पड़ते हैं। इसी तरह ह्यूमंस ऑफ ईवी की नींव रखी गई और ह्यूमंस ऑफ ईवी का शुरुआत हुआ। आज मुझे आप सबके सामने बड़ा गर्व से, आई फील रियली प्राउड, इफ इंडिया इज टू लीड द क्लीन एनर्जी रिवोल्यूशन, वी डोंट जस्ट नीड great products, we need a platform that brings the entire ecosystem together. So with all proud, I tell everyone, today Humans of EV is, within 1.5 years, we are 85,000 followers, and if cumulative, if we talk about, it is near to 2.5 lakhs followers we are having. And when we write and when we drop any message, that creates an impression of 40 lakhs. That's the beauty of Humans of EV. HEV, Humans of EV, अब Humans of EV LinkedIn तक नहीं रह गया है, अब HEV मैगजीन है, सफरनामा है, HEV CXO कनेक्ट है, एंड टुडे HEV कैपिटल कनेक्ट के बारे में आज हम सब देख रहे हैं। हमने चिरागों को, एक शायरी और जड़ देता हूँ इसी पे, हमने चिरागों को हवा देने की कोशिश की थी, हमने चिरागों को हवा देने की कोशिश की थी, आज वो रोशनी कारवां बनकर सामने खड़ी है। We are taking the industry beyond closed boardrooms and bringing it to the masses. हम डीप टेक और मॉडर्न कंज्यूमर के बीच का डिजिटल ब्रिज बनने जा रहे हैं। We are transforming presentations into AI powered narrations, 90-second micro drama. This is something new that Humans of EV is coming up with. Abhi we, as a digital media platform, we are coming up with a small OTT 90 seconds web series which will be concluded in 3 minutes. But that web series is not that web series that you all see on OTT. This is for the myth busting of EV. So I'll take a pause. Can we have a AV here for the, and that too, one more thing. Okay, इसको हम बाद में बात करते हैं, पहले वो AV वीडियो देख लेते हैं। शिवांग।
B2B marketing is evolving. No more boring pitches. Meet your audience where they feel. Humans of EV presents India's first AI-assisted EV micro-drama and series, rewriting the clean tech narrative. HEV, the future of digital influence. Relatable stories, real business growth. Partner with Humans of EV.
So this is a small trailer of which we are going to come up with. So with this, this is purely AI driven. अब हम डिजिटल मीडिया तो थे ही, अब हम पूरी AI driven कंपनी बनने जा रहे हैं। So ये वो डायरेक्शन है जहाँ Humans EV अब जा रहा है और जाने के पहल कर चुका है। Every big vision needs the right ecosystem, और इसी ecosystem को build करने के लिए now HEV Capital Connect, it's not another event, it's a deal room, जहाँ फाउंडर मिलते हैं इन्वेस्टर से, जहां स्टार्टअप्स मिलते हैं अपॉर्चुनिटीज से और जहां कन्वर्सेशंस कोलैबोरेशंस में बदलने जा रही हैं। अगर आज इस रूम से एक मीनिंगफुल पार्टनरशिप शुरू होती है, एक फाउंडर को भी सही इन्वेस्टर मिलता है या एक स्टार्टअप को स्केल मिलता है, तो HEV कैपिटल कनेक्ट अपने पर्पस में सफल होगा। द बेस्ट इज येट टू कम, द फ्यूचर इज इलेक्ट्रिक, द फ्यूचर इज क्लीन, और उस फ्यूचर को हम सब मिलकर बिल्ड करेंगे। थैंक यू, जय हिंद। मैं अपनी वाणी को अब विराम देता हूं। धन्यवाद मुझे पेशेंटली सुनने के लिए। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Dr. Lalit Singh, for words of wisdom. कुछ बहुत जरूरी बातें जो यहाँ रह गई थी। Yes, Harsha.
So, Dr. Lalit Singh, we would like you to accompany Kailash Vijayvargiya sir to the stage. And the next. Swapnil Bansal sir, Advocate General Madhya Pradesh.
Advocate General Sridhar Pottaraju sir to come up on stage. Along with Rajat Gupta sir. आपकी तालियों की आवाज सुनाई देती रहे। मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा डॉक्टर ललित सिंह सर से, आज के हमारे चीफ गेस्ट श्री कैलाश विजयवर्गीय के साथ जो उपस्थित मंच पर माननीय सदस्य हैं उनका फेलिसिटेशन करें और आपकी तालियों की आवाज सुनाई देती रहे। सबसे पहले डॉक्टर ललित सिंह सर द्वारा आज के मुख्य अतिथि नगरीय प्रशासन मंत्री माननीय श्री कैलाश विजयवर्गीय जी का स्वागत, सत्कार, अभिनंदन। आपकी तालियों की आवाज, ह्यूज राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज एवरीवन, जोरदार तालियां एक बार। साथ ही मैं स्टेज पे बुलाना चाहूंगा मिस्टर शिवांग बाकलीवाल फ्रॉम ब्लू टिक कंसल्टेंट्स टू कम अप ऑन स्टेज। मैं चाहूंगा मिस्टर स्वप्निल बंसल, एडवोकेट जनरल श्रीधर पोट्टराजू सर का स्वागत करें ऑन द स्टेज। And once again, Dr. Lalit Singh, Swapnil Bansal and Shivang to welcome our another esteemed guest, Mr. Rajat Gupta sir. Thank you so much sir, Rajat sir यहाँ आने के लिए। स्वागत है आप सभी का बहुत बहुत on the stage। मैं चाहूंगा जब हमारे बीच हमारे माननीय मंत्री जी मौजूद हैं, क्या कहना चाहेंगे आज के इस उपस्थिति के लिए। आप सभी की तालियों के बीच, जिन्हें हम प्यार से कैलाश भैया कहते हैं, स्वागत है बहुत बहुत।
बोलिए भारत माता की। इतनी धीरे नहीं बोलना है, जरा थोड़ा जोर से बोलना है, क्योंकि हम जिस युग में जी रहे हैं उस युग में हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री हैं नरेंद्र मोदी जी, और वो नए भारत की बात करते हैं। तो नए भारत में ले जाने का काम आप लोगों को ही करना है, इसलिए ताकत से बोलिए भारत माता की, भारत माता की। आज के इस बहुत ही गरिमामय कार्यक्रम में मुझे आमंत्रित करने वाले HEV के फाउंडर डॉक्टर ललित जी, जरा तालियां बजाकर इनका स्वागत करें। TVS से आए श्री रजत गुप्ता जी, श्री प्रजत पांडे जी, श्रीधर जी सुप्रीम कोर्ट के लायर हैं और बहुत अच्छे, जैसा कभी बताया, राम जन्मभूमि के बारे में उन्होंने पैरवी भी की थी, इसलिए ज़रा तालियां जोरदार बजना चाहिए। स्वप्निल बंसल जी, जो कि है तो चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट, पर बहुत IT सेक्टर के लिए, AI के लिए, EV के लिए बहुत ही प्लेटफॉर्म तैयार करते हैं और लोगों को सपोर्ट करते हैं। स्वप्निल बंसल जी के लिए भी ताली बजा दीजिए जरा। उदय जी, उदय नारंग जी, मोहन राजू जी, यहाँ पर उपस्थित मेरे मित्र ओम शकलेचा जी के बेटे रितेश शकलेचा जी, यहाँ आए हुए सारे इन्वेस्टर्स, हमारे स्टूडेंट्स भी यहाँ पर, मुझे बताया गया स्टूडेंट्स भी हैं, इंडस्ट्रीज़ के लोग हैं और कुछ स्टार्टअप्स के भी देश भर से लोग आए हैं। एक बार अपने लिए भी आप जोरदार तालियां बजा लीजिए। सबसे पहले तो मैं आपको धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि आपने इंदौर शहर को चुना है इस HEV कैपिटल कनेक्ट के लिए। एक प्लेटफॉर्म जो कि इन्वेस्टर्स को यहाँ पर लाया है, स्टार्टअप को यहाँ पर लाया है, इंडस्ट्रीज़ को यहाँ पर लाया है। इस प्लेटफॉर्म्स के माध्यम से इस क्षेत्र में काफ़ी प्रगति की संभावना है और इसलिए HEV कैपिटल कनेक्ट इस इवेंट के लिए मैं आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई और धन्यवाद देता हूँ। इंदौर शहर आप जानते हैं स्वच्छता के नाम से जाना जाता है, पर इंदौर अब क्लीन तो है, पर हम ग्रीन शहर के नाम से भी इसको पहचानेंगे। हमने बिफोर लास्ट ईयर 51 लाख पेड़ लगाए थे, इस बार हम 21 लाख पेड़ लगाने वाले हैं। और वृक्षारोपण आज की आवश्यकता है पर्यावरण को शुद्ध करने के लिए, पर फिर भी जो रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी है उसके बारे में हमें सोचना, विचार करना, चर्चा करना बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि विश्व की राजनीति में जब हम देखते हैं तो सबसे बड़ा जो झगड़ा चल रहा है अभी वह है तेल का। और ये प्लेटफॉर्म यदि तेल की आवश्यकता को कम कर देगा तो मैं समझता हूँ कि ये बहुत बड़ा काम होगा और आने वाले समय में 100% ट्रांसपोर्ट सिस्टम जब EV पे चलेगा तो मेरा ख्याल है कि बहुत बड़ी भारत सरकार की रेवेन्यू भी बचेगी, पर्यावरण भी ठीक होगा। और ये जो विश्व की लड़ाई के बहुत सारे कारण होते हैं, पर एक कारण ये भी है, उसके कारण भी ये लड़ाई दूर होगी। मुझे कहते हुए बहुत गर्व है। मैं यदि देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी के बाद से मैंने बात प्रारंभ की है तो उसके पीछे कोई कारण है। मुझे याद आता है यदि मैं 2014 में यदि हमारी सौर ऊर्जा की क्षमता की बात करूं तो हमारी 2.82 गीगावाट थी। आज जब 12 साल की जर्नी मार्च 2026 तक हमारी 150.26 गीगावाट क्षमता हो गई है। ये हमारे 12 साल की प्रगति है। क्या आप ये जानते हैं कि हमारे देश ने संकल्प लिया है कि हम 2070 तक जीरो कार्बन इमिशन कर देंगे? मालूम है आपको? कितने लोगों को मालूम है? जरा हाथ खड़ा करें। ये संकल्प को पूरा कौन करेगा? ये संकल्प को पूरा करने की जवाबदारी आप लोगों की है। ललित जी, काफ़ी लोगों को तो यही नहीं पता कि भारत ने संकल्प लिया है कि 2070 तक हम कार्बन इमिशन जीरो कर देंगे, और उसमें आपकी बिरादरी का योगदान बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है। भारत सरकार को जो करना है कर ही रही है। मेरा विभाग नगर निगम है। जब मैंने पहली बैठक ली नगर पालिका और नगर निगम की, और मैंने कहा कि सबसे ज़्यादा बड़ा खर्चा आपका बिजली का बिल है, क्यों ना आप सोलर पावर की तरफ जाएं। मुझे कहते हुए गर्व है, लगभग 80 मेगावाट का प्लांट इंदौर नगर निगम ने लगाया है, लगभग इतना ही भोपाल नगर निगम ने लगाया है, और बाकी भी नगर पालिका नगर निगम के लिए हम लोग 300 मेगावाट का प्लांट लगाने वाले हैं, जिससे कि नगर पालिका और नगर निगम का खर्चा कम हो। जब प्रकृति ने इतना सब कुछ दिया है हमको, हम उसको सिर्फ चैनलाइज करके उपयोग क्यों नहीं कर सकते? करना चाहिए हमको। और मुझे गर्व है कि हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने बहुत सारी योजनाएं निकाली है। सूर्य घर योजना आज लगभग 70 लाख घरों के अंदर लग गई है। ये घर घर होना चाहिए। मैं सारे जनप्रतिनिधियों से कहता हूं कि घर घर जाइए और बिजली का बिल कम करिए, और लोग कर रहे हैं आजकल। कम से कम हमारे यहाँ गिरी से गिरी हालत में 365 दिन में 300 दिन कम से कम भारत के अंदर हम सोलर पावर का उपयोग कर सकते हैं। मैदानी क्षेत्र के अंदर हमें इसका उपयोग करना चाहिए। विंड पावर, उसकी क्षमता भी हमारी बहुत बड़ी है। यदि हम देखें तो 2014 में हमारी जो विंड पावर है वो मात्र 45 मेगावाट थी, अब वो 65 मेगावाट की तरफ बढ़ गई है। तो ये सब वृद्धि चलती जा रही है। प्रधानमंत्री जी का उद्देश्य है कि हम नवीनीकरण ऊर्जा की तरफ जाएं, और इसीलिए सब्सिडी भी बहुत दे रहे हैं, सरकार की सुविधाएं भी बहुत है, और पॉलिसी भी बहुत अच्छी है। और मैं तो चाहूँगा कि यहाँ पर पॉलिसी मेकर्स भी हैं, इंडस्ट्री वाले भी हैं, स्टार्टअप वाले भी हैं, स्टूडेंट्स भी हैं, कि भारत कैसे 2070 तक जीरो कार्बन इमिशन वाला देश बने। उसके लिए यदि सरकार को अगर आपको सुझाव देना चाहें तो ज़रूर दीजिए, हम उसका स्वागत करेंगे। पीएम सूर्य घर एक जन आंदोलन बनना चाहिए, और हम बनाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। ऐसे ही बहुत ज़रूरी है, जिस प्रकार विश्व के अंदर बड़ी बड़ी चुनौतियां हमारे सामने हैं। धरती का टेम्परेचर बढ़ रहा है, ग्लेशियर पिघल रहे हैं, सारी विश्व मंच पर चर्चा तो होती हुई, किंतु उसको पालन कोई नहीं करता। पर हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री जो संकल्प यूनाइटेड नेशन पे मंच पर करके आते हैं, उसको पूरा करते हैं। और इस दिशा में केंद्र की सरकार ने भी और राज्य की सरकारों ने भी बहुत अच्छा काम किया है। पर फिर भी मैं कहूँगा कि और कुछ पॉलिसी में सुधार की आवश्यकता हो तो ये प्लेटफॉर्म हमें सुझाव दे। हम देश हित में, प्रदेश हित में पॉलिसी परिवर्तन करने के लिए तैयार हैं, और ईवी विकास की गति में मध्य प्रदेश और भारत सरकार क्या कर सकती है, उसमें आप मार्गदर्शन हमें अवश्य प्रदान करें। मैं सभी हमारे स्टार्टअप के मित्रों से भी कहना चाहता हूँ कि भारत सरकार की भी नीति बनी हुई है, आप ऑनलाइन देख सकते हैं। मध्य प्रदेश सरकार की भी नीति बनी है, पॉलिसी बनी है, आप ऑनलाइन देख सकते हैं। और इंदौर नगर निगम ने भी इस दिशा में क्या क्या काम किया है ये आप देख सकते हैं। पर शहर के विकास के लिए, क्योंकि देश भर से लोग आए, प्रदेश के विकास के लिए और देश के विकास के लिए और क्या किया जा सकता है, क्योंकि आप सब विशेषज्ञ हैं, आप सब इस क्षेत्र में काम करने वाले अनुभवी लोग हैं, सरकार को मार्गदर्शन देखते हैं और हमें बहुत अच्छा लगता है। हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री बहुत रिसीविंग है, वो ये नहीं सोचते हैं कि मैं प्रधानमंत्री बन गया तो सारी अकल का ठेका मेरे पास आ गया। वो यंग्स लीडर्स के साथ बैठते हैं, इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स के साथ बैठ के चर्चा करते हैं और जो अच्छी बात होती है वो हमारे देश की पॉलिसी में एडॉप्ट करते हैं। ये हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी की एक बहुत अच्छी आदत है और वो हमें भी यही सिखाते हैं कि बैठिए यंगस्टर के साथ, नए नए विचार, नए नए सपने, उसको साकार कैसे कर सकते हैं और उसमें सरकार का योगदान क्या हो सकता है। इस दिशा में सरकारों को काम करना चाहिए। यदि इसी प्रकार काम करती रही तो हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी का सपना है कि 2047 में भारत विश्व का सबसे ताकतवर देश बने, वो हम सब मिलकर बनाएंगे, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की जय।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। एक बार आप सभी की जोरदार तालियां। लेकिन हमारे प्यारे कैलाश भैया से, कैलाश विजयवर्गीय जी, आपसे आग्रह है, मंचासीन गणमान्य अतिथियों से आग्रह है कि हाँ, जितने भी लोग मौजूद हैं सब अपनी जगह पर एक बार खड़े हो जाएं और साथ में संकल्प लें, एक प्लेज करें हम लोग मिलकर के। 21 लाख पेड़ हमने साथ मिलकर के रोपने का किया, ताकि इंदौर मध्य प्रदेश का नहीं, भारत का नहीं, दुनिया का सबसे हरा भरा शहर हो, सबसे क्लीन, सबसे ग्रीन हो। मैं चाहूंगा ये संकल्प आप दिलवाएं सभी को।
देखिए, यहाँ पर इंदौर के बाहर के लोग भी हैं, इसलिए इंदौर तो 21 लाख पेड़ लगाएगा ही, क्योंकि हम जो संकल्प लेते हैं उसको पूरा करते हैं, ये इंदौर की जनता जानती है। पर आप लोग भी संकल्प लेकर जाएं, जिस शहर से आएँ, जिस प्रदेश से आएँ, वहाँ मैं भी वृक्षारोपण के लिए लोगों को बिल्कुल प्रोत्साहित करने का काम करूँगा। तो हम सब, मैं शपथ लेता हूँ कि देश के और विश्व के पर्यावरण को सुधारने के लिए भारत के एक नागरिक होने के नाते, एक अच्छे नागरिक होने के नाते मैं संकल्प लेता हूं कि जिस शहर में रहता हूं वहां पेड़ खुद लगाऊंगा और लोगों को प्रोत्साहन भी दूंगा। मैं इंडस्ट्री के लोगों से भी कहूँगा कि अपने CSR से इस प्रोग्राम में अपना सहयोग प्रदान करें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की जय।
बहुत बहुत सारा धन्यवाद। मैं चाहूंगा कि अब श्री स्वप्निल बंसल जी आएं और 2 शब्द कहें, आभार व्यक्त करें।
Hello. Respected Shri Kailash Vijayvargiya ji and distinguished investors, industry leaders, startups and students who have come today and make this event a grand success. On behalf of entire HEV team, I would extend my sincere thanks to Shri Kailash Vijayvargiya ji to spare time and give his valuable insights on the mission of clean energy and turning India and Indore to a more cleaner and greener Indore. Today we have privilege to have more than 50 startups and 100+ industry leaders. We have some great pitches and coming up great sessions and more pitches. As we move ahead to the rest of the program, I encourage all the participants to network, collaborate and meet with new people here so that it solves the purpose of all what we are trying to achieve here. So if any meaningful connection, as Lalit Bhai said, made today, any scale which is achieved today or any connection which helps you in your journey of growth will achieve our objective of executing this event. Thank you again, once again, Mr. Kailash Vijayvargiya, for coming and sparing time for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. एक बार फिर से स्वप्निल बंसल जी, डॉक्टर ललित सिंह, मिस्टर रजत गुप्ता, and Sridhar Pottaraju sir, Senior Advocate from Supreme Court of India. Thank you so much. आपकी तालियों की आवाज कुछ ज्यादा सुनाई दे तो हम उस चीज के लिए बढ़ेंगे जिसका आप वेट कर रहे हैं, राइट?
एक चीज तो है जिसका आप सब वेट कर ही रहे हैं, बट
Being Indori.
being Indori, any guesses?
पोहा जलेबी.
बिल्कुल. So moving ahead, I would like to break the session for lunch, for our networking lunch. See, असली बातें, असली जो networking होती है and deep connections build होते हैं, that happens over food. तो but उसके बाद जाइएगा नहीं. We have a wonderful band after us playing soon, and after which we have the next round of our startup pitches. So there's a lot more to see, a lot more to learn. So please come, welcome back, and in about an hour. Thank you.
Exactly 30 minutes.
Yes.
And we will be back. Thank you so much, everyone.
बना सोनी तगर पे जैसे सोनी ये चाहो सुहानी हाँ कैसी पहेली है ये कैसी पहेली जिंदगानी हाँ 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 थामा हाँ रोका इसको किसने हाँ ये तो बहता पानी हाँ कैसी पहेली है ये कैसी पहेली जिंदगानी baby.
Thank you so much. After us, we will get one more song from you. But in the meantime, anyone and everyone who can hear me, I'm speaking a bit loudly, please make your way back to the summit, back to the main grand hall, because we have to get started with the next round of pitches and a lot of exciting conversations coming up. So please start making your way back to the hall. We'll be starting the next pitches in the next 5 minutes. Thank you.
रात में ही जागते हैं ये गुनाहों के घर इनकी बाहें खोल राहें जो भी आए इधर आहा आहा ये है गुमराहों का रास्ता मुस्कान झूठी है पहचान झूठी है रंगीनी है छाई फिर भी है तन्हाई कल इन्हीं गलियों में इन मसली गलियों में तो ये धूम थी जो रूह प्यासी है जिसमें उदासी है वो है घूमती सबको तलाश वो ही समझे काश कोई गुमराहों का रास्ता मुस्काने झूठी है पहचाने झूठी है रंगीनी है छाई फिर भी है तन्हाई इन्हीं गलियों में इन मसली गलियों में तो ये धूम थी क्या हो गया है वो उसको पता है जो ये नाराज थे ऐ रात इतना बता तुझको तो होगा पता
Based out of Ghaziabad. We were founded in 2022. At Hexol, our mission is simple, to make the EV space more reliable. This is not changing. Okay. So we have all spoken about the adoption of EV in the L5 space and the LCV space. But at Hexol, we believe that there are three major issues that are still there in this industry. The first one being that almost all the EVs that are being made are being derived from the already existing ICE platforms. The second problem is that the cost of acquisition still remains very high. And the third problem is the durability and reliability of the products. At Hexol, we have done exactly what is required to solve these problems. We have custom built a special EV platform from ground up, which is based on innovation and technology. We have done multiple innovations and interventions to have a vehicle which can truly address the last mile logistic and passenger mobility segment. You can see one of our vehicles here. So it's a twin wheel concept that we have designed. And this is a L5 category vehicle, but it is as big as a LCV vehicle, say Tata Ace or Tata Magic. This vehicle has a twin wheel technology. This is a patented technology that we have. The tubular monocoque structure that we have introduced is basically allowing the vehicle to be built on the concept of microbus for passenger mobility. We have a very durable design, a very lightweight design, and the cost or the cost optimization of these vehicles has been done in such a way that they give the customer best of both the worlds. So this is the team. So our team carries huge experience in the EV and automotive field. We have Mr. Dinesh Tyagi. He could not be here today due to some exigency of work. He's the founder and MD of our company. He has more than 40 years of experience in the automotive domain, in various domains of OEM functioning. He has been into vehicle development, R&D, top leadership positions in organizations like ICAT, General Motors, Piaggio, Daewoo, etc. Myself, I have more than 15 years of experience in the EV ecosystem. I was working for ICAT. Before this, I was heading the EV lab there. I have been instrumental in setting up multiple EV testing and validation related facilities at ICAT. We also worked on multiple projects related to EV development in the country and standardization of batteries, motors, etc. So this slide summarizes what makes our vehicles unique. The patented twin wheel technology, this is the first in the world. The monocoque design. The tubular structure monocoque design has never been used to create an L5 category vehicle ever. And because of these interventions, we have been able to have the first D+9 capability electric vehicle in the L5 segment in the country. We are also the first to offer a driver plus 2 seating in the loader vehicles. We are also the first who have provided 2 disc brakes on a L5 at the front because we have twin wheels. The ergonomics are just as a four-wheeler. We have steering control, we have big cabin. Our platform is modular, so the battery size is expandable. Currently, we offer 2 battery sizes, which is 16.64 kilowatt hours and 23 kilowatt hours. And all this has been backed by patented design. We are not just a proof company, okay? We have already deployed vehicles. Our vehicles are being deployed in Delhi and UP. Our passenger vehicle, the D+9, as you can see on the left side of the screen, is being deployed in Delhi. So there are chances that if you go to Delhi and you are near a metro station, you might see our vehicles. They're also being deployed in schools, in semi-urban and rural areas. We have also delivered 16 vehicles to AIMS, D+16-seater buses. Our loader vehicle is also running in Porter in the LCV category vehicle for the last 1.5 years. And I'm very proud to say that it has been doing really well, and Porter has been pushing us to deploy more vehicles through our logistic partners. We are now ready to go B2C. We have already done tie-ups with multiple NBFCs across India and Delhi NCR. We have also allocated 2 dealerships in Bihar and Lucknow already. So we are getting traction from there. We are not a single product company. We already have a loader, a passenger, a school van. We are also looking at developing buses, commercial buses, and we also have a prototype ready for loaders. So going forward in future, we would like to develop more vehicles on different platforms, although the design philosophy would remain same, modular and expandable. Regarding the market, it's a huge market. As per the numbers available to us.
1 minute left.
Yeah, so the market, the total addressable market is 46,000 crores, and we want to just have a small chunk of it because through our innovative products, which are strategically placed between 3-wheelers and 4-wheelers. This is our projections. We have already done a revenue of just tad up of 3 crores last year, and we look to grow through these fundings. We are looking to raise 32 CR in this round, and we are still bootstrapped. So we would like to expand our network. Now we are ready to scale. We would like to expand our dealership network, production capabilities. This is where the funding would go, mostly into tooling, capex, working capital, and new product development. So Hexol has done what most of the EV OEMs just strive to do for many years. We have a product. We have a certified product. We have a product on road. We have revenues. We have customers. We have traction. When we are ready to scale. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Devesh sir. Can we have the question and answers?
So my question is around to understand why did you change the form factor of the vehicle? What is the reason for that?
See, we have addressed a very specific market, which is between the 3-wheelers. So the 3-wheelers coherently are not so stable. They are not very reliable normally, and the 4-wheelers are very costly. So what we have done is we have created a niche in between, and that has resulted in us having to offer products which offer similar capabilities as a 4-wheeler, but at a very lower price point.
Who is purchasing your vehicles?
B2C, we are selling in Delhi to Grameen Seva. So they are B2C customers who are buying it. Loaders are being procured by B2C customers who are deploying them in Porter.
So what's the split between commercial and passenger?
Currently, this year we have done B2C mostly this year. We have already done 1.17 crore of revenue. So we are focusing on the passenger vehicle.
And how many vehicles have you sold?
Sorry?
How many vehicles have you sold?
We have sold 25 vehicles this year, and we already have ordered for 65 plus vehicles.
This year means
From
April
May.
to
No, we started B2C from May. So from May onwards.
2 months.
And what was your revenue in March 31st, 2026?
The revenue was 3 crores 10 lakhs. That was mostly from the institutional sales to AIMS and also to B2B logistic firms.
How many vehicles can you produce in a month? Like
Currently we are able to produce 15 to 20 vehicles, and that is the reason we want to scale up and raise capital. We are still bootstrapped.
Okay.
This vehicle of yours is passed as quad, or what kind of vehicle? L5 or quad?
It is certified as L5.
Thank you so much, Devesh Parikh sir. That was all from Hexal Motors.
Thank you.
आपकी तालियों की आवाज सुनाई देते रहे. Huge round of applause for our first investor in the second round. For the next one, मैं बुलाना चाहूँगा Mtron EV Hub के founders Anban Irai and Anban SK को on the stage. आपकी तालियों की आवाज आती रहे तो हमें बहुत खुशी होगी. Thank you so much. Can we have the AV? So your time starts now.
Hello. Good afternoon to all present here. Myself, Anban from Amtron. We are here powering the future with you. Okay. Nowadays, most of the commercialization and the B2B businesses are happening through the EV. But the real innovation is not the EV. It is the tech that is involved in the EV. The major component and the cost of the EV comes to the battery pack. So what most of the EVs does is they do not care about the tech inside it. They care only about the battery pack, because that is a huge upfront cost. What they do is they copy the tech from China or outside India and then implement the same tech over here. So they are facing multiple failures in the battery, also reduced in range. Also, the money that you spend for each battery is being not efficient. So what here we are trying to solve is, we are trying to solve two issues from the batteries. One is, we are trying to make your battery more efficient, healthier and intelligent. By this way, we can increase the range of your battery, also the lifetime of your battery, without making any compromise in safety. Also, we can afford fast charging speeds more than anything that is comparable with the industry markets right now. The second thing, what we are trying to build is, instead of a blind swapping networks, why do we call it as a blind swapping networks? Because if you have a Hero or a Ather, you can swap their batteries only in their battery stations. Where in most of the times, the batteries in the battery swapping stations would be remain idle, where it will not be used anywhere else. So for these two main problems, we are trying to solve it with our solution. Where what we have especially designed is, we have in-house designed our own BMS with a IP, where this BMS can able to increase the range of your electric vehicle about 30 to 35%. Similarly, it would also increase the life of your electric battery about 40%. Also, the fast charging rate when it compared with the Ather or Ola is about 17% increase in fast charging. That might go even up to 38%. Also, the second thing what we are trying to work on is, what we have named is Universal Energy Transfer Hub, which is battery swap and energy storage technology, where how you are ordering foods in Swiggy or Zomato, the local customers can order their batteries and then use the batteries only for a limited amount of time, which is in the battery swapping station. Because in most of the battery swapping stations, at most of the times the batteries would be idle. We are providing life to those batteries. Also, the same battery swapping station can be used as a UPS or an alternative source for diesel generators. Okay, what is the size of the market that we are targeting right now is overall the complete world we are targeting about 12 billion, but as of India it is about 1 billion right now, and in future we are expecting this segment to grow up to 44 billion by 2033. That is the target we are trying to make. We are not only trying to capture just a margin percentage of the market, we are trying to obliterate the market because this is the first ever of its kind in this tech. Why now and go to market strategies? For a simple reason, I will just give you an example. Let's say if you are buying an Aether 450X, it has an ideal range of 160 kilometers, where a real world range of 120 kilometers. It would be achievable only for the first 6 months. After the 6 months, what is going to happen is, you are going to see a decrease in range, where that is going to be caused not by all the cells in the battery. That is just due to a single weakest cell in the battery. Because to have a safety precautions, the range is getting decreased. What our tech innovatively does is, it is going to safeguard your cells. Also, it is not going to lose your range over the years. It is going to maintain your range. That is the innovation that we have built it over here. Since all the OEM has a more headache job, because the salesperson will get a EV complaint and he will just transport it to the OEMs, where the OEM has to analyze it, replace it, and retransport it to the local vendor, so that they are getting assembled and they are getting their services. The complete period takes about 10 to 12 days, where here we can locally analyze the faults within a matter of 2 minutes. And then the replacement time is going to be around 1 to 2 hours, which can be locally done in any service centers. That is the major part that we are trying to save the OEMs, where the OEMs are spending a lot of times replacing, analyzing the batteries.
Last 2 minutes.
Yeah, the major market that we are trying to capture is the B2B market and B2C markets, where the B2C markets can be captured by the BSES, what we call this as a battery swap energy storage stations, where whenever the batteries in your battery swappings are being idle, we'll transfer the energy to some nearby locality where they require some power. So by this way, your battery asset is being same, but it is utilized at its maximum efficiency. Okay, this is the financials of our company, where previous year we have made a turnover of around 50 lakhs, and right now this year we have a current pilot order of 101 lakhs. Soon we expect to close this year by 3 to 7 crores. This is the funds that we are looking for. We are looking for about 2 crores, where 36% is going to go for the production and hardware deployments. Then the 16% is for the certifications. Then as the rest. This is the team. We are a team of 4, where I have a experience in the renewable field for the past 5 years, where I have a co-founder. She has a experience in oil and retail outlet fields for about 39 years, where the other is a CTO. He has experience in railway communications, where we have a R&D separate team, where he is developing and testing these prototypes. This is the current traction that we have. We have a 41 lakhs confirmed order, where out of it 27 lakhs is from IOCL, where the rest is from hospitals and homes. These are for BSES, battery swap energy storage stations. What is the unique advantage that Amptron has when compared with the other market players? We are the one who can able to give you extra range without cutting your complete supply to the motors. We can enhance your range and battery life. The second thing is, we provide efficiency in your batteries.
Time's up, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Question and answer session.
Hi. Who would be your customers, and have you identified like the top 2, 3 that you'd want to tap to?
Actually, we have 2 types of customers, sir. One of the customers is the OEMs, who is preparing the battery packs. The other customers is the consumers. Let's say if you have a UPS at your home, for 4 hours you are getting the backup. After 4 hours you will not get the backup. At that time you can order the battery like ordering food, and then use it for the rest 4 hours, and then the person will take the batteries out.
So in these cases, your products help, or your solution would help overall increase the life of the battery or performance of the battery, or just monitor and identify?
Sir, it does both. It increases the life and also the performance of the batteries. Let's say for a normal battery, you get a lifetime of about 50,000 kilometers or 4 years, where we can increase it up to 40%. If it is a 50,000 kilometers, we can give you an additional claim of 40%, which is around 78,000. So you get a higher life for the same asset.
And that's because of a function, like, can you talk a little bit about the IP that you've built to enable that?
Yes, sir. We have a unique IP where we will be isolating the cells, but not cutting off each cells. What happens in the regular market is, whenever a single group is being weak, you are going to cut off the complete chain. But we are not going to do it. We are just going to isolate the chain, where reconfigure the rest of the chains.
Got it. Okay. You had a slide on the competition. Can you just pull that up? Can you just walk us through this? I know you didn't have time to talk about it, but if you can just walk us through the slide.
Yes, sir. So actually, VCOM are the ones who is doing the BMS thing in India, where Battery X are the similar to VCOM. They are producing batteries. Then Sun Mobility, they are just battery swapping players, like how they used to swap the batteries. Where Brill Power is the only agency that is similar to our tech, but that is based in UK. They are also in trials. Now we are at deployments and we are testing our trials, where we have deployed two 24 lakhs product that is used in industries, where they have a fixed 100 kilowatt storage systems. Even if they need additional power, they will be circulating through our app, and they will be getting additional powers during shutdown, long shutdowns.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other question?
Hi.
Hi, sir.
Hello. Yeah, just
Yes.
wanted to understand a bit more about the way you said that you can extend the life and the range of the battery.
Yes, sir.
So, what I understood that you said about that you will isolate a single cell. But
Yeah.
what would happen if one cell is weak now, maybe another cell goes weak after a month or 2 months? The battery life will keep on going down. How do you address that in your technology?
So that is what we are trying to do is, right now the market, they have two types of balancing. We are not going to balance. We are cutting out the balancing. Because of balancing also, the energy and the hotspots are being created. Without balancing, we can reduce those things. While reducing those things, we can have an intelligent layer where each cell is performed individually, independent of the preceding cell or succeeding cell.
Agreed. But for example, a battery has 45 cells.
Yes, sir.
5 of them are not working fine.
Yes,
You have isolated them. Then the battery range will go down.
Yes, the battery range will go down, but what we lock is, you can't go up to 75 kilometers. Previously, you can go up to a top speed of 100 kilometers per hour.
Okay.
Now the speed will be limited.
So you will reduce the current basically, and then obviously the speed will be reduced.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so that's the only way that you have to, that's the only IP that you have, that you can isolate a cell.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was Mr. Anman Irai and Anman SK from Mtron EV Hub. एक बार फिर से तालियां हो जाएं. And this is what you have witnessed, जो हमने कभी देखा है टीवी चैनल्स में, यूट्यूब में. As a startup, founders आते हैं, अपने अपने आइडियाज पिच करते हैं. So मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा कि पिचिंग सिर्फ एक बिजनेस आइडिया नहीं होता, एक फाउंडर के लिए कन्विक्शन भी होता है. एंड ऑन दैट नोट, नेक्स्ट फाउंडर जो यहाँ आ रहे हैं, ही इज मिस्टर महेश सिंगारे, प्राजक्ता जोशी एंड चेतन सवांग, हु इज द फाउंडर ऑफ सामकू ईवी, सामकू टेक्नोलॉजी. वंस अगेन थोड़ी सी तालियां हो जाएं, बहुत तो आप खुद ही कर रहे हैं. थैंक यू सो मच.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. Myself Prajakta, and we are the Samku team. So Samku is the powering of the future of electric mobility. We are actually the manufacturer of EV charging solutions. So let me give the brief introduction about our company. We have established our company in 2016, and as of now we have completed our R&D phase. We are more on the incubation phase, and now we are actually doing marketing and selling of our product. So we are Pune-based company. We are also the official partner of LIF government entity. So it is there on their website also. Now this is our team. Myself, Prajakta, I am handling the operations. Chetan Chavan, he is the CMO. Mahesh Shingare, he is the CEO and the founder of the company, and other members of our team. So the problem which we are handling, in the India is evolutioning the EV journey. So we are the building India's next generation EV infrastructure. As you all know about EV adoption is actually accelerating rapidly in India, but there are the limitations of the infrastructure availability. That's why we wanted to focus majorly on the sustainability, innovation and customer satisfaction. Currently in the apartments, societies, hotels, restaurants, there are the infrastructure limitations for the EV charging vehicles. So our portfolio includes majorly the DC and AC types of chargers, which will fill the gaps of reliability, payment friction and deployment hurdles. So when we say reliability gaps, there are fragmented networks across the India. There are poor maintenance standards, payment frictions. People needs to download the multiple apps to do the charging of the vehicles. We have built in our own CMS platform where you can directly scan, pay and start your charger. In case of there are any deductions, then you can it will get auto refunded. And we don't have any deployment hurdles because we are the own manufacturer. So starting from the end-to-end maintenance, sales, service, everything comes under us. So we don't have any dependency on any third-party vendor. These are our product portfolio starting from 3 kilowatt, 630, 30 to 720 kilowatts AC and DC chargers in the dispenser model. Our major focus is into the MDU. So what is MDU? In societies, with the help of one main charger, at a time 11 to 12 cars can get charged. And in Maharashtra, many of the builders got the notification that they have to provide at least one charging station per society. So it is now RERA compliance. So we are majorly focusing on the MDU, plus we have some USPs of our product, which are the AI-based. Right now, people are thinking of adding AI into their product, but we have already built the AI with voice charge. You can directly give voice commands to the charger, and then you can do the payment functionalities also with the help of the voice commands, and it stops also. So these are few of our USPs. These are our charging station. And this is our inbuilt CMS platform of scan and pay. Ma'am, can you please play the video? So this is our concept video of Samku Plaza. So this is our major project focus for next few years. Samku Plaza is actually the plaza EV charging station where user will charge his vehicle. Along with that, he will be at the plaza to have some food. Then he can be relaxed over there. So recently, we got a major order from Orissa government, particularly for this Samku Plaza, which is in process now. So we have achieved a strong growth with the limited capital. Right now, we have 450 plus charging stations installed, around 4,500 of networks and active user, 12,000, 20,000 plus customers are served with the help of this. Now I am over to my team member Chetan.
Good afternoon all.
Last 2 minutes.
So our major focus in upcoming years is MDU segment. hospital, hotel, and commercial platform, as well as IT parks. About our recurring revenue, it's very easy to handle, and you can settle customer payment as well as dealer distributor payment via one click only. About our CMS, Mahesh will explain further.
हेलो माय नेम इज़ महेश. एक्चुअली मैं थोड़ा हिंदी में आपको बात करूँगा. तो CMS जो है मल्टीपल ऐप्स, बाकी कंपनियां जो हैं मल्टीपल ऐप्स पे जा रही है. वहाँ पे वॉलेट है, मल्टीपल अमाउंट्स आपका होल्डिंग रहता है. यहाँ पे वैसा कुछ ये नहीं है. यहाँ पे आपको डायरेक्टली स्कैन, पे एंड चार्ज ऑप्शंस मिलेगा डायरेक्ट UPI थ्रू. कोई भी आपको ऐप डाउनलोड करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, वॉलेट बेसिस नहीं है, कुछ वेब लिंक नहीं है. डायरेक्ट UPI प्लेटफॉर्म, गूगल पे, फ़ोन पे डायरेक्ट आप स्कैन करके पे करके चार्ज कर सकते हैं. नेक्स्ट एक्चुअली हमारा जो एक न्यू प्रोडक्ट है जो वॉइस चार्ज कमांड पे चल रहा है, जो न्यू इनोवेशंस है, जो आपको कोई ऐप नहीं, QR कोड नहीं, कुछ नहीं, सिर्फ आप उसको कमांड देंगे, वॉइस कमांड, जो आप उससे बात कर सकते हो और चार्जर भी आपसे बात करेगा. जो वॉइस कमांड से उसको स्टार्ट कर सकते हो, बंद कर सकते हो, जो भी आपको चाहिए वो उसके साथ आप बोल के बात करके उसको हैंडल कर सकते हो. और जो भी है उसको बैकएंड से उसको कमांड वगैरह सब मिल जाएगा. तो एक नया इनोवेशन है. स्लाइड नहीं है क्या?
It is time now.
Yes.
Can we have the question and answers?
Thank you. Thank you
Is
for the
there
presentation.
any questions? Is there any confusion in terms of concept, product?
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick question. At this point in time, have you deployed any of these chargers? Have they been installed somewhere?
In restaurants? Sorry?
Have these chargers been deployed somewhere? Have you installed these chargers?
Yes. So we have deployed it across the India. Like our major client base is from Maharashtra. We are Pune based. We are from Maharashtra. So 5 to 6 cities from Maharashtra, builders are using our chargers. Apart from that, we have deployed on Goa, then Orissa and Bangalore.
And how many chargers in total have been deployed?
So 4,500 plus chargers are installed, and then 550 plus active user base is there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other question? Are we done? Do we have any other question? So thank you, team Samco EV. एक बार तालियां. बहुत अच्छा platform for fast charging. I hope कुछ बहुत अच्छा positive response मिले. But now it is the time, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome a leader जो prove कर रहे हैं कि disruption की कोई age नहीं होती है. Who is aging gracefully in his life experience, and he is now rewriting the rules of EV sector. He is driving force, bringing game-changing innovations to the green mobility space. Put your hands together for the founder of HHW Care Products, Mr. Naveen Batra. So your time starts now.
नमस्कार, मैं नवीन बत्रा इंदौर से अपना HHW केयर प्रोडक्ट्स इंडिया प्राइवेट लिमिटेड से हमारा जो प्रोडक्ट है दिव्यांग लोगों के माइक्रो इंटरप्राइजेस और मोबिलिटीज़ का जो मोबिलिटीज़ को लाइवहुड में बदलने के लिए हमने एक प्रोडक्ट डेवलप किया है। उस प्रॉब्लम को, इन प्रॉब्लम्स को देखते हुए कि हिंदुस्तान में करीब 2.5 करोड़ दिव्यांग लोग हैं जिनको कि इन प्रॉब्लम्स से जुड़ना, बेरोजगारी और मोबिलिटी, इन सब के लिए उनको अफोर्डेबिलिटी की कमी है और उनको ट्रेडिशनल जो डिलीवरी व्हीकल्स हैं उनको ऑपरेटिंग कॉस्ट काफ़ी ज़्यादा है और मोबिलिटी बिजनेस के लिए डेडिकेटेड कोई सॉल्यूशन नहीं है। तो उस अनुसार हमने अपना ये प्रोडक्ट डेवलप किया है। हाँ, HHW का इनोवेशन पोर्टफोलियो IPR बेस्ड है। हमारे कुछ प्रोडक्ट्स हैं जो IPR हैं, जिसमें सबसे पहले ये प्रोडक्ट है सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट के लिए चलता फिरता शॉप, जिसमें वो अपना रोजगार कर सकता है, छोटी दुकान लगा सकता है, सर्विस बैक वर्क कर सकता है, रूरल एंटरप्राइज कर सकता है। और इसके ये प्रभाव जो रहेंगे, जो बेहतर मोबिलिटी मिलेगी, सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट क्रिएशन होगा, सोशल इंक्लूजन होगा और इंक्लूजन इनकम जनरेशन होगी। और हमारा ये दूसरा प्रोडक्ट है एडवर्टाइजिंग ट्राइसिकल, जिसका उद्देश्य है कि चलता फिरता प्रचार प्रसार करे। जो भी कंपनियां हैं, जो ब्रांड्स हैं, कुछ इलेक्शन कैंपेन्स है, गवर्नमेंट अवेयरनेस है, जैसे बेटी बचाओ, जो दिव्यांगों के उपकरण को डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन करने का, जैसे बेटी बचाओ प्रोग्राम जैसे होते हैं, रूरल मार्केटिंग के लिए ये काफ़ी उपयोगित है। इसको रेवेन्यू, उसका जो मॉडल है वो एडवर्टाइजिंग एजेंसी इसको ब्रांड पे मंथली रेंटल के बेसिस पर व्हीकल का उपयोग कर सकते हैं। उसकी मार्केट अपॉर्चुनिटी है कि इंडिया का आउटडोर एडवर्टाइजिंग मार्केट टायर 2 और टायर 3 सिटीज़ में तेज़ी से बढ़ रहा है, जैसे कि इंदौर में, ग्वालियर में, इन सिटीज़ में इनका काफ़ी है। मेट्रो सिटीज़ को छोड़ के जो टायर 2, टायर 3 सिटीज़ हैं, इनका वहाँ पर ज़्यादा डिमांड आ रहा है। इसका मैं एक वीडियो भी दिखाना चाहता हूँ। एक्सक्यूज मी, ये वीडियो वो एक क्लिक करना है। हाँ हाँ हाँ।
Is it possible, can we play the YouTube link from here?
Mobile advertisement.
ये ट्राइसिकल हमने काफ़ी अभी दिया भी है गवर्नमेंट्स में, CSR में, NGOs में। और
ट्राईसाइकिल शारीरिक दिव्यांगता अब रोजगार में बाधा नहीं। सहारा ट्राईसाइकिल के साथ दिव्यांगजन बने आत्मनिर्भर। दुकानों, फैक्ट्री, इंस्टीट्यूट और सरकारी योजनाओं जैसे बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ का प्रचार कर हर महीने कमा सकते हैं 15,000 रुपए तक। रोजगार भी, सम्मान भी और समाज सेवा भी। सहारा ट्राईसाइकिल, आत्मनिर्भर दिव्यांग भारत की नई पहचान। मोबाइल एडवर्टीजमेंट।
वापस ये सहारा ट्राइसाइकिल दिव्यांगों को काफ़ी हेल्प करेगी, जिससे कि उनको रोजगार मिलेगा 15-20 हज़ार रुपया हर महीने का। उस हिसाब से ये प्रोडक्ट को डिज़ाइन किया हुआ है। इसकी मोबिलिटी के लिए भी बेहतर है और एडवर्टाइजिंग भी करता है। उसका अपना उनका जीवन स्तर भी इससे बढ़ेगा, जो लोग बेरोजगार वगैरह हैं। इसको नेक्स्ट कैसे करें सर? ये ट्राइसिकल बनाया है हमने। ये हमारा IPR भी है, ISI मार्क भी है। इसके द्वारा वो ग्रॉसरी डिलीवरी कर सकता है, फूड डिलीवरी कर सकता है। और ये CSR लाइवलीहुड प्रोजेक्ट्स में काफ़ी इसका रिक्वायरमेंट है। हमने करीब 6 करोड़ रुपए का अभी तक हमने ये सप्लाई किया हुआ है कुछ सालों में। 6 करोड़ का प्रोडक्ट, सिर्फ यही प्रोडक्ट हमने 6 करोड़ का सप्लाई किया है। और ये भी ऐसा ही है जैसे छोटा चलता फिरता दुकान। और अभी तक हमने पिछले 2-3 सालों में इसको अच्छी तरह से सप्लाई किया है, जिसमें CSR प्रोजेक्ट्स, NGO, सोशल वेलफेयर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट, दिव्यांगजन वेलफेयर प्रोग्राम। और अभी भी इसकी डिमांड बढ़ रही है। जो PM का E-टाइप मिशन है, ग्रीन मोबिलिटी इनिशिएटिव है, CSR लाइवलीहुड प्रोग्राम्स है, इन सब में इनकी रिक्वायरमेंट बरकरार है। अभी इनकी रिक्वायरमेंट रहेगी जिसमें हमको पार्टिसिपेट करना है। अब इसका रेवेन्यू सोर्स हमारा यही है कि डायरेक्ट व्हीकल सेल से हमारा B2G भी है, B2C भी है, B2B भी है, ऑनलाइन भी है। हर तरीके से इसको सेल हो रहा है और आगे होगा डायरेक्ट। और हमारा इसका दिव्यांगजनों के लिए मोबिलिटी मेन हमारा स्पेशलाइजेशन है। काफ़ी सालों से हम इसको, हमारा फाउंडर मिस्टर लक्ष्मण बत्रा, इन्होंने इस पर काम चालू किया था और इस पर काफ़ी स्पेशलाइजेशन है। इसके हमारे काफ़ी IPR भी हैंगे, जो कि इसका एक स्ट्रॉन्ग डिफरेंशिएट करता है। सोशल इम्पैक्ट और कमर्शियल विजिबिलिटी होती है। एग्जिस्टिंग मार्केट इसका प्रेजेंस हैगा, CHR गवर्नमेंट में इसको हमको एक्सेप्टेंस किया हुआ है जो कि हमने अभी तक सप्लाई किया है, और EV सॉल्यूशन है ही है जो इन्वायरमेंट के लिए बेहतर है। हमारी आस्क जो है 1 करोड़ जो यहाँ पे हमारी रिक्वायरमेंट रहेगी प्रोडक्शन में, प्रोडक्शन डेवलपमेंट में, सेल्स डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन में, वर्किंग कैपिटल में और ब्रांड मार्केटिंग में। इसका टारगेट आउटकम जो है करीब 5,000 से ज़्यादा ट्राइसिकल हम 3 साल में करीब बनाएंगे, जिसमें तीनों तरह की ट्राइसिकल है, जो एडवर्टाइजिंग साइकिल है और वो ग्रॉसरी सप्लाई करने की साइकिल है, गुड डिलीवरी वाली सप्लाई है, जो ट्राइसिकल है, उन सबका मिला के करीब 5,000 से ज़्यादा का हमारा टारगेट है बनाने का। और इससे ये होगा कि हमारी हर ट्राइसिकल रोजगार देगी, मोबिलिटी देगी, सम्मान देगी और फाइनेंशियल इंडिपेंडेंस देगी और एक सस्टेनेबल ट्रांसपोर्ट रहेगा। थैंक यू। हमारा प्रोडक्ट सिर्फ ई ट्राइसिकल मैन्युफैक्चर नहीं करता है, हम मोबाइल लाइवलीहुड के साथ क्रिएट करते हैं, दिव्यांगजनों को एम्पावर करते हैं, ग्रीन एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप को बढ़ावा देते हैं और भारत का सबसे इंक्लूसिव मोबिलिटी इकोसिस्टम तैयार कर रहे हैं। थैंक यू।
We'll get the investor questions now. Thank you so much, sir. That was quite remarkable. Such a simple yet effective tool to think about. Can we have a huge round of applause, everyone? Our next startup is Velo Mobility Private Limited, founder Jagreet Gupta and Anirudh Singhal.
So, one fine morning, the family driver of a family comes up to all the members, tells them that भैया मेरे को साइकिल से आने में आपके घर तक बहुत प्रॉब्लम होने लग गई है अब, क्या आप मेरे को कुछ एडवांस अमाउंट दे दोगे so that I can go and buy a petrol bike? That was the problem statement and presented to the family, and one of the member of the family refused to do so. The family was very much capable of increasing the salary of this driver so that he was able to buy a petrol bike, invest in the petrol bike, and come easily to their house or do any other work. He asked the driver to wait patiently for a few weeks. This guy went out, bought a battery, retrofitted the battery inside the cycle, made it an electric cycle, gave it to the driver. The driver came back with a very happy response that although the range is less, which is comparable to the time 5 years ago, the range was very less at that time, but he was very happy that he is able to charge a bicycle at his house, at the owner's house, and is able to do his chores properly without even incurring any petrol costs. Cut to a few months later, and an import of a small lot of bikes and batteries, the first Velo bike was born. With the help of a delivery giant in that city, the distribution model came up to be able to give those bikes as testing to delivery partners of that entire city, and how to cover up that entire city using just those retrofitted bikes. All of that was 5 years ago, and since that time, Velo Mobility has come a long way to improve and work deeper into the delivery and gig ecosystem. So much so that not only one, right now we have 2 business models that we are working towards. Coming to the first model, it is a EV two-wheeler leasing platform where we are exclusively leasing it out to the delivery partners of Zomato, Zeptos, and all the delivery partners that are available there. Second is a lithium battery leasing model. Now, this lithium battery is only for e-rickshaw owners who already own an e-rickshaw, but now want to convert from a lead-acid battery to a LFP battery. That is when the second business model came into the picture. For this year, we are estimated to do around 13 crores in ARR. We have been profitable for the past 3 years, and with a collection technology of collection rate of 98% from both the businesses combined, we are able to do this because of being full stack in-house developed technology. Why are we doing this now? The bike business has been going on for the past 4 years. The Toto or the e-rickshaw leasing business is relatively new for us. The tailwinds that have helped us to move ahead in the market are, first of all, the government push. As we all know that certain governments like Delhi and other state governments are banning registration of new two-wheelers. Same is the case for e-rickshaws. A lot of states are banning, they're banning e-rickshaws, not banning e-rickshaws, but they're formalizing and encouraging more people to switch to e-rickshaws rather than regular rickshaws. Along with this, the delivery platforms as well, they are also moving towards a greener future where they want to make their fleet completely electrical. And for e-rickshaws, it is that there is no formal financing present for e-rickshaw riders right now. They can get e-rickshaws, but getting a battery, getting a finance basically is very difficult for them at this moment. Business metrics. In the bike leasing business, we are extremely focused on just delivery partners, no retail, no one else is involved in that. Doing a completely operating lease model where we are able to retain a 93% utilization, that is actual utilization on road right now. With an NPA of just 1%, our fleet size currently is 1,500, divided into 2 cities, which is Hyderabad and Bhilai. Coming to the e-rickshaw batteries, we are able to do 170 batteries a month at this current scale.
Last 2 minutes.
Sure. In both the businesses, at unit economics, we are positive in both the senses. This is just because of that we have direct relations with the delivery partner. We are not a 3PL player. We give the assets directly to a delivery partner. And in the e-rickshaw business as well, because we are working with a dealer distribution model where the batteries go to the dealers, they are able to deploy it to the e-rickshaw owners. That's how we are able to maintain a zero CAC in the e-rickshaw business. Current traction, we are doing 160 bikes a month in Hyderabad. We have the potential to do at least 3x of this. We just have a single hub over there, but we plan to incorporate at least 4 hubs in one city so that we are able to cater to the massive demand that we are seeing in front of us. In the battery e-rickshaw business, we are doing 170, but capable to do much more than that.
Last 1 minute.
This is the current traction as of FY26. Our total income grew 18%, whereas our profit grew almost 25% in the last 2 months. Repair and maintenance in this business is extremely manageable for us because we are able to source good quality spare parts from different vendors. Plus, we are able to charge all those spare parts to the delivery partners, and we are able to recover from them. The TAM right now is huge in this market. Even if we consider SAM, the EV leasing bike business is at 11,700 crores. With e-rickshaw battery, only the conversion from lead-acid battery to lithium battery, that is 71%, coming on to a 5,500 crores SAM. What we are asking for right now is 30 crores in equity. We'll be able to
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can we have investors' questions, please?
So you can complete the slide about 30 crore rupees where
Sure.
this will be utilized?
Okay. So 30 crores, we'll have a split of 30-70 into equity and debt. That's how we're able to reduce our EMI per bike and per battery. With this 30 crores, we will be able to deploy 5,000 vehicles, which is, in the bike business, is bike, 2 batteries and a charger. In the battery business, which is the e-rickshaw, sorry?
So basically you are looking for the capex?
Into the capex, yes.
So entire money will be utilized towards the capex only?
Correct. With 4 crores for hub expansion and city expansions.
Another point is, in the previous slide you shown that the total payback will be 1,15,000 rupees. What will be the period during which that recovery will be about?
So sorry, can you...
Okay. Yeah. So let me rephrase the question. What will be the payback period of your 65,000 rupees investment on a particular vehicle?
13 months.
But overall, during the lifetime, you are showing 1,15,000 rupees in the previous slide. As per my interpretation, you are saying that you will invest 65,000 rupees in a vehicle, and the total recovery will be 1,05,000 rupees only.
So the vehicle cost is 65,000 rupees.
Correct.
Right? If we do a 70% debt on that, and
if you will do 75% debt on that.
70% debt on that.
Achha.
So that's 45,000.
So, but IRR doesn't look interesting. So you are saying this will be recovery over the 3 years?
This will be recovered over 2 years.
2 years.
Yeah.
Perfect. Last question.
Sure.
In the longer run, your focus will be on two-wheeler or the e-rickshaws?
So right now, we are doing 1,500 vehicles, which is only the bikes, the bikes and the batteries in Hyderabad and Billai. So the focus is there.
Yeah. Take an example down, 5 years down the line, if you will have only one choice, so will you go with the e-rickshaw or the two-wheeler?
We'll go with the EV bike business.
EV bike.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, can you just go back on the ask as well as the valuation,
Sure.
please?
Yes.
So you are looking for the equity of 26 crores, that is 30 crores, that is going to 26 in the capex and 4 in expansion.
Correct.
And debt of 59 crores.
Correct.
Right. What is the valuation that you are looking for?
So valuation, we are just building a business over here. Valuation, in my opinion, lies in the eyes of beholder, and you are the experts in that.
Can you just go back onto the this year close, what you have done so far?
Sure. Income from 76 to 90 lakhs we have done. We are on targeted to do 1.1 crores in this month. We are PAT profitable.
Okay. And with this 30 crore, you will be able to reach to 5 point some crore
Correct.
MRR.
We'll be able to do 5.16 in MRR and 2.21 in monthly PBT.
And what is the EBITDA that we would be looking at over there?
EBITDA at this point?
Yeah.
EBITDA at this point should be...
Okay, monthly PBT you have put up.
Monthly PBT I'm talking about, yes.
That's great. And how much time period that you're looking for to give it?
12 to 14 months.
And so, after deploying 30 crores now,
correct.
12 to 14 months that you're saying that you will be reaching this.
Correct.
But apart from the equity, you are looking for the debt also for the 59 crores.
Absolutely.
So have you got, so you are looking from the investors equity and debt both, or you have got the debt sorted out?
So we have got the debt sorted to some level, but of course we'll, when the investors comes on board, we'll be able to leverage that and get better deals from our current debt providers.
What is the debt that you have got and what is the rate of interest that they are offering you?
So we have 7 crores in debt at 9%.
At 9%?
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we have a huge round of applause? And with that, we are at the end of the startup pitches. And I mean, how did you like the pitches, Venu?
The last one was really brilliant, and also Mr. Naveen Batra. So मुझे तो लग रहा है कि एक आइडिया हम भी प्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं, लेकिन कंप्लीट नहीं है और फिर कुछ सवाल आ गया तो I don't know.
भारी पड़ सकता है.
बहुत भारी.
Okay, moving on to our next. We have someone very special with us. Our next leadership keynote.
Our next speaker represents the crucial intersection where cutting-edge technology meets large-scale infrastructure. As a third-generation entrepreneur and director at Path India Limited, Mr. Nipun Agarwal brings over 15 years of expertise as a civil engineer and a true technocrat.
He is the visionary mind behind who conceptualized India's next generation boothless toll plazas. From integrating AI-driven vehicle identification systems to leading massive projects like 400-acre Path Logistics Park and expanding into digital ecosystems with Path Recharge, he is actively laying the physical and digital groundwork for India's smart mobility future. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome a leader actively trying to build the future of Indian infrastructure, Mr. Nipun Agarwal. A huge round of applause, guys. I know kha liya hai after lunch, but let's give a warm welcome to our speaker. Hello.
Good afternoon. So hi, I am Nipun Agarwal. I am the director at Path India Limited. So I am here. I've been listening to pitches, and I'm not expert in technology here, but I am here just to share my practical lessons that I have been learning while operating Path Recharge. Path Recharge is one of the largest wayside amenities operator in the country. Whatever I'll be sharing here, it's not based on any reports. It's not based on any assumptions. It is just the practical learnings that I have. So imagine that you have to travel a distance of 800 kilometers in your electric vehicle. What questions does come to your mind? Do you think about, will I get proper food at the stop? Will it be safe to stay there? Will there be clean washrooms for my family? The entire problem, what I feel, is about uncertainty. It's not about anxiety or anything. What I feel the main problem is about uncertainty. So India has to move to increase the penetration of EV charging. India has to move from traditional charging stations such as this to a mobility ecosystem. And this mobility ecosystem would have a restaurant, clean washroom, it will have retail stores, it should have emergency support systems, it should have vehicle repair shop, and a motel to stay. Efficient working of the combination of all this would only lead a driver to choose their electric vehicle in their second journey. So at Path Recharge, we are trying to solve this problem. We are operating at 38 locations. 20 sites are already operational. 16 of them are on Delhi-Mumbai Expressway, and 4 of them are on Eastern Peripheral Expressway near Delhi. So we have installed total capacity of 1500 kilowatts, out of which 20 chargers are working, and they are based at 16 such locations. And I'm happy to share that at one of our locations, that is kilometer 125 from Delhi to Mumbai on an expressway, the peak utilization was, we have installed like 3 chargers at that location, having 6 guns, and the utilization was 24%. So this is the general utilization of our chargers, and these numbers look really, really different. So the good chargers have a utilization of 22 to 24%, and rest have close to 3 to 4%. So I'll share the data, the heat map of the utilization data of our charger. So here, based on understanding all these, the main learnings that came to us is that reliability creates demand. First successful trip creates repeat usages. Navigation visibility really, really matters, and the denser economic cities will really, they'll have their adoption faster. So at Path Recharge, I'll show you few of the images of our sites. So these are sites spread across the country. We have developed all these facilities. So how we are planning to expand our EV charging stations that I'd like to share. The architecture that we have thought of, that we have finalized, and how we are moving forward is that the entire infrastructure of installing a charger, getting a power connection at our site is being done. The entire capex is done by our own company, and now we have decided that we'll only install. So since all our chargers on a highway, so we have taken a call that we'll install a charger which has a capacity of more than 240 kilowatt with 2 guns, having a dynamic load balancing already inbuilt in the feature. The CMS now, so initially we had taken chargers from different vendors, but now what we have decided is that we'll go for a common single CMS portal. Probably we are in talks with Paytm, and they have invested in massive charging. And then the model that we have adopted with them is on a monthly subscription fixed fees. So there'll be no revenue sharing. So we'll be owning the asset. The CMS provider will provide the software, and this software, the way that we are choosing this software is the CMS portal, is that it has to be integrated by OCPI protocol with all the OEMs, so that it is available on their navigation system on the vehicles. The CMS portal should enable without app-based charging. Directly you can pay on the QR code and the charging starts working. And if you have a balance or a wallet, then you can just plug into the chargers. The charger will take the VRN of the vehicle and the charging starts. So not having any app, not having to click any button. So this is how we are choosing our CMS service provider. So based on our experience, these are the 4 areas which I feel would significantly accelerate the deployment of mobility ecosystems. The first and the foremost problem is the power connection. So if you want to install it at different states, each city, each district has its own set of problems, issues, and you have to really do a lot of licensing to get this power connection done. So time-bound power connection, and recently UP has, so you are not allowed to take a regular commercial connection and put a EV charger on it. So my second would be, there should be uniform policy that is consistent across the country. There should be a national framework around it. So each state is having its own set of rules, and this really is creating a lot of problem in EV charging installation. The next would be, if you install a big hub of chargers, then net metering rules are also vary from state to state, and there is a capping of how much electricity you can send back to the grid. So I feel that, and secondly, the integration with solar energy. So we have chargers installed in Rajasthan, we have a lot of daylight and solar there. So we can install them, and but the policy rules around EV chargers and net metering around it should be clear and consistent across the country. And the last point that I would like to share is that interoperability of the chargers is a very big issue right now. Though there is some development going around, talks around it, but still, like I myself have a EV, and it is really a big problem if I am not there and my driver goes for getting this vehicle charged at any public place. He has to first send me which company's charger it is, and then another person in the office has to download that app, do the entire tie-up, and also there are a lot of companies that are providing that service, but there is not a single portal wherein you can get that thing easily done. So there should be a common interoperability of the chargers wherein they should work. There are protocols in place, but I think that seamless integration is still few years ahead. So I'd like to close my talk by saying that we are not just building charging stations, we are here to build confidence, and the confidence to travel, confidence to adapt EV, and confidence to electrify Indian national highways. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nipun Agrawal, the director at Path Foundation. Now I would like to invite Mr. Rajneesh Jaiswal and Mr. Lalit Singh to come up on stage and felicitate our esteemed guest of honor. आपकी तालियों की आवाज बहुत कम सुनाई दे रही है आज. पीछे भी जो बैठे हुए हैं सभी से मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an insightful session. I could quickly request Akshay ji to set up the panel. And in the meantime, with great power comes great responsibility. And who better to talk about ESG, sustainability, and building responsible businesses than our next panel. I'll start introducing the panel while we set it up. First, we have Mr. Hitendra Vigmal, the Head of Sales and Strategy, Planet 3 Energy Solutions, Mac E-Mobility. Hitendra Vigmal is a strategic and visionary business leader with over 16 years of experience driving large-scale growth across the EV charging and industrial automation sectors.
Next is Mr. Deepak Rathi. CA Deepak Rathi serves as the Chief Financial Officer, CFO of Batex Energies, a critical minerals recovery and EV battery recycling company. He brings over 2 decades of corporate finance, strategic planning and capital structuring experience to the clean tech sector. Along with Mr. Sandeep Bangia, who's the Head of Business Transformation Strategy and E-Mobility, Gulf Oil India. He's the Head of Business Transformation Strategy and E-Mobility at Gulf Oil India. इनके साथ है Mr. Ritesh Jain, who wear multiple hats, founder, investor, advisor and mentor Ritesh Jain at Visa Europe. He was the part of the core team that delivered Apple Pay and tokenization to the world, today recognized as one of the top 10 global fintech leaders. Then we have senior advocate from Supreme Court of India, Mr. Sridhar Pottaraju. He is a distinguished senior advocate at the Supreme Court of India, bringing decades of profound legal acumen to country's highest court since beginning his practice in 1997. He is armed with a law degree from Delhi University, not only a formidable presence in the courtroom, but also a respected author and thought leader who explores the philosophical wisdom of India's ancient epics. And he is the person behind the famous Ramlala case to represent in Supreme Court of India. Along with Mr. Abhay Singh, director and founder, Bundela FinCorp, the founder and director. He is also an institution dedicated to making green mobility financing access to the masses. Leads a passionate team focused on bridging the gap between the booming demand for eco-friendly transportation and the need for affordable financial banking. And also the moderator, Mr. Sudhir Mishra, founder and managing partner, Trust Legal, who's a leading environmental lawyer, is widely regarded as one of the India's foremost environmental lawyers and the founder and managing partner of Trust Legal. Honored as the Environmental Lawyer of the Year in 2022, his expertise sits at the critical intersection of climate exchange, ESG principles and sustainability. So again, आपकी तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट के साथ हमारे बीच जो keynote speakers हैं for this panel discussion, मैं चाहूँगा to come up on stage.
By a show of hands, can we see who's excited for our next panel?
Clapping is a small exercise, small workout which you can do for your own at least.
Hi. Hi, Shri.
The stage to you, sir.
Hi. Hi, come, please, please. No, they have some photographs. If we can follow the photographs, I think. So I'll go that side, yeah. It will make it easier for the audience to see. Yeah, Abhay, you are there. Abhay Singh is here? Okay, great. So, good afternoon. My name is Sudhir Mishra, and हम इसको एक इंटरेस्टिंग पैनल बनाएंगे और इंदौर में हैं मिनिस्टर ने बहुत अच्छे से पेड़ों के बारे में बात की, तो मैं चाहता हूं कि आप सब इस बात को सोचें कि इंदौर क्यों ईवी के लिए एक सिग्नेचर कैंपेन बनता जा रहा है। मध्य प्रदेश में एनवायरनमेंट को लेके बहुत कुछ ऐसा हुआ है जो पूरे कंट्री को जानना चाहिए। A fellow panelist asked me that why we have two lawyers in this panel. So I'd like to clarify that the two lawyers here have been working on climate change for 25 years. That's why we are here. And we are batchmates. We studied law together. So we forced each other in this transition. पहले वो forest wildlife था, फिर sustainability बना, और अभी वो buzzword climate law हो गया है। मैं अमाइकस था carbon emissions bench में सुप्रीम कोर्ट में, जहाँ every department had to figure out वो अपना carbon कैसे regulate करेंगे, and we tried to showcase that this country can be a responsible, sustainable economy, and that's what we are focusing. And Sridhar has been part of many big environmental matters and responsible businesses, which is a topic here. Most of my speakers today are wizards. They are the leaders of their respective landscape. But I'll just tell you, मध्य प्रदेश की बात आती है तो टाइगर की बात आती है। हमारे कंट्री के जो बेस्ट सस्टेनेबिलिटी के लिए इंडिकेटर है वो टाइगर है। पेड़ों से भी थोड़ा ऊपर जाता है वो। ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ने पेड़ों की बात की, मैं टाइगर की बात से शुरू करूंगा। If you have come to Madhya Pradesh and you have not gone to Satpura, Kanha, Bandhavgarh, the places where I have gone and trained the forest staff maybe 25 years back, they are the reason why the trees are surviving. They are the reason why the population is surviving. They are the reason why the soil is working, rains are happening. And that's why this all is interconnected. Sustainability, ESG, environment, this all is interconnected. This is not a business decision. This is more a lifestyle choice. So I'll go to the first speaker and say that you introduce Hiten Bhai, What do you think about sustainability? What do you think about responsible business in sustainability? And we'll come to ESG in the second round. You try the other one.
So hi sir, I'm Hitendra. I come from the Mac e-mobility background. So just a small few seconds about my introduction. Our parent company is Mac Control and Systems, which is into 51 year of its establishment. We work exclusively with DRDO and in aviation segment. We kind of, in the wholesale projects that we do, that we manufacture the Akash weapon missile system, which got fame during the operations Indore. And apart from that, K9 towed Vajra gun and other critical components of Tejas, MBT Arjun, and of course BrahMos. So they have a e-mobility division also, which I head in terms of sales and service and strategy. So they are making DC chargers, and prior to this I was employed with ABB for 15 years and for a short duration with a Netherlands and Indian based startup also for 15 months. So my overall experience has been into industrial automation, which again talks about the sustainable way in which the industries should run, process industries should run, because ultimately if you will not have an automation system, if you will not have variable frequency drives to control the motors, you will not be saving on the energy aspect. And then from 2020 onwards, my career has been into the EV segment, and of course much has been said about how EVs add to the sustainability. But coming back to your question, what is my idea about the sustainable businesses? So I would say in one go that instead of focusing only on one aspect, if I have to take about the clean energy, we should be talking about the circular economy, right from starting the origin of energy to the final usage of energy. There are multiple components, not only the dispensers and the guns which are powering up the charger, which are powering up the cars or the vehicles that we are talking about. It is a complete circular economy, and it has to be sustainable, commercially viable, and sustainable not only in terms of energy, but in terms of the effective deployment and in terms of the money that is getting utilized in deploying the same. And I think we have all learned our lessons from the initial period when the charges were put up and those were not effective, but now we are moving in the right direction towards building a sustainable future. That is my
right.
So
good, Deepak, before I come to you, I'll just tell you that as a consumer of EV, I have two EV vehicles now. One is a two-wheeler, which I don't know how to describe. That was a revolutionary thing we did in 2021. So it is one of the Bangalore-based company. I'm not taking name because they're not paying me anything extra for that. So that Bangalore company EV, the reason was that I was very worried about the petrol bills coming, and sometimes they'll be very high or low, and who will ask the person in office that why this is 300 rupees, abhi 400 kyun laga, 200 kyun laga. I primarily thought of electric two-wheeler that this invoicing and this voucher system should stop. It was a revolution. So मेरे घर पे वो स्कूटर चार्ज होता था, कोर्ट जाता था, ऑफिस से जाता था, और उसका कोई मुझे सेपरेट बिल नहीं मिलता था. Monthly electricity bill था, which hardly got impacted with a scooter. I bought a four-wheeler just last year of MG, and even petrol bills were around 15,000 rupees earlier. Now the electricity bill is around 3,000. So it's a huge economic thing. But what our previous keynote speaker said, I am worried about those, and I will come to Sridhar, he will surely say that how do we tell the economic aspect for a 140 crore population that after this Gulf crisis, and the next speaker is going to be touchy about it, he will talk about it, touchy and talk both he will do, because he represents the oil sector. And what do you think, where are we? Because it's a large country, and the transition for three-wheeler rickshaws have happened very fast, but sometimes it became a nuisance. And what are the challenges you see in the entire EV ecosystem?
Yeah, so first I'll just give a little bit
please.
intro of mine. So, but in seeing all these panelists, I'm a very, you can say a low at experience or something, But sure, I'll do.
You want to say you are younger than us?
Yeah, yes, younger, but less experience. But yeah. So I am CE Deepak Radi. So I am CFO at Batex Energy. So what Batex Energy is currently doing is a battery circularity. So which is the current mode that is the global and India level challenge which will be facing after the EV life batteries, end of life batteries will be facing in, let's suppose, come with the 2-3 years, after 3 years, all the batteries, the 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers and 4-wheelers, so they will be coming out at end of life. So what will be doing for that batteries? So we have to do the recycling of that batteries. And this is where the Batex Energy is being placed out. And what we are doing in our facility is that we are just coming up that unused batteries, spent lithium-ion batteries, and we are just having a recycling and again into a circularity and extracting a critical minerals, which is a government objective. It's a rare earth critical mineral, where government is more focusing on the incentives, budgets, very budgets, and this is also a geopolitical trauma which is being facing in US, China and all something. So if you go with the China, which is taking 70% of our rare earth metals, so they have that reserve in their economy, in their countries. So to face that China, so India is just going there in a very good scale, but we need to create this all recycling facilities more and more.
Yep.
So coming up on this, your question is about this 300 well, 400 well and something. So yeah, so this is something, as of today, everyone is just focused about this very small amount of money that they have to pay. But going forward, it will be a very, you can say, a very dynamic market in the going forward in this e-mobility sector and something. And to cope up with all this something, so we need to have a very good ecosystem of battery management and something, which will help to all the consumers to think about what the EV is about. So this is what.
Very well. Good initial thoughts. Sandeep, I'll come to you and allow me to provoke you on many things. I had a very good discussion with you outside. You think it's high time that a good EV new product can call itself Hormuz or something like that? A new name, Hormuz, can be a brand name. And also I will ask you, what do you think about this India opportunity for electric vehicles, seeing the global oil crisis because of the transportation issue? You think this is an opportunity? It is not a challenge. It's more an opportunity. What do you think about that?
Okay, first of all, thanks for getting me on the panel and thanks HEV. So I very clearly feel that this is an opportunity. And I can quote examples from the past. Wherever a deficiency situation has been created, that is the time that EV penetration has zoomed up. And I'm very clearly remembering the 2020 crisis in UK,
right,
which was a truckers' strike. You remember? So truckers' strike, so the petroleum was not able to reach the petrol pumps. And there used to be queues of vehicles. And that's when people said, enough is enough. What is the alternative? So this is an example here. Talk about the example in China. China is something that normally is a very closed economy, so you don't get to know the entire story. But they started off with huge amount of incentives because they wanted to do that. Now, everything is surviving without incentive. So here, I think this is a declogging of Hormuz, if anything I can say. And coming to the e-mobility opportunity, I think while the e-mobility opportunity is going to continue for a long time to come, oil and lubricants and petroleum is not going to go anywhere, at least for the next 15, 20, 30 years. Even the petroleum companies, which is Indian Oil, HPCL, BPCL, in their projections, they do not have projections going down,
right,
for the at least 2 to 3 decades. Yeah. So I guess there will be a time when both will grow very fast. EVs will grow faster than ICE, and then will be a time then things will swap.
Right.
And that's That is the time that we are all waiting to see.
Absolutely. Good initial thoughts. Ritesh, I'll come to you, and you have a global footprint and you divide your time between India, United Kingdom a lot. India, when you see it on the EV landscape, of course we are not Norway because our population is not, our population is our strength. I have started calling it, it's our strength. You think that we will have a EV projection close to 40-50% in near future? Seeing the solarization which has happened, and also secondly, that oil will get costly. Even if it is there for 30-40 years, it will get costly. And it has happened in Delhi. I'll tell you about my city. And there is a public interest litigation is in my name, Sudhir Mishra of the Union of India, on air pollution in Delhi. So we did a study that how the pollution load has come down in Delhi. And we realized that the reason is the voluntary adoption to two-wheelers, electric two-wheelers, for 20% of Delhi's population. But the reason was not environment, reason was economics. Because they were getting free charge due to the policies of Aam Aadmi Party, and which has been continued now. So they used to charge their vehicles for free. And if they are getting 30,000 rupees as salary, उनके लिए इकोनॉमिक सेंस था कि मेरा तो 3,000 रुपया कम्यूटिंग का बच गया, वो मैं अपने बच्चे की कोचिंग में लगाऊंगा या कहीं और लगाऊंगा. So economics also is a factor. So where do you see this EV journey going?
So thank you just for the introduction. I'm Dr. Vitesh and I'm a former CEO HSBC and a global head of technology. I led Visa at one point of time and I sit in the World Bank on the GPFI. So what I'm doing currently, I wear multiple hats as a VC, as an investor, as well as a founder. Now, I'll come to the last part, that as a founder. So I have joined a company which is basically focusing on eliminating diesel from a specific segment. And why I have done that? Being a VC and having a wealth management company and investor, I still prefer to sit as a founder and do something where I know that we are going to create a significant impact. So I think you got your answer. Directly to you, in 40 to 50% upliftment into the EV mobility, yes, you're absolutely right. And the reason for that is not going to just the environment, but let's be realistic. We are the people who knows the exploitation. Look at the telecom, look at the airlines now, look at the upcoming lightweight aircraft in the country, look at the drone. Don't go far. Look at the drone companies, the number of drone companies which has come up, and the kind of drone companies. You're talking about a solar-powered drones, right? So we are known as a nature, as a people, we are known for the exploitation of the technology and the system, right? And exploitation should be considered over here very, very positively. So when it comes down to the EV, you're absolutely right. Economically, it works better, and it serves both the purpose in terms of the environment as well. But as my dear friend said about what's about afterlife. So being an investor also, we have invested into the companies, those who are looking after afterlife as well as recycling. So Tastera and multiple others, 3EV, they are portfolio companies. So we have been very focused around the sector, not only from the investment perspective as well as the kind of momentum that we can create in the segment. Now, unit economics, if I can just give you a simple example. So we are building up reefer containers at the moment. And these reefer containers are the refrigerated containers for the people information. Refrigerated containers, we are the second largest manufacturer of steel as a country. But we import 90% of containers from China.
Wow.
So that's really sad. Now, let me give you the unit economics. Our reefer containers, what we have built up after significant R&D over 4 years, they will eliminate diesel completely from 20 and 40 feet containers. And to run a 20 or 40 feet refrigerated container, it guzzles around 11 to 12,000 liter diesel a year. And what we are replacing it with is the technology where we are insulating them separately. We are putting up the solar and batteries together, and the lot many other things which will reduce the
Yeah.
cost and increase the efficiency. So our Viva containers will reduce the operational cost up to 80%.
Wow.
So think about it today,
Yeah.
the largest shipping company or the largest logistics company in the country, they are calling up day for yesterday in the morning when your containers are going to get ready.
Yeah.
So the power of EV, I wouldn't say just the vehicles, but if you look into the other segment as well, it's significantly higher.
Yes.
It's far broader. I'm talking about 11, 12,000 liter diesel only on a single container.
Yeah.
That's a significant number.
Absolutely.
And think about the amount of money it will flow back into the businesses.
Right.
So that's where the power of the electrification, that's what we are looking at.
So, thank you. Very well said. And Shri, before I come to you, I tell you one of the, and I draw everybody's attention to this. Like, look, we are talking about investments here. We are talking about capital connect. We have people who want to invest. We have people who want to take investment. But what about the corporate governance? And what about the behavioral pattern of people who take money from you or you are invested upon? If you have examples of misgovernance in Blue Smart or for that matter Byju's and host of other companies, there are good number of companies which have shown that you can take money and be responsible about it. As lawyers, we are at times doing this cleansing job, and corporate governance, when forensic audits happen, investor is ordering the forensic audit. But he is also worried that his valuation should not go down of the company. He has a dual challenge. He wants the company to flourish, but he has to do a forensic audit because issues have been flagged by SEBI or some regulator. Now he says to me, Sudhir, I don't want this to be known, but I also have to punish. How will you do that? So, Sridhar, I will come to you, and as a lawyer, I'll ask you that as a legal system of our country, I am of the view that our legal system is not praised enough. Our legal system is not used enough. We are better than China, we are better than Africa, we are better than most of the Middle East, and surely we are better than most of the Europe. Our legal system is robust, democratic, delivers. But somehow the startup ecosystem has not been able to take its advantage. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, when it comes to ensuring compliances with the promises made and the assurances given in a transaction of probably investment into any business or any joint venture or in any form of a commercial transaction, the enforceability of the document that you sign becomes the critical foundation on which the entire relationship and the business future depends upon. So you have your governance issues under the relevant regulators' supervision. At the same time, there are issues which would not be advisable to go outside private boardrooms. That is where probably a properly drafted contract would actually be your life jacket.
Correct.
So I think both as an investor and of course investors are well advised, but I would actually specifically address the founders, the young entrepreneurs who are trying to build a dream of theirs into a real world commercially successful entity, need to be as invested in their documentation, in protecting their IP, as well as protecting their exits from any onerous one-sided contracts, which probably a standard format contract as we call it. The dominant party is able to mandate you to either take it or leave it. So it is there that you should look for your exit clauses. Are those exit clauses enough as a life jacket for you to actually save your business and your dream and not be swallowed by the giants? I think that's something which as entrepreneurs and founders, more often than not over the last 2.5 decades of my practice, I've come across, friends, family, clients. They completely overlook chasing their dream, the basic things like a proper contract which is vetted, which is documented, which is stamped, which is registered, because your enforceability of a contract, including a lease deed. There are instances that where a very profitable industry, a chemical industry, did not have a registered lease deed, and the owner was in default and the banks attached the premises. The entire machinery and the stocks were locked for years, and they virtually went from a profitable business to a debt. So these are the realities that one should be aware of. So whether your premises are properly documented and registered through a document which the law mandates, cutting corners there is going to be really suicidal, if I may say so.
So this was actually for everybody. I deliberately asked this question because you seldom will get a senior advocate directly giving a legal opinion to the entire audience. So this was a clever thing I have done for everybody. And he gave you a ringside view. I'll tell you another thing. There is I'm giving you a live situation, Lalit, listen to this carefully. There's this very big startup founder in Gurgaon who comes to me and he says, my chartered accountant who is also my lawyer. This we often hear it. Nothing against chartered accountants. I never say that a lawyer who is also a chartered accountant, but I have always heard a chartered accountant who is also filling in as a lawyer. Football and cricket, both like Ian Botham. Ian Botham, he was a national football player for UK and also the national cricket player for United Kingdom. I have many times heard this. Now he comes, he had executed one agreement which Sridhar has talked about. Agreement, when the only problem was he signed it, didn't see when it was signed, and it was notarized some other day. That day he was in Dubai. The other side was aware that he was not there that day in India. FIR was filed, he was for 6 months behind bar in Tihar jail because he didn't care to see when the affidavit was notarized, when the notary had happened, and the other side had planned the entire thing properly. So in India, you have to be very careful. You might sometime be free out even after some big grave criminal offense, but for a smaller thing you can do it. That's the beauty of our legal system, that it breaks you if it wants to break you. My only request, I don't want to take it to the legal tone. I'll come back to the sustainability one. Since he sketched the legal landscape, it was very important that we had to do. I'll be asking and giving a 1 minute only to each panelist. What is your vision for sustainability? And ESG is basically more I will call it I don't really trust in ESG because neither the SEBI trusts nor the government trusts in that. But what are the core sustainability thing a mobility company should do? So just give the mic, please. And usko आगे बढ़ाते रहिएगा 1 minute के बाद.
So I'll base my answer from the EV charging perspective. So to create a sustainable EV charging infrastructure and to solve this problem of EV charging infrastructure, what do we need? So most of the time we keep on cribbing about the 20% problem, that is the number of chargers, whereas it is not the problem. The problem is the rest 80%, the energy. We are actually trying to solve a wrong problem of having more chargers, and we are not at all thinking it as a energy infrastructure bank. It is actually an energy bank that we are creating, and if we kind of solve that problem in a sustainable manner, trust me, we are on a course of doing a 30% conversion immediately, effectively. And instead of focusing, and that is where I would request multiple government agencies and the private CPOs also, that instead of just ramping up the numbers the moment your utilization hits 14-15% in the public charger and you add up the second machine, thinking that you have to add 2 more guns, rather than that, think about innovative process to add BESS, to integrate solar, to go for more optimization of the grid load that you have already taken. Because nobody is looking at that picture. For example, we too, as partners, set up an EV charging station. At 120 kilowatt, we have taken a grid load as well. Today, grid is relaxed. They are giving us flexible charges, flat unit rate charges. But the moment the stress goes up on the grid, that won't be the case, and people will start firing back.
Thank
So
you.
you have to go in a planned manner.
Thank you.
And put up a BESS also to have
Yeah.
a sustainable manner. That's
Deepak, 60 seconds because they are on my head now.
Yeah. You're not even looking at
Yeah. I can't look at him, so I'm looking this side. Yeah, Deepak.
So what I think about that ESG is totally upon the batteries which we are using. So what I have seen today's is the seminar in the conduct. Everyone is talking about e-mobility. Everyone is talking about charging station. But what about the batteries which we are using?
Yeah.
Are we recycling that batteries? Because that batteries have very toxic waste that has a very carbonates, cathode carbonates are there. There are electrolytes there. Are we saving that? Because this will be going to our solid, land solid form. And this will be going to our energies and this airs. This will completely, you can say, a complete chaos will be there in the environment, and we are just going on this EV, and EV is accelerating in a very fast scale. So we need to have more recycling established plant that should be there, and the government is more focusing on the everything.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. Yeah, Sandeep, your 60 seconds.
No, so I have a very similar opinion to what this gentleman said. The Indian problem is not lack of charging infrastructure. I think it's the lack of reliable charging infrastructure. I do a couple of road trips every maybe year, long ones. There are enough and more chargers, but the anxiety is whether the charger will work at that time or no.
Yeah.
No, that is the real anxiety. And that is a problem which everybody needs to solve. That is one. And second is, I think I very strongly agree with my neighbor here. I think the circular economy starts with solar generation, which is renewable, and it ends with whether the battery has gone into landfill or not. So the recycling, and India is going to be a very, very different market. The reverse logistics of getting batteries back, because normally when you put up in a factory, you just buy raw material and you have to find buyers.
Yeah.
In this case, the reverse logistics is more important. You have to find raw material going different places, and then the buyer is ready.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Ritesh.
Thank you. I'll talk about more the principle, what we really think, because everybody has talked about the EV and I'll take less time. So the way I see it, the profit is the outcome, purpose is the strategy, and the sustainability is a discipline. And that keeps both of them alive. So if you're disciplined from the sustainability perspective, then you are fulfilling your purpose as well, and you are making the profit too.
Wow.
And that is the fundamental of our investment, or as well as the things that we do in terms of the business or in personal life. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Shri, final word. One judgment of Supreme Court which promoted sustainability.
See, sustainability, if I look at it, we had to balance in the Great Indian Bustard's case, where the contest between a bird which is getting extinct, Schedule 1 under the Wildlife Protection Act, and solar energy thermal lines, not thermal lines, solar energy transmission lines. So they seem to be in conflict. So the Supreme Court had to intervene and then manage and balance these two competing interests. Of both are of great significance. Ecologically, every species is very important in the entire sustenance of the ecology. Similarly, transiting from fossil fuel and thermal fuel, energy to solar energy was critical for the environment and also for the energy security of the nation.
Wonderful.
So that is the balance that we are looking at, and with the extended producer responsibility as a part of your environmental regulation, I think that's something which needs to be invested at the outset.
Yeah.
When you plan your business and the costs involved.
Thank you. Before I finish my panel, Lalit, I'll tell you that next time when we'll do the conference, we'll also make sure that we had a Supreme Court matter where I argued for minimum default temperature and maximum default temperature. So the maximum default temperature for all hotels was suggested by to Supreme Court 29 degrees. It was reduced to 22 degrees, but here today we had 17 degrees. So I protest 17 degree for an environmental conference, next time will not have, and surely not the plastic bottles also. These are the two things I want to thank you, gentlemen. Wonderful moderating this.
I'd quickly like to invite Dr. Abha Singh, Divya Thakkar and Swapnil Bansalji to do the facilitation for our esteemed panel. And what I really enjoyed about the panel was how you all were talking about bigger picture. I know all of you all work in silos in different parts, but the bigger picture and how everyone can look at the whole product life cycle. So thank you so much. Welcome.
आपकी तालियों की आवाज आती रहे हमारे esteemed guest on the stage के लिए.
Let's have a huge round of applause for this panel. Thank you so much for your time and thank you for blessing your presence at the HEV Capital Connect. I'd like to quickly introduce our next keynote speaker, the director and founder of Bundela FinCorp, Abhay Singh. Abhay Singh is the founder and director of the Bundela FinCorp, an institution dedicated on making green mobility financing accessible to the masses. He leads a passionate team focused on bridging the gap between booming demand for eco-friendly transportation and the need for affordable financial backing. Through his leadership, he is actively empowering entrepreneurs and individuals to adopt electric vehicles and drive sustainable economic growth. Welcome, sir. Can we have a huge round of applause? He's the man talking about money today, guys.
Hello everyone. I hope you are enjoying this event. So actually I am here. I just got late and delayed my cab. So I was at this conversation and panel. So now I'm here with some input about my company, and also I'm here to announce that if you are a EV manufacturer and gig fleet operators and the battery manufacturers, EV manufacturers, and if you are looking to financing facilities, so we are open to everyone, and we will share you some details and get some contact details from us so we can have a touch for your financing facility. So when we started our company, Bundela FinCorp, in 2023, before that I was a part of Bajaj FinServe. Started my journey as a senior manager with Bajaj and consumer durable I have handling. And after that, in COVID, I left my job with Bajaj and I started my own company, which is Bundela FinCorp, and in 3 years we have achieved remarkable numbers. And so you can see now 100 crore rupees of disbursement. We are present in 6 states and 5 core product lines plus 6 institutional lending partners, and we are own company. We have also member of, we are also member of the EMFI Electric Mobility Financer Association, Sadhan and FACE. And after that, we have an operating model which is, EV buyers, for the EV buyers and sourcing platform. If as a purchase some vehicles and batteries for you, the operating your EV fleet. So we have a e-rickshaw financing, e-auto financing, electric two-wheeler financing, and also EV fleet financing, and EV battery and BAS as well. So we have a footprint in UP, MP, Rajasthan, Bihar, West Bengal or Northeast as well. And now we have a great news for the fleet operators. We have started a new program which is called Gig Plus EV. And Gig Plus EV is a platform for the FLDG backed program, which is for the especially designed and curated for the fleet operators. So because of the, fleet operators, what they are facing right now, they have not a good, numbers in terms of financing and amounts for the, purchase the vehicle, procurement the vehicle and batteries. So we have designed this program, sourcing, underwriting and disbursement and repay, which is a very, nominal fees is allowed. And also the ticket size, if I'm talking about the indicative program economics, which is ticket size is around 25,000 started and goes up to 1.5 lakh. And tenure is minimum 6 to 24 months. And credit bureau IRR, which is credit scored up, and processing fees around 1,500 rupees, and down payment started from 10,000. So this is designed for the electric two-wheelers, L5E autos, and battery and BAS. So this is the basic details which is I'm offering to you. And if you guys are interested and you are looking forward with us, and you can have a contact details there also. So if you want to connect with me, I'm here. And you can get in touch with me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I'll request you to stay on stage. Dr. Lalit Singh, if you could do the felicitation. I'm sure your words and your plans would have been very insightful for our startup founders in the room. The main highlight of today was our startup pitches. And a few years ago, founders had to fly to Bombay or Bangalore to raise capital. But today, because of HEV Capital Connect, capital is here locally. Central India's angel investors are aggressively keeping an eye on sustainable innovation, and it's up to our founders to make the most of today. So after our amazing round 1 and round 2 pitches, I'd like to invite Mr. Addison Appu, who leads Thinkuvate Investments across Southeast Asia and India, a true powerhouse in the venture capital space with a robust background in M&A, private equity. He drives capital into the game-changing sectors like deep tech, climate tech, and smart mobility. Our next investor is someone who brings 2 decades of heavyweight experience in venture capital and private equity across India, Southeast Asia, and the US. With a track record of spanning from firms like Sage Capital to SREI Venture Capital, he's a master of the entire investment lifecycle. I'd like to invite you both on stage to give the investor remarks for both the rounds of the startup pitches today.
Today, I have this honor of inviting Karan and Addison onto this stage, not just in the capacity of as an investor, but also as a very close friend, and they are also on the board of Humans of EV. They are the board advisors of Humans of EV, and that's why it becomes even more important for them to speak few words about the event. Addison, over to you, sir.
So good evening, everyone. This was absolutely remarkable. I must congratulate Lalit Rajat, Abha ma'am, where is Divya? I can't see her. And the entire team of HEV to pull this together. For the first event, 10 out of 10. Very well done, very well organized. Some of the sessions, some of the discussions that we have had is very relevant in the modern context. If you look at broader scheme of things, if India has to rise above what the current situation is, you will require energy independence, and we don't produce oil. That means the only other way to make sure that you are independent is to push and make yourself completely reliant on electric vehicles and smart mobility. And the biggest upside to that is clean environment. Big cities are plagued with AQIs, bad air pollution. So that is the second piece. Third piece that I have personally believed is it creates a lot of opportunities. And obviously India was the second largest automobile player in this world. And I think that with the advent of EV and the proliferation that is taking place, it would be very much almost the leader, if not a close second to our eastern neighbor. So obviously this is a great space to be in. Another thing that I realized was the fact that when you talk about doing good things, you need to have good PR and branding also. So startup platforms like Your Story and Ink42, which are like very well-known names in the industry, Humans of EV has almost equal or little less followers than them. I think they are about 80 odd millions kind of number, 81,000 or something. So from that perspective, it has done great job. Now we have to build on it. Now coming to your question, this was important to lay the foundation of what I needed to say. The quality of the pitches was excellent, hand-picked, curated, solving problems which are very relevant. Some of the startups, some of the founders are building very good products. We would be personally invest, like if you look at it from a evaluation perspective, we will definitely engage with at least 4 or 5 of them. And if the due diligence comes through, then maybe we'll like to make an investment. But Indore as a city, very tasty food. We tried the poha and the jalebi as well. And thank you to all to come here today and being part of this maiden event for HEV. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajat. Thank you, Lalit, for having us here. Apart from being investors, we're also advisor with Humans of EV, and therefore I'd like to say that congratulations, team. It's very difficult to pull such a large event off. Having said that, EV has been something that's been close to me for a very long time. We've been investing in the EV sector for over 6 years now. I think we may have, the largest portfolio in the EV space. Therefore, seeing, TVS, Hero, everybody move to, having EV products is a great boon. And, we can see that this is the future. And I think Humans of EV sits right at the center of it, where they can talk about why some companies succeed, why companies don't, what is the future of this ecosystem. And we were extremely happy, obviously, about the startups that we saw. The curation was really good. We had multiple conversations, and we're hoping to have many more and take this forward and ahead as soon as for the next stage, as and when we can. Thank you.
Thank you, both of you, and thank you, everyone.
And thank you, Indore. It was brilliant to be here.
Thank you, Indore.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words of wisdom and important key words, your remarks for today's session. So, to all those जो पीछे बैठे हुए हम चाहते हैं आप आगे आ जाएं, so that हम आपसे और रूबरू हो सकें, बातें कर सकें. I'll request all the backbenchers to come front and be seated here.
We are being very, very serious. Please don't take us lightly. Everyone at the back, I would love if all of you got up and made your way to the front, because our next panel does deserve all of your attention. हाँ, you're right. आवाज़ I think पीछे तक जा नहीं रही है. Hi kids, can I get a hi? Let's go. Please, please make your way forward. We would love to see your wonderful faces.
All of you.
You've been listening to us and listening to the panels, and I hope taking down some very good notes, because this information comes after 25, 30, 35 years of experience, and we are so lucky to have this amazing panel with us today.
So it is now time for the third panel, and the topic is Emerging Technologies Reshaping Mobility. The panelist we have is, first of all, Mr. Pratyush Saklecha, who is the founder and director of marketing, ops and technology at Reliable Charge. Next is Mr. Varun Patel, the co-founder and CTO of iElectric, brings disruptive, cutting-edge technical expertise to the stage, driving innovation in smart EV solutions and connected mobility. Along with Mr. Vijay Kumar, the founder and CEO of CO, a visionary in the clean tech space. He is pioneering state-of-the-art electric powertrain technologies and components that are essential for zero-emission transport.
Next, we have Saurabh Gupta, representing the crucial technological backbone of the industry. Saurabh Gupta serves as the VP of Electronics at Maxwell Energy Systems, optimizing the advanced systems that keep sustainable mobility networks safe and efficient. We have with us Mr. Vinod Kumar, who is the head of planning and strategy at Switch Mobility. He plays a transformative role in strategic deployment and of next generation net zero commercial vehicles across the globe. We have next Mr. Gaurav Rathore. As the co-founder of EVs, Gaurav Rathore is an active champion of scalable, purpose-driven urban logistics, revolutionizing the shared economy with smart electric two-wheeler platforms. And last but not the least, Pritesh Singh is a principal at the NRI Group, bringing a deep strategic foresight and a transformative insights to help the industry stakeholders navigate the clean mobility paradigm. And to address our panel and the moderators today, Dheeraj Tripathi, steering today's pivotal conversation on emerging technologies reshaping mobility. As the founder and CEO of AutoBridge, he is perfectly positioned to guide this discussion and connect the dots across the clean mobility ecosystem. And I hope you all listen carefully. We have a great panel lined up, and we can't wait to hear your insights, sir.
It's a large panel.
So to welcome all of them on stage, please, आपकी तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट सुनाई दे.
थोड़ा सा इधर कर दीजिए. हाँ, ऐसे. Okay, welcome gentlemen, and good afternoon, good evening, audience. पीछे लोग सो तो नहीं रहे? एनर्जी बहुत लो हो रही है पीछे. हाथ उठाइए पीछे. जगे हुए. Okay, so we have a very interesting panel here, and a lot of heavyweights, I should say, and very exciting topic as well. इसलिए मैं ये फर्रा बना के आया हूँ. Okay, so the topic we have is emerging technologies reshaping mobility, and I think it's such a vast topic that we can go on discussing about it. So many facets, so many developments happening in this that even 1 or 2 hours may not be enough. But a couple of you have to take flights, so I think we'll rush it up. There are a lot of questions, and I'll try to circulate amongst the panel. So what I've done is that I've made some discussion buckets because emerging technologies is a very vast topic. What constitutes this? The buckets that I have made are like AI-led mobility is one bucket, battery intelligence and energy ecosystem, that's another bucket. Then we have software-defined vehicles, SDVs. We have smart manufacturing and industry 4.0. Then obviously we have here a couple of esteemed panelists from the charging infra space. They are running successful companies in the charging domain. So we have obviously the charging energy and infrastructure bucket. We have a deep tech startup bucket, and I'm pleased to share that Mr. Vijay Kumar, the founder of Suyo, he recently was in France in the Bharat Innovates, Mr. Modi's initiative. And then, of course, we'll sum it up with India's global opportunity around this space. Okay, so I think let's begin with the AI-led mobility. And Vijay, I think the first question I would pose to you. And the question is, how will AI change vehicle design, manufacturing, and customer experience over the next 5 years?
Hello. So thanks, Dheeraj sir, and thanks Humans EV for the opportunity. And very good evening, everyone. So the question, see, the AI is right now is a buzzword and pretty much pivot around all the happenings which is going all around. So the most important part, like we need to also understand, it is not a basic AI and all like which can really change manufacturing or something, which is most importantly we need to see AI from a different perspective, especially in our context, what we are looking into and what we are trying to develop also. So AI is not what as an open source and the tech and platform and the Gen AI which is already there. It is more of like agentic AI, which is the part of the cognitive intelligence, which is something which is kind of wiring the brain. So I just give you an example, like there is a telematics which we are building as a hardware which is monitoring the motor and controllers. And that is a real-time monitoring, which is something is not a normal telematics which everybody knows and does the job on the vehicle. And this which we have designed, which is a kind of a first, in fact we have filed a patent also, it's a world first different kind of telemetry which is just having a real-time monitoring of your motor and controllers, and that's something which is wired with a certain base level signature, and that is going to imitate the whole primitive information, and that can be really manifested into a kind of predictive notification. So that kind of cognitive wiring of the AI case definitely can change a lot of landscape in the technology part. And similarly in the manufacturing also there are much more things which are already getting wired with the digital twin as a part of the AI manifestation. So which we are also trying to create a kind of traceability and trackability system. So that's what basically in our space which we are trying to build in and deploying. So, and I believe like this is something which is going to be very, very unique and unparalleled in the space.
Thanks, Vijayji. Thanks for that perspective. A related question, I think I'll pose to Mr. Vinod. So my question is whether AI will create more value in the vehicles or outside vehicles through mobility services.
Thanks again, Dheeraj, for having me. The challenge is this last session is very difficult to keep the energy out. I think this we are actually standing between them going home and this conference. So let me keep it a little I would say engaging. So in our segment, where in the commercial vehicles, where we are in buses. So there are a lot of difficulties in simulating. You cannot put a big bus inside a laboratory and do simulations. But where AI can actually come and play a big role is on the battery side of it. Because today buses, as you know, they put large batteries. Yeah, it's about 200, 250, 300 kilowatt hour batteries.
and it is all deployed in the public transportation space, where the load is very high and it is very demanding. So because of this, what happens is obviously we all know, the cells will have to behave in a particular way so that there are no thermal incidents. So today what we do is we have I would say hardware layer, and we have a application layer, and we can program it in such a way the EVCU and the charger and the batteries, they all talk in a particular language. But every time this has to be monitored, and we get a lot of data. The pings are into microseconds these days. Now, how do you take advantage of that using AI is where the biggest value addition can happen. You cannot manually, 24/7 track how the battery works. So if you have a AI, layer in between this, where that AI can automatically understand the batteries, and then it can balance the cells, it can balance multiple parameters there and keep feeding these inputs such that it is safer for see, end of the day, buses are dealing with public. You have to be very, very careful with this. So that's the safety of the passengers that's taken care, but also a lot of prognostics can happen. 3 months down the line, you can actually go to the extent of that particular pack, that particular model, that particular cell is going to give away. So that is the biggest advantage. So to me, if you ask me, it is outside or inside, I think we are in a phase where the AI should play a bigger role in the inside of the vehicle, in the battery management, in the testing, simulation, overall product development, a lot of scope. Right now, AI is being used at a very surface level, just scratching the surface. We are not really using AI to its potential. So that will take some time. That's where the opportunity exists for the startup companies and the other stakeholders involved. So for us, we are now piloting with an AI supplier for exactly the point that I was saying. And should this go, work in a way that we were expecting, we are going to put it as a standard in an SOP as well. So big opportunity for AI in the product development itself.
Thank you, Vinod. I think if there are still the startups around here, they should listen to what Vinod has said. There's a big opportunity in inside the vehicles is what he's propounding. Okay, so I think there's another question where we are having a very interesting discussion offline with Varun. So Varun, to you, my direct question is, can India become a global AI mobility solutions hub?
Hello. Series A, B, C, D, IPO, IPO.
Hello, IPO.
No, when we sit among the startups, I think this is the key words which everyone wants to listen to. And on top of it, the insights which we share, I think if they can make some kind of difference, that can always be helpful. Yeah. So sorry, can I?
Yeah, the question was, can India become a global AI mobility solutions hub?
See, India can become and India will become a global leader when it comes to giving around AI solutions, because the kind of customers which we serve and the kind of problems which we have are very unique. Because our customers are very vocal in whatever problems they face. And if you are not able to predict it using predictive analytics, it will become difficult. So when you have to do predictive analytics, you have to use technology. If you use technology properly, if you get the data, if you analyze the data, then of course the intelligence layer will become very robust. And of course, with this learning, and now the entire world looking India as the China plus one, option, yes, it will become very easy for us to deliver all kind of solutions related to mobility to, to foreign markets.
But you said that, but do you see that happening? I mean, is there
yes,
a lot of real work happening on ground in India?
It is already happening, because the kind of work which we are doing in electronics, the kind of work which we are doing in battery technology, the kind of chargers which we are making now in India, they are all global standard chargers. There are many companies who are setting up shops here in India, big German MNCs, Chinese MNCs, European MNCs, who wants to use the Indian model of making a robust, EV charger at the best optimal cost, with the best kind of technology and with the best kind of intelligence layer, using the, the homegrown talent which they have here in India. So to your question, yes, we already have the capability, we already been doing it. Because if we were not able to do it, then I don't think so ultraviolet would be a big success in Italy.
Thanks. That's quite reassuring to hear that from someone who's built a business in this space. Okay, so I now move on to the next discussion bucket, which is around battery intelligence and energy ecosystems. And I can see that there are so many esteemed and qualified people to answer the questions, but I think I'll go with Saurabh. So Saurabh, the question that I want to pose you is the future battle around battery chemistry or battery intelligence?
Good evening. Before I take this question, Dheeraj, I just want to talk more about the Maxwell. Okay, so Maxwell is an advanced technology company, and we have been building BMS, which you really asked about the intelligence, correct, from last more than 1 decade. And we have 800,000 BMS right now on the field, which vehicles are running. And if I see in terms of the reliability and quality, we are very far. Like you can really compare our quality and reliability to any German tier 1. Apart from this, we also work on motor controller, charger, DC-DC, IoT, TPMS. So if you really see Maxwell, we have the solution for right now the 2-wheeler, 3-wheeler, and we are building solutions also for the 4-wheeler.
Okay.
Yeah. So come to the questions. What you have asked me, is it about the battery or the intelligence?
Battery chemistry or battery intelligence?
Battery chemistry or the intelligence, correct. So I see that both are important. Specifically for the India market, if you really see right now the chemistry which most of the vehicle uses is an LFP or some of them are an NMC. And they really don't work as our temperature which goes from -40 to 50 degree. These batteries are really doesn't work effectively after 50 or 55 to 60 degrees, what the maximum limit you can push. So definitely we have to innovate, which is happening in the solid state batteries or the sodium ion batteries, which is, it can go to 100 degree. So right now the question there is how we can economically make those batteries to the level which the consumer can afford. So there's a lot of innovation has to happen there. Second thing, in terms of the brain, which is a BMS. So BMS, we say, okay, battery is the heart and the BMS is the brain. So there are a lot of AI, there are a lot of innovations which we are doing on a BMS in Maxwell even to make sure that we make the battery more safe, more longevity, and also user friendly, so that it can be very easily adapt to different chemistry, different vehicle type, different platform. So I say both of them are equally important.
Great. You spoke about solid state batteries. So I also did an EV startup in the past, and I've been hearing about this solid state battery for the last 5-6 years now. Do you see that happening?
So if you see any new disruptive technology takes a time, because yeah, you can definitely put it on the lab very quickly, you can run some 100 kilometer, 1000 kilometer, but when it really goes in the field, it has to be tested. It has to be affordable. Okay, affordability is also very important. So I can say it has crossed like 5-6 years already. I see in the next 3 to 4 years, you will definitely have a product in a car. There is a semi-solid state bike which is coming in the market by 2026 or 2027. So I'm very hopeful that you will see cars coming in 2029, and it's going to be really a game changer. And specifically for India market, where the temperature goes to 50-55 degree, where you really want to do a fast charging, you wanted to ensure that you charge it with 2C, 3C, or maybe a 4C. And right now those batteries really don't support. So I'm very hopeful that maybe in the next couple of years, those vehicles will be on the road.
Thanks. Let's see that happen sooner than later. Okay, my next question to Gaurav. So how can AI improve battery life, safety, and residual value?
So, very interesting question. And you know, I run a startup which consumes EV and we provide services. So for me, Dheeraj bhai, you asked about should it be inside or outside. For me, inside has been taking care of my partners. What we need is the outside. And there are so many things that we need as a large fleet operator to run perfectly, give better service. So that's where, AI layer for us is on the software side, where we are trying to build solutions around how do we manage the vehicle better, not just the key components, but even just the physical condition of the bike. If we can do AI-based reading of the bike through videos and photos, and how do we, generate that back into the system and improve our quality of bikes and service net delivery. So that's one thing. Now about the battery. So battery is something very, very important. And just as an aside, we have had batteries that we used to own earlier, but now these days we don't own any batteries because batteries have become still not very reliable. So what we have done is we have been riding on the swapping networks or battery as a service, wherein the battery tech and the battery ownership is with someone else. We are the users of the battery. This has come because these are the problems where we can't understand the battery very well. Now, if we have solutions which will give us predictive ranges, predictive life of the battery, we can again go back to owning the batteries, because finally that owning the battery will unlock profits for us. So it's very important that battery technology has to improve. We are right now using swapping, but if you look at a fast charging solution, which will also be a very good fit for the use case for the delivery economy, that is still not possible because the battery tech, like we talked about, can we do it a 2C charging or a 3C charging? If we can enable that using technology, that will really enable us to go to tier 2, tier 3 cities where a swapping network might not be feasible as of now. So yes, battery, the technologies around the battery are very important, both in terms of chemistry, and also in terms of the information and predictability of the battery performance is what we will look forward to.
Great. So you said that you've been using swapping, solutions and battery as a service. No, I think with a related question I'll pose to Pritesh. And my question to you is, will battery as a service become mainstream in India? What do you think?
Okay, I think a lot of talks about battery as a service with the introduction of 2-3 models in the Indian market, and common perception of the public at least is that this model is very, very successful. But when you go and go deeper and kind of split the numbers of those particular OEMs, how much they are selling with battery and how much they are selling with without battery, actually the numbers are very discouraging. So that is one part of it. Which means it is not that successful as of now as we kind of expect. Second is about battery standardization in different vehicle segments. When we talk about, let's say, battery swapping, in context of battery swapping, until or unless there is a battery standardization, it may not go like 50%, 60% of the market share. I'm talking in those numbers because whenever we talk about EV, we are very hopeful and we always talk about 50+% conversion, which is, I think, unrealistic. Now, let me tell you, and I would like to be little conclusive here, whether battery standardization is going to happen in India or not. Answer is no. Battery standardization will never happen in India in any vehicle segment, be it 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers, passenger cars, whatsoever. Where the usage is very high, let's say 2-wheelers and 3-wheelers, and not in buses segment, but 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers, particularly in fleet, there will be a lot of usage and implementation by different battery swapping companies solving different type of problems. But standardization may not happen. Why it will not happen? Because I think there have been a lot of initiatives from the policymakers, and when they decided actually to implement this very aggressively, and all these studies were scientifically conducted by Government of India agencies, and then came out with these specifications. And those specifications, then a lot of pushback from the Indian startups especially, that they are favoring one particular company. However, those specifications were like because that particular company has done it in a scientific way, looking at a 20, 30 years of the kind of market, how they can do rather than just looking at immediate opportunity. So that is very, very challenging. And in a passenger car market, anyway, the technology itself is not a mature technology and people are not focusing on it. So that is my answer on it.
Okay. So you are still not very confident about that becoming a mainstream, right? And you, Gaurav also pointed out that tier 2 cities, there's a long way to go, right? Okay. I come to the next bucket of questions, which is around software-defined vehicles, SDVs. And my next question is to Mr. Vinod. My question is that are vehicles becoming smartphones on wheels?
See, this has been discussed for quite a long time. Almost like 3 years we're talking about, software and wheels and all of that. See, it takes a lot of effort to make the vehicle like a software and wheels because of the complexity, each vehicle has, right? And there are like 1,200 parts in a bus, okay? Now, if you have to softwareize those mechanical parts, right, then you have to put a lot of effort, a lot of technology, a lot of investments will have to come in, right? Now, what we are doing today is in bits and pieces. So we are looking at the car, talking to the cloud, and through that you are throwing some data to the customers, you are throwing some data to the OEMs, and with that, we are trying to do something to improve the overall efficiency. Now, that approach is not going to work, okay? So we have to look at the other way around. Today, we are all living in an app-based system, right? There are billions of dollars made only through apps. And through that, they are controlling the full, ecosystem. Now, unfortunately, automobiles have not shifted to that mindset because of the legacy, because of the company like, that I come in. It's like a 75 years old company. And for the company to come out and suddenly, forget everything, we have to now look at a software on wheel approach is quite difficult. So, but having said that, we have to look at a clean slate or a clean sheet approach on making the car, first of all, to be designed like I would say like an iOS, like an operating system, right? Then you integrate the mechanical parts around it and then make that completely, I would say, expandable, scalable, connected and all of that. Then you build your use cases around it and then build a mobility solution. It's gone are the days where, vehicle is like a mechanical way of moving from A to B. Now today, mobility is solving people's problems. It's solving, the pain points. It is creating new businesses. So therefore, software and wheels is like a very glamorous statement to make. But as an OEM, as an ecosystem, as stakeholders, we have to, work together and make sure that we make it happen. And you need that 1 or 2 big players to come in and launch the platforms like that. Because otherwise it's not going to happen. Okay, but the benefit of having software on wheels is immense. Okay, you can scale it up, you can modularize it, you can treat this like a mobile phone in true sense. Today we are struggling to do a OTA. Forget about everything. We can't run an OTA to ensure that the bugs in the vehicles are addressed, right? So Samsung phone or an Apple phone, they just do an OTA and you have the version, 13.5 and all of that, right? Today a battery runs out of charge, you are immediately putting into a battery extendable mode. Today, why is that we are not able to do it? Because we are running low on charge. Why there is no option in a car or a vehicle where you immediately switch on to a battery extendable mode? Because it is done in bits and pieces, right? So therefore, we need to have a very clean slate approach for us to be giving that full benefit to the customers and the stakeholders. So it takes some time, but concerted efforts are required.
Great. But you are not ruling that out, right? It is very much possible, but that needs a fresh approach, is what you're saying.
Very much possible, but people have to calibrate their thinking around it, channelize the resources around it. The technology is there. The problem here now is, technology is available in silos. Okay, there is tremendous potential. I was just hearing through the earlier, presentations now. Look, the kind of technology that is available in India at the cost, is like outstanding. But the thing is, we need to have a kind of you have to channelize all this together and then work together, then our potential is immense. And you know, you saw the success of UPIs.
Yeah.
Right? The digital transactions, you know, we are the leaders in digital transactions. How this was possible? Because we were able to make that, you know, the big thing, you know, the RFPI, right? Similarly, we need to have something like that to make this happen. So that is the point I was trying to make.
Great. Thanks, Vinod. So my next question, which is related to this, so while he's saying that it's a bit distant right now, but to Varun, I want to ask, how will software-defined vehicles disrupt OEMs' business models? So suppose this happens, you know, let's assume.
So
how will it disrupt the OEM's business model, the traditional model?
the OEM's business model will disrupt because if the day comes where, I mean, the day is already there. So if the real-time data gathering is happening from the vehicle level, and the identification of problem is on real-time basis, then of course the OEM will always be on alert mode. So if the charger OEM is working on a reactive mode, that let's say a bus is is present at the charger, it is connected with the charging gun, it is not getting charged. If the bus operator gives a call to the charger OEM, then the frustration layer will start happening, because the OEM will ask all the questions related to whatever nascent or blindfolded information he had. If there was no realization, like the kind of chargers which we are building with real-time monitoring, with real-time predictive analysis, with real-time visibility of all our components at our software level and also the AI analytic part. So if we had not done that, then there will be large problems, and so there always be disliking from a specific automotive OEM for a specific charger OEM of not, you know, preferring that particular charger to charge.
Okay, great. So I think Vinod spoke at length about the software part in the automotive space. My question to Pratyush is, can Indian companies play a significant role in automotive software exports of automotive software? So since there's so much, you know, work going on here, and we are saying, you know, Make in India thrust is there, a lot of already cutting edge technology, AI enabled work is happening. Can we also look at exports of automotive softwares?
Definitely. We could always develop a software, as we all know that Indian brains are quite efficient enough to build world-class softwares. So I do think that we could develop a good software that can be exported.
No, but there is, I mean, whatever we have seen till now, we have lagged the race of EVs, we have lagged the race of critical minerals, and we are doing the catching up. You know, we have lagged the race of AI, let's admit it. You know, US and China, they are far ahead. So in this space particular, I'm very clearly talking about this niche space of automotive software. Is there really some work happening here? I mean, I open this question to others as well. And can, say in the midterm, say in the next 3 to 5 years, India look at becoming a major player in the automotive software exports? I mean, anyone can answer.
If you ask me, we are already doing it, okay? So it's mainly because it's not visible. So there are a lot of companies, Mercedes Research Center, Bosch Research Center, they do a lot of already a software which goes to the German cars, US car, or even a Chinese car. And the way I look right now is, even at Maxwell, we have also given the complete, for one of the customer in Europe, okay, where we have given the complete firmware or software of the respective BMS to build them. So there are a lot of work which is happening, and the brain is already there. We are seeing now, earlier the people used to go to East, now the people are coming back, even a lot of youngsters are coming and then giving an innovative way of working. The semiconductor companies are also pushing to have their global tech center in India. So this was never be there, like even as you say 10 years back now, ADI, TI or NSS or any semiconductor company you name, they have already a team working here. They have even fab coming in a decade. Of course, it takes time. So it's going to take a 5 to 10 years of time. You will definitely see lot of software things, semiconductor things, and I say the things which China took 25 years, India will do in the next 5 to 7 years. That's what I believe.
Great. That's quite reassuring. And thanks for your inputs on that. Okay, now we move to the next bucket, which is around smart manufacturing and industry 4.0. And I mean, again, smart manufacturing is something which is a very generic term we've been talking about for decades now. But let's come to the question. So my question to Vijay ji is, what role will digital twins, predictive analysis and AI-driven factories play? Do you foresee any role?
Yeah, in fact, the first question also I just touched upon this part. So this is something which is very critical, and the kind of automotive world which we are getting into. It's not like what we had seen into the ICE. So in the EV, everything is pretty digital, and everything is coming very fluid. And as what like we are talking about the aspects of the AI implementation, and also all hardwares are basically coming as an embedded software, and this embedded software are also coming on built with the agentic AI and all, and that is very augmentative in nature. So it's a pretty fluid, and for that matter, during the manufacturing of this hardware, we need to create the a back-end traceability, which is going to work for your after-sales service, the warranty management system, the recovery of the feedback which is going back into the design. So the overall complete feedback management system which is required, and this can only be built over the base of the industry 4.0, not industry 4.0, now it is 5.0 and all, and that is something which is which needs to be from the downstream to the like upstream to the downstream side. It needs to be totally connected, and the meta layer of the manufacturing needs to be totally abstract of the part as a key component which need to be integrated. So from that perspective, every layer, whether it's a quality, whether it's a supply chain, whether it's a logistic part, whether it's a hardcore production, whether it's a design, the NPD development, the prototyping, the validation, the integration, then your end-of-line testing. So all these areas need to be looked at from that perspective, and it's very much important. Especially what we are doing as a like component manufacturing, we are building the powertrain and motor controller and the gearbox transmission and all, and that every area like it is well structured in that fashion. And give you an example, like you take my motor, and after 2 or 3 years you also just come back and just tell me like which part is coming from which particular shift, which person has already done this, what are the batch of the like what is the batch of the raw material which has come from the which vendor, and all kind of sort of visibility is there. The then the complete genealogy of the stages, the manufacturing stages has also been incorporated just like a blockchain, and that is like you can also get at just handful of the situation at the downstream level also. So I think like that is if we are trying to get into the component level of manufacturing, though I believe like OEM must have been doing much advanced level.
Great.
Yeah.
So I think that again brings me to a global picture on that, and my question will be to Vinod. So can emerging technologies make Indian manufacturing globally competitive?
See, manufacturing, we have a lot of scope. I am more positive about India becoming a manufacturing hub rather than the software exporter, if you ask me personally. Some of the reasons are we know how to manufacture, right? We've not been like very new to manufacture. We know how to manufacture. Where AI comes in is 2-3 areas. One is today in automotive industry, you need to give the market demand like 3 months in advance to the supply chain, right? And the 3 months in advance days are over. because in the EVs, that's very dynamic. People want more customization, more choices. Now, how can you have 3 months of, I would say, planning to the supply chain, to the manufacturing? It's going to be very difficult. So AI can help there, where it can actually, on a real-time basis, assess the market demand, and therefore, take those inputs and give those inputs to supply chain, and so that the demand days can go down from 90 days to 30 days, right? So that is a very, I would say, a very viable AI solution. The other thing is, if you really aspire to become a global manufacturing thing, then you have to be really at top of the quality. Your reliability as a country is really at stake, if you're not there. So this is where AI can come in. So a lot of, I would say, the difference that AI can come in is it can actually detect before the failures can happen, right? Because if you put I would say a very high-speed sensors or a cameras or whatever in terms of your line itself, it can actually tell you that, okay, this particular way of building it or manufacturing it or welding it is not working because of the data that it is coming, and therefore you can actually go and change the process well in advance before the failures can happen. So all this will add up to the elevating the quality of a India-made vehicle, and that gives good credibility for the OEMs and the manufacturers at a global arena. So these are like an additional tools that are available today. And that is the biggest advantage that the OEMs will have. And companies like us who know how to make vehicles in a particular way, if AI can be fully embraced, then the capabilities will go 10 times. Today, as an industry, we don't do a great job exporting vehicles. If you look at car industry, commercial vehicle industry, we don't export more than 10 or 12% of our to the export markets. That can really get amplified by using, why? Because, in my previous company, when I worked, the European, customers were not okay with a vehicle coming out of India. How do you put it that? Because there is a reputation at play. Those are the things that can really be handled if AI can be used properly, because it will show on the quality, it will show on the performance, consistency, fit and finish. A lot of things can be elevated, enhanced using AI tools. So I'm very positive about using AI tools in manufacturing, where we can do a lot of improvements there.
Thanks, Vinod. I think that's quite reassuring for someone who's running a exports business in the automotive space. Okay. Now I come to, in the interest of time, they are here. Let's rush up. So I come to the very interesting topic around charging infrastructure. And I think, Pritesh, my next question to you is, what innovations are required beyond charging stations?
Okay, beyond charging stations, I think in the previous panel, somebody was talking about energy management. Energy management, battery energy storage, renewable energy integration, those are, I think, larger topics, V2X. That should be focus areas for the next level. But I think there are a lot of things which can be improved even in the current ecosystem also. For example, we are talking a lot about AI, right? AI can help. Charging infrastructure seamless experience can happen only when we do a lot of mistakes. Mistakes are properly analyzed, they are stored, and then learnings are again implemented in it. Implemented based on, because there are so many, I think, bad experiences users are facing, rather even if we have good infrastructure, good hardware at least, but every system has to work in sync. So I think first level is solving that, and then moving to how to do this energy management, because with energy requirements are going to be huge, whether we can supply that is the first question, and then how to manage that.
Okay. Thanks, Pritesh. I think that brings me to a related question which I'll pose to Gaurav. And my question is, are we building charging infrastructure fast enough? You've already mentioned that, but I think I would like to hear more from you.
So I think the charging infrastructure that is being built in India is primarily geared towards DC fast chargers for the highways and cars. What we find missing is a two-wheeler charging infrastructure layer. And I understand the complexity also, because there is no standard protocol, there are different kinds of chargers. But the real adoption of two-wheelers will explode if we can have genuine fast charging networks available. And the interesting problem here is that we don't need, for example, I have seen fast chargers with 240 kilowatt guns and all for bus charging and all. For two-wheelers, you don't need that much. Even a 11.11 or a 30 kilowatt for a fast charging two-wheeler is great. It will be like a 5-minute charge, 7-minute charge if we have the technology. So I think the network is lagging, but I think also from a two-wheeler perspective, the battery, I would not say the tech is lagging, but it's still the usable batteries or the production of those batteries is not available. So both those things together is hampering the growth of fast charging networks. But that is something that we as an organization are betting on. That will be our next big thing where we will be looking at fast charging infrastructure. And we have our own internal plans to deploy some of those chargers with some of our battery partners to solve for this problem.
Great, great. So that brings me to the next question, Saurabh. How can technology improve charger utilization and profitability? I think let's be a bit quick, given the time. Yeah.
Yeah, so I will be quick. So if you see, definitely there are a lot of things which we can do with the technology to ensure that we use effectively the charger and also make it profitable. I can say a couple of them is to make those charger online so the people can see on the app which charger is available. Of course, there are solutions available. We can improve it around there so that the user can see. It should work with the multiple vehicle. So one of the panel member has already told that they are always worried that, okay, charger is there, but it is really working. So that they can online see, okay, which type of vehicle it supports, so that they need to find out these things. Other thing which I see, what we have to do in our technology is something like, if you see all these power come from the grid, and grid is typically, there is a time in a day where the electricity is consumed in the industry or in the offices, and there are the time where it is available. Okay, so there is charger has to be used time of use type of billing, which is very much used in European region, where the billings are done at what time you are consuming the energy. So we have to do something like this time of use, so that we can government can subsidize the electricity during this time, and we can give this benefit to the consumer and the operator also. Other thing which I see, which we really need to innovate to charger, is to come to a new technology like a GAN, so that we can reduce the power losses which is happening in a power conversion. So it also directly gives a benefit to the consumer and also the operator who's operating. So a lot of things. I still see in India the charger is in the very initial stage, where people are really doing the experiment. We have to have a high reliability, quality, long life charger, which you can say, okay, you put it and it goes for 15, 20 years. So we are in a very initial stage.
Great. So I think long way to go there. Now I have a couple of questions from Pratyush, from someone who's heading a charging company, right? So what are the biggest mistakes CPOs make while selecting EV charging locations, and how can technology help avoid them?
So the biggest mistakes that a company CPO makes is going after most utilization and selecting spaces based on acquiring the locations basically, and not doing full-on research about the grid availability and what will be the footfall, and doing a predictive analysis about the locations. And just blindsidedly deploying a charger, or just as to say copying different CPOs that they have placed a charger here, let us also place the charger here, and so that that's depending on their analytical reasoning, they also place their charger. So that is the mistake that we have also done, we have also made and learned from that. So yeah, that's the thing any new CPO should be very careful about.
Okay, thanks, Pratyush. A related question very quickly. How are technologies like AI, predictive analytics, and remote diagnostic things changing the charger uptime and maintenance strategies?
So yeah, this AI, it's a jargon word going on everywhere, but it is a very useful and helpful tool for us to analyze any data related to chargers or consumer behavior. And you say when can you?
Yeah, it's okay, it's okay. I mean, how is it changing the maintenance strategies and the charger
exactly.
uptime? Yeah, that was my question.
Predictive analytics is what we usually focus on, and AI helps us a lot in predicting what can go wrong with the charger, analyzing all the transactions behind that, and what went wrong. So predictive analytics help us go proactive rather than reactive on any maintenance strategies regarding that.
Thanks, Pratyush. That was helpful. I think I have a quick question on deep tech startups. Vijay, if you could answer. I mean, there are a couple of questions, but I think I'll cut it short. So, which mobility technologies offer the biggest startup opportunities?
So, mobility, see, I think like I'd be little biased because from the powertrain side. So, I would say like if I just look at the vehicle, so the whole vehicle package system, because we know that the whole legacy of the making vehicle is lying. So Switch Mobility like Ashok Leyland, Tata Motors, everybody is there. So there is a very less opportunity for a startup to really to be very innovative in terms of fabrication, because we have 150 years of legacy, and now they are just becoming more advanced and advanced by deep pocket and downstream they are well networked. Similarly, coming to the battery, the whole battery tech is cell agnostic, like it is not cell agnostic, so we are heavily dependent on the cell, and the cell chemistry, just barring the Ola recently has done, but now if you just look at everything is tweaked towards the South Korea, Japan and China, and we are heavily dependent on that. When we are looking at the BMS side and the charging protocol, so that's something which is also keep on changing, and we have again further very less a scope of having a very deep tech inside, because you are going to have a solid state, hydrogen, you are going to have sodium ion, then LTO, then lithium ion and lead acid, and also then you have a very, again, a fluid state. So how many times you go and hop over the different tech? So then everything rests upon the powertrain, the heart of the vehicle, where we are into. So sorry for just taking the side of my own tech, but this is something where it's a very, very, you can say the area where the opportunity lies, and slowly it is going to be the hero of the whole system, because you have tech where the motor is going into a different tech, AC induction, PMSM, axle plus, SYN-RM, magnetless and all. And similarly in the transmission space and the controller and all. So all these hardwares evolve, pivot around the powertrain, becoming more complex and more evolved. And that is why you see the BYD, the Lucid Motors, the Tesla, they are known for this kind of deep tech. So that's something I would say, like there is a huge opportunity, and Indian deep tech must try to focus. And that is also going parallelly diversified into drone system, then aviation and all these things.
Okay,
Thank you very
thanks
much.
Vijay. I think we have run out of time completely. That's what you want to say?
On that note, I would like to invite Mr. Lalit, Dr. Lalit Singh and Dr. Abha Singh to do the felicitation for our panel members.
Yeah, I think
my
Pritesh has a
deepest
flight to
apologies to cut the panel short, but
he
I
has a
love the
flight to
passion in
catch
the
it.
room about
Yeah. No problem.
Can we have a huge round of applause? They gave us insights for over an hour about something that is going to change the future of EV. A very hearty thanks to every single one of you on the panel. Thank you so much for sharing your deep insights into a topic that we all care about so much. And hope to see you at HEV Capital Connect 2027. Without further ado, an event like this, a summit like this, is truly a pinnacle of its time. And I would like my colleague, RJ Venu, a lot goes behind an event like this. And we'd like to acknowledge all of our...
So now we would like to invite Mr. Rajneesh Jaiswal on stage to felicitate three important teams behind this event. One of them is Team Acropolis. Make some noise, guys! Team Acropolis, Miss Anupama from Team Acropolis, then Team IIST, Team IIST, and along with Team Alliance Broker.
Thank you to the teams of all these universities, bringing your students here and exposing them to something as grand as this Clean Energy Summit. You have really done a great job for your students.
Also,
so we really appreciate you taking this step.
We would like to invite Mr. Vikram on stage to do the felicitations part. Mr. Shivang Bakliwal
Shivang sir, Vikram sir,
and Mr. Swapnil Bansal. इस वक्त स्टेज पे जो टीम है, ये टीम आपके सामने आज का ये जबरदस्त इवेंट लेकर के आई, तो इनके लिए तालियां बजना बनता है आपकी तरफ से.
I'd also like to take a moment to acknowledge the Green Ambassador Students Program. They did spend a lot of time and effort in helping promote the event on LinkedIn and all of their marketing efforts. So thank you so much for making this event a success. With that, I'd like to invite the editor of HEV, Divya Thakkar ma'am, for the vote of thanks.
The most important 3 words in English, vote of thanks. Bye, Divya.
Thanks. Thanks, Swapnil, for the motivation. Okay, so before we wrap this iconic day that we've had today, I would like a moment to say thank you to everyone who has been here as supporters, as mentors, as speakers, panelists, investors, sponsors, everyone. First and foremost, a heartfelt thank you to our sponsors, Vida, TVS, Cargo, and all the others that we haven't been able to mention. It's a long list of supporters that we've had. So, nevertheless, not just the sponsors, the event success comes from the people who have been here as the pillars. One, the startups, the people who are looking at the future for tomorrow, and the investors. I would like to extend a very heartfelt thanks to them. And finally, to the core team, everyone, right from Lalit, to Abha, to Swapnil, to Shivang, and the whole team of Humans of EV for everyone to making this a grand success. I hope you all had a very good time, and until we meet next time. Thank you so much.
थैंक यू सो मच दिव्या. और अब मुझे लगता है कि आप ऐसे आपकी तालियों की आवाज नहीं आई. ऑन दिस नोट, द टीम HEV, Humans of EV, is signing off. आप you can search them on LinkedIn, very popular. Instagram HEV के नाम से मिल जाएंगे. And me also, RJ Venu, along with my co-host Harsha here. जाने से पहले 2 लाइन अर्ज कर रहा हूँ, जरा गौर फरमाइएगा. क्या आप आंखों में अरमा दिया करते हैं? क्या आप सुन रहे हैं? आपकी तारीफ चाहता हूं कि आप आंखों में अरमा दिया करते हैं, सबकी नींद चुरा लिया करते हैं. अब जब जब आपकी पलक झपकेगी, समझ लेना HEV वाले आपको याद किया करते हैं. थैंक यू सो मच. दिस इज HEV साइनिंग ऑफ अंटिल वी मीट नेक्स्ट टाइम.
भाई सबका सबसे पहले तो दिल से धन्यवाद हर्षा और वेनु भाई का. यार तालियां जितने लोग हो इन दोनों के लिए जोरदार बजा दो, है ना. पूरे दिन भर से बोल रहे हैं, लगातार सबको इंगेज कर रहे हैं. धन्यवाद भाई. कैन वी हैव दिस? यस शिवांग भाई आ जाओ अब. अरे इस वहां से तो ऐसे पीछे वाले हिप 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 हिप. अरे तेज से, अभी 46 साल का आदमी बोल रहा है, उधर से तो 23 वाले तो और तेज बोल सकते हैं. हिप हिप. ये
I'd like to call the entire HEV Capital team, along with all the student volunteers, everyone who's put in a lot of hard work to make this event a success, for a group photo. Okay, sorry, 1 second. I'll just get the HEV Capital team first, then the student volunteer, sorry. हाँ.
आदित्य कहाँ हो भाई? आओ जल्दी आ जाओ.
All the volunteers are requested to join us on the stage, please. विनीता, विनीता,
Can we have Vinita on the stage?